Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, October 4th, 2021. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Commissioner Holguín, would you like to introduce our pledge students this morning?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Today we have with us Reese and Ryan Torres, siblings. Reese is in the 8th grade at the Young Women's Leadership Academy, and Ryan is in the 6th grade at Eastwood Heights Elementary School. Good morning, Reese and Ryan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to Commissioners Court. Thank you for being here today with us.
Thank you for inviting us.
Okay, we are ready.
Please rise for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God and one indivisible.
Hey, that was really nice. It's hard to two it at the same time and in unison. that was rarely does it happen as good as that. So thank you for being with us. So have a wonderful day and a wonderful week.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We'll now receive an invocation from War Captain Javier Luera.
Makua. Buenos dias and good morning to everybody. I am Javier Loera. I am the acting war captain of the Isleta del Sur Pueblo, the Tiwa tribe. And our chief says his blessings also. And I will say the prayer in 3 languages, Tiwa, Spanish, and English. Makua mikua kito tain in huba an Herimba time in Paso, Texas. Dios bajo ma hueve se va muta apeshe. Ikue tata Dios Jesucristo bendicido a ti a Herimba. Ubani ma paru que Santa María bendicido a ti ai. Wa Herimba santito saiti. Diosito santo becue baba hueve she. Diosito santo tata Dios. May he manifest the blessings upon each and every one of you. May he manifest the blessing to our city, our pueblo, and everybody in our county and to the world. Our Holy Mother also bless us. Our holy saints and our grandfathers also bless us, each and every one of you and your families in our city and our state. May this pandemic come to an end. With these pandemics, there's variants be gone from the face of the earth, of the world. May there be unity and health and solace, and may we get back to our healthy state. Eso lo pido a nuestro Tata Dios. This I ask of our Creator, Tata Dios. And may we all live in unity. May we all live in unity under our Creator, Tata Dios. And on behalf of me being indigenous, I also want to bless all my indigenous people here in our city, in our state, and our world, our continent here. Dios, bajo me hueves, bajo tabes. Gracias.
Thank you very much, War Captain Loera. Thank you very much, and thank you for preserving such an amazing and beautiful culture here in our community, and also for blessing our healing garden as well. That was very nice of all the Tigua Nation to be there. So thank you very much, and I appreciate every time that your participation. Have a wonderful day as well. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. God bless you.
You too.
I'd like to introduce our ASL interpreters for the morning. This morning, we're joined by Dario Garcia and Bianca Garcia, who'll be handling our ASL interpretation. Judge, do you have any opening remarks for us this morning?
Yeah, thank you. Well, welcome to Commissioners Court. On behalf of myself and our commissioners, we always welcome you to our Commissioners Court, and I think you'll find some great information, and the resolutions that's one of our the thing that we love the most, and that's recognizing all these individuals and organizations throughout our community. So we welcome you and wish you well during the entire week. Thank you.
This brings us to item number 4, the consent agenda, composed of items 4A through 4M. We'd like to make a request and ask to delete item 4A for the Criminal Justice and Community Support Department. Item 4A reads, approve and authorize funds in the amount of $11,126 to be transferred from General Fund General Administrative Contingency Personnel to General Fund District Clerk Salary Overtime to support 40 hours of overtime for 2 months for the District Clerk's Office to work on catching up the completeness data, which is required by the State Department of Public Safety and the CJIS. Funding is available in General Fund, General Administrative Contingency Personnel. Are there any other items that members of the Court of the Public would like to pull for individual discussion?
Commissioners? If not, move to approve with a deletion, please.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 5A, resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing October 2021 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Stout?
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Good morning, everybody. I have the honor of reading this resolution into the record. I believe that we have Ms. Sandra Garcia from the CASFE here. If you want to walk up to the podium while I'm reading the resolution, and then we'll hear from you, Ms. Garcia. Thank you. Whereas the crime of domestic violence violates an individual's privacy and dignity, security, and humanity due to systematic use of physical, emotional, sexual, psychological, and economic control and/or abuse, including abuse to children and the elderly. And whereas domestic violence crosses boundaries of age, race, class, culture, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, and immigration status, so people who identify as members of oppressed or marginalized communities experience greater rates of domestic violence. And whereas the problems of domestic violence are not confined to any group or groups of people, but cut across all economic, racial, and societal barriers and are supported by societal indifferences. And whereas the impact of domestic violence is wide-ranging, directly affecting individuals and society as a whole here in this community, throughout the United States and the world. And whereas in 2021, the Center Against Sexual and Family Violence received 4,045 calls on the Crisis Hope Line, provided shelter to 682 residents, advocated for safety and justice for an additional 3,625 women, men, and children in El Paso. And whereas survivors of domestic violence themselves have been at the forefront of efforts to bring peace and equality to the home. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that in recognition of the important work done by domestic violence programs, we recognize the month of October 2021 to be Domestic Violence Awareness Month and urge all citizens to actively participate in the scheduled activities and programs to work toward improving victim safety and holding perpetrators of domestic abuse accountable for their actions against individual victims and our society as a whole. Signed this 4th day of October 2021. Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all very much. Ms. Garcia, would you like to share a few words with us?
Thank you so very much for this opportunity. We'd like to start off by thanking you, Judge Samaniego, and all the commissioners for the support for our for our Domestic Violence Awareness Month. As you know, the Center Against Sexual and Family Violence provides services to victims of domestic violence and sexual assault in our community. And very much to go in line with what Commissioner Stout read, this past year we had over 4,400 clients receive services through our residential and non-residential facilities. And so with Domestic Violence Awareness Month, this month's awareness campaign is Shine a Light on Domestic Violence. So the idea is to be able to focus and provide as much awareness to our community as it's something that's continuing. And obviously with the pandemic has always caused an area of concern for us as these individuals are now, we're limited to be able to access resources being that they were housed with their abusive partners at home. And so with that, we hope that our campaign sparks conversation, kindness, just kind of more awareness around the idea, and really participates in hopefully some of our activities that we have throughout the month of October. We are your local domestic violence and sexual and rape crisis center, and so we hope to continue to support our community as best as we can, and hope that individuals are reaching out for services as they need to, regardless at what stage of their situation that they're in. So we do realize that individuals don't always ask for services immediately, but the idea of that we're there to support them at whatever point in their life that they feel it, deem it, and see it as necessary for themselves. And so with that, I'd like to just thank you again for your support with Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
Thank you, Mrs. Garcia. Is someone else going to speak? No? I just wanted to comment that, you know, a lot of collateral things are going to happen because of the COVID, and we're experiencing a tremendous amount of health crisis in our community, from suicide to, and unfortunately, domestic violence becomes one of the pivotal points, right? Because of the intensity of being together, and you know, so you know, this is so important. We're trying to sort of get the pieces of the puzzle that we know that one of them, like violence and gangs, are beginning to come up a little bit more than usual. And domestic violence also is going to need a tremendous amount of awareness. And so, you know, just to reach out to the community, that if you see individuals that are having difficulties, that, you know, make them aware that their services, obviously before something happens and we can become, you know, intervene prior to an incident or becoming criminal and then going into that difficult situation. And so our community really needs to be very aware that we need to keep an eye on people that are very depressed and that, you know, might have tendencies to hurt themselves, and also in the situation in the domestic environment. So we ask the community, and we thank you for this awareness of something as we move forward. We have to do a tremendous, really quickly in our community to avoid having the mental health crisis that's expected not only in our community but throughout the country. So we thank you for bringing that in. Commissioner Stout, as always, in the mental health area, thank you for your support in that.
No, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner Robinson?
Yes. Thank you for what you do on a daily basis. But the question I have in regards to domestic violence, how do you determine and convince a person that's being had violence in their home to divulge that to someone and get help?
So I think that what happens a lot of times with individuals who are experiencing it is to just provide them the information. And so very much to kind of think in the line what you're getting at, Commissioner Robinson, is that it is very much them seeking the service. It's not so much that I think as family members we want to fix it for individuals. We want to be able to protect them, right, depending who this individual is. And so as long as we continuously plant those seeds, I call them, right, of giving them the information, being supportive, making sure that they have an outlet to speak to, letting them know that our 24-hour hotline is confidential. All our services are confidential. And so if they ask and call even just one random question that they just want an answer to, the idea is for them to get comfortable enough to continue to seek services. A lot of times we do become the best outlet because we don't have that tie in terms of that being that family member, right, and them feeling ashamed and really sometimes blaming themselves for things that have been happening to them. And so when we can be that connector to connect them not only to shelter if that's what they need, or even our non-residential that sees, you know, easily between 32 to 3,800 clients a year, that's the really important factor to make sure that they're able to connect with the service and know that we're there. right? Because it's one of those things that no one ever looks for unless you're experiencing it, right? So I typically say you don't move into a community and ask where your local domestic violence or rape crisis center is. You move into a community and ask about crime rate, right? Schools, those type of things. And so we're an important part of that infrastructure because those individuals are really oftentimes the most vulnerable in our community and need continuous support. So we have many clients that it's not a one-time type of service. It's a continuous as they go through their current and future relationships sometimes.
If you don't live in the home, but you know this person and you suspect that there is violence, either physical or psychological abuse to this person, for me, if I was an outsider, what are the indicators for me to determine that the person is actually being, other than you see physical, for the bruises and things of that nature, as far as, their behavior changes, they're more keep to themselves and things of that nature. Could you talk about those briefly?
And it's exactly those, Commissioner. I think that a lot of times if you know the person from before where you can compare kind of behaviors is people who are feeling a little bit more withdrawn, maybe aren't expressing themselves around a particular partner, maybe are changing the way they've behaved from before to the way now, or the way they're dressed from before to the way they dress now, or interact with just even family members and friends. You can almost, it's kind of that feeling of something's wrong, but you can't put your finger on it. I think oftentimes we don't trust that instinct that we have. And it's okay to say, hey, I've noticed a difference. I'm concerned, and I don't know what it is necessarily. But there is this, 24-hour hotline that maybe you can call and kind of ask her, and this is what they help with, right? So you're not saying that it's necessarily happening, but you're saying, we've noticed a difference in your demeanor. And so I think that exactly that in terms of maybe even not showing up to work or participating in certain things are also really big cues. But more importantly, I think I want to make sure to emphasize that understanding and trusting our instinct is probably the thing we question the most, because that's already telling you something's wrong within that relationship. So being that continuous, and it's not even a one-time kind of connection. It might be oftentimes, Commissioner, where you're having to kind of interject at different parts of their lives and connect them, because maybe today it doesn't make sense and today I feel like it's okay, or I'm too scared to do it now. Things get a little bit better for that period of time, what we call the honeymoon stage, right, where everything's kind of stopped or plateaued, and then they'll have another incident. So it's individuals like yourself being in those individuals' lives to be able to interject as those situations are happening or as you're seeing those behaviors change throughout their life.
Well, thank you.
No, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the additional comments, because I think when people are listening and trying to make sense of something so difficult, and of course also, prevention is so important, and, being able to reach out to children and help them to identify when there's an issue, and maybe with their schools or their counselors, but we thank you tremendously. Back to you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much for all the work that you and your team do. I know firsthand how important it is and how it helps people, and so just glad that you're here in this community and you continue to serve and do the great things that you do. I really appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. You have a wonderful day, and thank you for sharing.
Well, since we've done it like this.
Thank you. You have a wonderful day. Okay.
Item number 5B, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing October 5th, 2021 as World Teachers Day in El Paso County, Texas.
Judge and Commissioners, I also have the honor of reading this resolution into the record. I believe we do have somebody online that's going to comment, Larry John Porras, who helped us write this resolution. So thank you, Mr. Porras. I'll go ahead and read it, and then we'll hear from you. Whereas El Paso County's future strength depends on providing a high-quality education to all students, and whereas teacher quality matters more to student achievement than any other school-related factor, and whereas teachers spend countless hours preparing lesson plans and supporting students, and whereas all of our teachers in El Paso County have demonstrated great resilience, adaptability, and creativity during the COVID-19 crisis, and whereas our community recognizes and supports its teachers in educating the children of this community, and whereas #TeachersCan is a statewide movement supported by more than 125 partnering businesses and organizations committed to elevating the teaching profession and honoring the critical role teachers play in the success of Texas. And now therefore be it resolved by El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that the County of El Paso joins #TeachersCan and its partnering entities across Texas in celebrating World Teachers Day and recognizes October 5th, 2021 as El Paso County Teachers Day. And be it further resolved that El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court encourages members of our community to personally express appreciation to our teachers and display a light blue ribbon outside your homes or business the week of October 5th as a symbol of support for all the educators that call El Paso home. Signed this 4th day of October 2021.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Welcome, Mr. Porras.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, County Judge Samaniego. Commissioners, good morning. My name is Larry John Porras. I am the El Paso Trans-Pecos Regional Advocacy Director for Raise and Texas. It's an advocacy organization aiming to help educators and their families elevate our collective education voice in raising the importance of public education in this great state of Texas. I'm also helping represent Teachers Can today. And as partners of the Teachers Can movement, we really regularly marvel at the work that these professionals do on a day-to-day basis. And we often pursue opportunities to support and encourage our educators. So more than 135 organizations across Texas, whether they're chambers, companies, associations, universities, and many others have joined together, partners in this mission to help elevate the teaching profession and honor our teachers, which will be done on October 5th. And we spotlight teacher stories, we spotlight their successes, coordinate periodic celebrations and throughout the year, and encourage teachers to use their voice to own their influence and their impact on our respective communities, especially here in El Paso. I'd like to thank you all for providing, through this resolution, the opportunity to voice appreciation to our teachers here in El Paso County. When I think of teacher, it's personal to me. My mom just retired as a kindergarten teacher of 35 years. Both my sisters are educators as much my family is. So it's through them, as well as I'd have to say, the very patient ladies and gents who guided me along my way, that I really realized the success of our public institutions was crucial at the very fabric of our social infrastructure and our community resilience. And it's because of them that I take pride and seek to always continue to learn. And it's for them that I dedicate my current chapter in advocating for education access to the 5.5 million students in Texas. So tomorrow on October 5th, in unison with communities all across Texas, the Teachers Can campaign will ring out. And here in El Paso, the Star on the Mountain will be lit in honor of those educators who impact all of us, as well as the Airway I-10 light sculptures. I think we all know them as the egg beaters. They'll be lit light blue all week. So again, I'd like to thank you all for putting this resolution to show that El Paso County really truly cares for and acknowledges the hard work our teachers put forward, and especially in these unprecedented times during COVID-19. So thank you all very, very much for this opportunity.
Well, thank you, Mr. Porras. The timing is just amazing. What they've had to go through and the difficulties and being at the front end of this COVID and trying to deal with so many, situations, trying to get the mandate and trying to help them and, having unprotected children, from the ages of 5 to 12. We just hope that they feel our appreciation. I know they're having the second thoughts because sometimes of lack of appreciation, like healthcare workers and some first responders that were in the front lines. They too are in the front line, and so we've here at Commissioners Court we push very hard for trying to support Dr. Ocaranza and the mandates for teachers that they have the masking at their schools and whatever support that we could give them. So the timing is amazing. We want them to feel appreciated. Like you said, there's not one of us that can recall someone that changed our lives, a teacher that intervened at a very appropriate time. And so thank you for being here, and thank you, Commissioner Stout, for this resolution.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you very much, Larry John, for your service, your public service, and now for your advocacy on behalf of all the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day and week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep up the great work.
Item number 5C, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the significance of the County of El Paso celebrating Indigenous Peoples Day on October 11th, 2021.
Commissioner Holguin.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, everyone. It is truly my honor to be able to read this resolution into the record today. And I believe that we still have War Captain Javier Luera from the Isleta del Sur Pueblo on the line.
Excellent.
So I will pass the microphone along to him as soon as I've read the resolution into the record. Whereas the County of El Paso recognizes the symbolic and substantive importance of renaming Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day, and whereas, while we recognize that Christopher Columbus played a role in American history, we have chosen, like many other communities, to honor indigenous communities, including the Isleta del Sur Pueblo, that is located within the County of El Paso, over the violence and oppression brought by European conquerors like Columbus. And whereas this change allows us to bring awareness to the issue that surrounds much of the one-sided history that has been taught in our country, glorifying men who caused much pain and suffering while erasing the genocide perpetrated upon the original inhabitants of this land. And whereas Indigenous peoples first proposed a name shift in 1977 at a United Nations Conference on Discrimination against Indigenous Populations, but it was not until 1989 that South Dakota became the first state to celebrate Native Americans Day instead. And whereas, since then, many communities, beginning with Berkeley, California in 1992, have celebrated Indigenous Peoples Day as opposed to Columbus Day. And whereas the County of El Paso is as committed to doing what is right, honoring marginalized populations, and finding ways to reimagine and rethink American and U.S. history. And whereas, to quote the late Justice Ginsburg, real change, enduring change, happens one step at a time. This is one step towards a more inclusive and aware community. Now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that we recognize the significance of the County of El Paso celebrating Indigenous Peoples Day on October 11th, 2021. Signed this 4th day of October, 2021.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Luera, for being here with us. We would love to hear a few words from you.
Welcome back. Always a pleasure.
First of all, thank you, commissioners, our judge. It is truly an honor for our city to recognize Indigenous Day, honoring our people, our pueblo, and also all Native peoples throughout North, Central, and South America. It is about time, and due justice has been done today, and to I can't say the words, the real words I want to say, but it is time to heal the process and these centuries of colonialism that have been placed upon our Native peoples, us included. It is centuries of injustice and our subjugation of our people to many atrocities and almost extinction to some of our tribes. But we are a resilient people. We get up and we continue. Many lives were fought, many wars were fought, not only here in the U.S., but throughout the continents. But from the bottom of my heart, I thank you all that this proclamation has been approved, and now and forever it's American Indigenous, Native American Peoples Day. Gracias a todos. I also have one of our councilmen, Mr. Rudy Cruz Senior, no, Junior, pardon that.
Oh, that's excellent. Mr. Cruz, how are you?
You'll be saying.
Good morning, everyone.
Welcome.
War Captain, thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Kinakupuyo, Herimba, Teham Chachi, Rudy Cruz Jr. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rudy Cruz Jr. I am a tribal councilman for my pueblo. And first of all, I want to thank Javier Loera, for allowing me to speak this morning on behalf of our pueblo. I'd also like to thank the entire county for rethinking on how we celebrate American history through Indigenous Peoples Day. Next Monday on the 11th, there will be more cities, states, and communities celebrating Indigenous Peoples Day more than ever. And I'd like to also see, along with several of our native nations here, we would like to see a more complete and accurate history of the United States being taught. And as Indigenous people, we have protested Columbus Day, and the resolution that you all passed today will help replace Columbus Day for a day that Native Americans can now gain as their own, as the first nations of the Americas. So from our community to yours, the Pueblo Isleta del Sur would like to thank you all. Au Herimba. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz, and thank you, Commissioner Holguin, for what a great resolution. My first exposure to turning things around was in Rapid City. I worked for a company out of Rapid City, and they understood very well that they needed to start correcting history. And we'll never be able to apologize or do anything to correct the injustices, but all of these tributes are so important to our community. We're a community of an amazing culture that blends together Hispanic and Native Americans and everyone together. And I'm just so pleased that we move in this direction. This is the type of, when people say we're unique, sometimes we have a difficult time explaining our uniqueness, but today is one of those uniqueness that people, you have to live here and understand the relationships that we have with each other and how we live and how we honor our cultures. And today, Mr. Loera having the invocation at the beginning and the resolution just makes us, hold on. Someone said, yes, we need to grow and become one day San Antonio, but please don't ever leave this unity of our culture and who we are and where we came from. Make sure that we keep this intact. And I know every day you and your council do that, trying to preserve your culture, and we're very pleased that you have it here and that you have feel the support from the county and from the commissioners, because I know they're very supportive to these kinds of opportunities. So, Commissioner Holguin, back to you, and thank you very much for for this resolution, very heartfelt.
Thank you, Judge. And thank you, War Captain. Thank you, Mr. Cruz, for being here with us this morning and for your very, very powerful words. It is my honor to be able to represent the Isleta del Sur Pueblo here on the Commissioner's Court. And I just want to personally thank the governor, the lieutenant governor, and all of Tribal Council for everything that you all do to try to make our community a better place for all of us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Both of you have an amazing day, and thank you, and God bless you for sharing your culture with us, and like I said, preserving every element of your culture. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay.
Item number 5D, approve and adopt a resolution urging the Texas Senate Redistricting Committee to support El Paso by ensuring that Fort Bliss and the El Paso International Airport remain in Congressional District 16.
Thank you, and I have the honor and privilege, and Commissioner Stout, thank you for your testimonial last week and the support. I had the opportunity to speak to Congresswoman Escobar and Senator Blanco, and as much as I thought I understood the importance, I think they brought me to a different level of understanding what's at stake and what needs to be done from a lot of different perspectives, from voting restrictions to preserving our community and having the equal representation with here ourselves and not pass that on. We do enough of that, of having to see what Austin thinks what we should be doing. So this is a very important resolution. Whereas the proposed congressional map of the Texas Senate would carve out Fort Bliss and the El Paso International Airport from District 16, which is an El Paso-based congressional district, and place these two vital assets in District 23, which is based in San Antonio. And whereas if the proposed map is approved, this would preference a representative that lives over 550 miles away versus a representative who calls El Paso home and who is familiar with the needs and services of El Paso County constituents. Whereas the El Paso Airport is a catalyst for economic development and plays an important role in the growth of El Paso community, and it is crucial that we have El Paso-based representation, as we are not willing to risk any loss of federal funding. This past year, our airport received federal assistance through CARES funding, CRRSA funding, and ARPA funding through the efforts of Congresswoman Veronica Escobar. Whereas $3.3 billion of goods moved through the airport's foreign trade zone, number 66, and $542 million of merchandise was exported from our foreign trade zone to other counties in 2020. Foreign trade zone number 68 is directly responsible for 2,055 jobs. And whereas Fort Bliss has $4 billion impact on the local economy, and the data shows the installation directly employs over 47,000 people and indirectly employs another 83,898 people, which makes Fort Bliss the single largest employer in the El Paso region and directly contributes to the livelihood of at least 1 in 5 people in El Paso. Whereas the El Paso taxpayers have invested heavily in infrastructure and quality of life improvements, directly and indirectly affecting Fort Bliss at a rate of $6.8 billion over 15 years to support the Army's mission and operations. And whereas there are approximately 37,000 active duty family members that reside in the region, in 2020, 3,000 soldiers decided to make El Paso their home after being released from active duty. And whereas El Paso is a proud military community, as Fort Bliss and El Paso are linked by both geography and economic development. We're grateful to State Senator Cesar Blanco, who stood up for El Paso on the Senate floor to ensure El Paso remains protected. We call on the Texas Senate to echo the changes Senator Blanco is fighting for. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court urges the Texas Senate Redistricting Committee to support El Paso by ensuring Fort Bliss and the El Paso International Airport remain in Congressional District Number 16, signed this 4th day of October, 2021.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Well, we are honored. I was hoping that there would not be any interference of having our Senator Blanco here with us today, and it's quite an honor, Senator, to have you. Thank you for your courage and always, as always, standing up for our community. Go ahead, Senator Blanco.
Good morning. Thank you, Judge Samaniego and commissioners. It's an honor to be here. And it's just really great to see El Paso County fighting to keep Fort Bliss and the El Paso Airport in Congressional District 16. I know Commissioner Stout came up and testified before the committee last week. So thank you, Commissioner, for your efforts in making sure that we're fighting for this. As you all know, Texas is going through a once-a-decade redistricting process. And last week, the Senate Committee on Redistricting released the proposed congressional district map as created by Senate Bill 6. And the map would remove Fort Bliss, as well as the El Paso International Airport from the city of El Paso and our El Paso-based Congressional District 16, which is represented by our Congresswoman Veronica Escobar. And this is just wrong for so many reasons. Last week, I argued against the proposed map in the Senate Committee's public hearing and highlighted how El Paso and Fort Bliss are a community of interest. And as we all know very well, Fort Bliss, it's part of the fabric of El Paso. With approximately 40,000 employees in the region, Fort Bliss is the single largest employer in El Paso, and 1 in 5 of El Pasoans are employed by the base. And you all know this very well. Not only does Fort Bliss have a $4 billion impact on our local economy, but it also contributes to the El Paso community and really our culture. We have about 37,000 active duty family members that reside in Fort Bliss as well as in our community. And these family members go to our schools, they shop at our local businesses, they volunteer in our community, and they benefit from the services and the quality of life provided by El Paso. And under the proposed map, Fort Bliss would be trading a congresswoman who lives 5 miles away for a congressman that lives over 550 miles away. And the base is centrally located within the city of El Paso, and it shares the same concerns, the same needs, and the same goals as the city. The economic interests, as well as the welfare, as you all know, are so tightly intertwined. And by removing Fort Bliss from the district would dilute the representation of El Paso community as a whole. And we've seen so many examples of how important our local congresswoman has been at the forefront and right at the center of so many things, such as the Afghanistan crisis, BRAC, when we're talking about infrastructure for our military installation as well. But again, I mean, you all know El Paso and Fort Bliss is very much connected. We need to keep them connected for effective and for a cohesive representation in Washington and Congress. I've said this in the past, and I'll say it again. El Paso is part of Fort Bliss, and Fort Bliss is part of El Paso. The symbiotic relationship between El Paso and Fort Bliss, it's special. It's got to be kept intact. And additionally, the airport, it's a catalyst for economic development, and it plays such an important role in the growth of the El Paso community. So it's crucial that we have El Paso-based representation in order for our community to benefit from the federal funds that are allocated to the military installation as well as our airport. The resolution proposed today by you all it's an important measure, I think. And then having this conversation with the county judge, it's a critical measure to demonstrate that we're fighting against the proposed congressional district map. And it's how important it is to keep Fort Bliss and our airport in the 16th congressional district. Now, just a little bit of an update on what I'm doing. Last week, I filed 2 committee amendments to add Fort Bliss and El Paso Airport back into our congressional district to make sure that El Paso is fairly represented. I'm not a member of the committee. Senator Zaffarini is, and the requirement is that a sitting member of that committee file the amendment for any other member who is trying to propose a change. So I've asked Senator Zaffarini, and she has agreed to sponsor those 2 amendments for me. She went to bat for those amendments in the redistricting committee this morning. They're still having that information, and those discussions are going to continue to be ongoing, but we're going to keep fighting. We're making the case to add Fort Bliss as well as the airport back in that district, and I think that this resolution that you all just voted on is going to help us succeed. So I want to thank the judge and county commissioners for all your continued efforts to stand up for El Paso and for our community. We're very thankful for your efforts, and we're going to continue to fight to ensure that El Paso receives fair representation, not only in Austin, but also in Washington, D.C. as well. So thank you so much for your efforts.
No, thank you, Senator. And I want to remind everyone that the last BRAC challenge that we had took every single effort from our community. I mean, we were in a delicate situation and, sort of pulled back, and we lost some areas. And this is with us here representing our community. Now, you can imagine someone else 550 miles and looking at priorities, because they have their priorities. They get voted more. Their constituents are in that part of the world. So if we ever went into a BRAC situation, we would be sitting in the bleachers, crossing our fingers instead of what we did last time. I mean, we rallied, everybody got together, the chambers, everyone. And to me, this is the line in the sand. I mean, it's got to be the line in the sand. And because this is leading to other things of getting our voters sort of split amongst us. And so that doesn't, there's other things coming up that you'll see that are just as important. So we really thank you. And I hope that the community realizes that this is something we have to be loud and clear, that everyone here in this community is willing to not allow this to happen. I mean, this is very vital and critical. So I want to thank you for that. Do we have
Thank
any?
you, Judge.
Yeah, Commissioner Stout, go ahead.
Commissioner Robinson.
Oh, Commissioner Robinson, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Senator, thank you for your service in the military, as well as your service as an elected official. As you indicated, you said El Paso is Fort Bliss and Fort Bliss is El Paso. I'm a product of Fort Bliss. I was stationed at Fort Bliss. I served 25 years in the U.S. Army, but I served a considerable number of years of my military time at Fort Bliss. And I made El Paso my home and retired here. As many of my other comrades that were in the service that make their home in El Paso. It just makes no sense to me and like-minded people that we would take Fort Bliss out of El Paso and move it for representation somewhere else. Someone that has no clue about El Paso, someone that has no clue about Fort Bliss and the history of and relationship of El Paso and Fort Bliss. As I repeat, you said Fort Bliss is El Paso and El Paso is Fort Bliss. That's not going to change. Even if we, and God willing that does not happen, that they should get their way, and we're going to make sure that we do everything we can to make sure they don't get their way. But that relationship with El Paso and Fort Bliss will still remain. You can't take it away. Just like you get married and you get divorced. Well, you no longer living with each other, but you still have that relationship. So, and that's not going to change. You can't change the fact that you were married. Yeah, I'm divorced now, but you were married. So, but anyway, that unique relationship in his historical aspect of it, if you go back to the history of El Paso and Fort Bliss, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, and other areas cannot compare with El Paso and Fort Bliss. So thank you for your service, and we will continue to fight.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, thank you. Thank you
Yes,
so much,
Commissioner
Commissioner.
Holguin, please. And then we'll, I'm sorry, the red order? Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Senator Blanco, for all of your efforts. But I do think that it's important that we call out exactly what is happening for what it is. This is political partisan gerrymandering at its worst, and it is something that this Commissioners Court has said that we will not tolerate. So I am very thankful for this resolution. Thank you, Judge, for bringing it forward. Thank you, Senator Blanco, for all of your efforts on behalf of our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stout, please.
I think Commissioner Robinson had one more thing.
Okay.
The Senator was about to say something.
Pardon me?
The Senator was making a comment.
Oh, okay. Senator, you want to
No,
go ahead?
I just wanted to thank both Commissioner Robinson and Holguin for your comments. Absolutely, Commissioner Robinson. Our community is lucky because we get to have folks who serve in the military who have been stationed here like yourself, who end up calling El Paso home, and you're continuing to serve our community, and we get to benefit from that. So I want to thank you for your distinguished service, not only in the military, but also to our community as well. And to Commissioner Holguin, absolutely. These are the end products of partisanship. And what we need is to make sure that when we're looking at Fort Bliss and the airport, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever for the city of El Paso to have to go to a congressman that lives in San Antonio for any kind of federal resources or coordination when our own congresswoman here in El Paso has done a phenomenal job, as well as previous members of Congress. It just makes no sense that we're put in this position. And absolutely, this is the worst type of map drawing that removes a city or a member of Congress that has to work with these federal entities. We got to make sure that our member of Congress lives in our community, represents our community, and advocates for our community. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Commissioner Stout?
Thanks, Judge. I also wanted to thank the senator for standing up for El Paso. As he said, I was there last week, and you know, he was actually able to get the chairwoman of the committee to admit that Fort Bliss is part of a community of interest in El Paso, and so hopefully that that will help in his efforts to get those amendments passed. But you know, it's there's some pretty terrible stuff going on when it comes to this map drawing up in Austin. You know, I was happy to testify, and I appreciate also the senator for asking me some questions so that we could provide a little more information about El Paso and the importance of Fort Bliss and the airport. And I'm in the queue to testify today as well, virtually at the House hearing that's going to be taking place, because they are also in the State House map looking to draw Fort Bliss out of El Paso and put it into District 74, which is represented by Eddie Morales, who is also not from El Paso, and so we'll be testifying against that map, as well as the fact that they're going to be combining 76 and 77. So I just wanted to let you all know that if I step out here in a little bit, it's probably because I'm going to be testifying in that committee virtually. So thank you again, Senator.
You bet, Commissioner. We appreciate. I mean, you did a phenomenal job talking about how both the county and the city have skin in the game. I mean, we're talking real dollars when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to services to not only the warfighter, meaning the soldier themselves, but also their families. So you did a very good job in outlining how important it is for our city and our county to have skin in the game in order to make sure that our soldiers have a good quality of life. And secondly, that it impacts the mission of our national security and the big role that Fort Bliss has. So thank you for traveling. I know several senators commented about how important and how difficult it is to travel from parts throughout the state, especially El Paso, since we're so far away and flights have been limited. But your advocacy was demonstrated very positively. So thank you for coming in and doing that.
Thank you, Senator. I'm not sure if we have anyone from Congresswoman Escobar's office at this time, but I know they're very supportive, and we've been working with Eduardo. And so thank you both. This is something we really need to keep an eye on, and let us know, Senator, what we could do, and you know how we can. Each one of the commissioners just has an incredible relationship with each precinct, and whatever we need to know to show, and you know they can hear our voice really loud and clear. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. The best of luck
Thank
to
you,
you
Judge.
during the
Have a
day.
great day.
Thank you. Caesar?
Sir. Item number 6 is public comment. This morning, we're joined by Christopher Falk here in Commissioners Court. Mr. Falk, you have 5 minutes to present your comments to commissioners.
Okay, my name is Christopher Falk, and I'm a member of the Citizens Advisory Committee for the Parks and Recreations Department. And I was appointed to that by Commissioner Stout. And I live about 1 mile, actually I live 1 mile from Escarte Park. I've been walking and using the park for over a decade. I'd say on the average of 3 times a year. And I've got to know a lot of people there. Part of my social life in the mornings is talking to the fishermen and different walkers. You know, they're mainly elderly like I am. And so I got a call Friday by Parks Director Veronica Meyer's office saying that the park funding was going to be discussed today and to be here by 9:30 in the morning, which I was. Now I find out that, agenda number 9 is this afternoon. Well, I've got to be to work at noon, so it doesn't matter anyway. But as far as the funding for the master plan, if that is what it is, you know, I don't know if it is. I've been to meetings, and I've gone over the various projects in the master plan that Jim Carrillo of the Half Company has created. He has a lot of good ideas, but there's a lot of bad ideas and a lot of kind of crazy ideas, like taking out the 16th and 17th holes of the golf course, which are the 2 most iconic holes where you go over water. And in the meetings with Jim and Veronica, if you bring something up about a certain part of the plan that I would imagine they're going to present to you, they go, well, that's just conceptual anyway, it may not happen. And that goes for almost everything, the bridge over the lake, the shops they want to build over by where the fire department is. And so when we're looking at the funding, what are we funding? Because everything is in flux. Well, this might happen, the bridge may not happen, the shops may not happen. The amphitheater, which I think everyone agrees would be a great thing for the park, I haven't seen anything about it other than, yeah, we want to build it. So how do you fund something that you don't even know what it is? It's like buying a home out of state, and you ask the realtor. Realtor calls you, says, yeah, we're ready to go. You go, oh, does it have the 4 bedrooms, 4 baths that I wanted? He goes, maybe. Does it have the large kitchen with the gondola? Maybe. Does it have the view of the canyon? Maybe. And then he interrupts. He goes, well, sign the escrow papers, put the money in the escrow account, $3 million. And you go, you'd be astonished because you don't know what you're getting because everything's conceptual. And from what I know is that there's going to be another committee that's going to once they get who's actually going to pick the projects or invent new projects to do at the park. And a lot of these projects that they're adamant on, like building shops and restaurants at the park, doesn't fit in with, you know, the rural county park that it is, where we should be addressing the infrastructure and things that people use. That's one of my problems I've brought up with Commissioner Stout and in the board meetings, is that there's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be addressed to make the park look better, and they're just not being addressed. They have great plans for the large lake, but the small lake is probably in worse shape, and that's not in the plans either. So I'm here today just to say I do support the funding for the parks. You know, there's other parks besides Escarte. And, but I think when it comes to funding, I'd like this, if this is going to be like this, where we don't know what we're getting, I'd like the citizens to vote on the bonds, because maybe that way we'll know more what's happening. And when they're here this afternoon, which I'm sure Veronica Myers will be, maybe Jim Carrillo, and some other people, I'd like someone to bring that up, and maybe, you know, and if everything's always in flux, and there's going to be a committee of we don't know who picking the projects, I'd really like to see the citizens vote on it. That way we'll have a say in it, and that's what I'd like to say. Any questions?
No, Christopher, thank you very much, and that's exactly what we need. You need people to speak up and let us know how we should, you know, we're very committed to, we've sort of been concerned about other projects outside of the county that don't get people involved and the community stays out of it, and then they're presented something, and so we don't want to be that. And so
Wonderful.
every time if someone voices their opinion and, you know, has the courage to stay here and wait for this to happen, we thank you for those words. If it helps, we're going to have the actual at 11:30. That's right, Christina? We're going to have it at 11:30 and not later this afternoon. So if that helps in any way, we'll be starting this
Okay.
particular item at 11:30 this morning.
Okay, thanks. I've got to be to work at noon, so I was going to get out of here at 11 to change clothes and get over there.
Okay, well, hopefully you'll be able
yeah.
to connect with us.
Well, maybe I can watch it on a computer or something.
Please.
I'll try.
So, Christopher, thank you once again. Your time and your words are very well received. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the kind words.
No, you're very.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Caesar.
Item number 7, presentations. Receive a presentation from the Planning and Development Department, Transportation, Planning, and Engineering Division regarding the Fabens Airport 2021 Most Improved Airport Award, as originally presented by the Texas Department of Transportation, Aviation Division.
Mr. Landeros.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Jose Landeros, Planning and Development Department. This is a really great item that I'm very proud to be able to introduce to the court this morning. As the court is aware, the Fabens Airport is an untapped facility out in Fabens that the county, through strategic partnerships with public and private sector agencies, are really working to enhance both the delivery of general aviation activity, but also the expansion of other research facilities in partnership with the University of Texas, El Paso. And this project, this effort has been recognized now statewide, and the court's investment and strategic vision for the facility has earned it the designation of the most improved airport in 2021 by the Texas Department of Transportation's Aviation Division. Earlier in the summer, Mr. Sal Alonso, a transportation engineer, traveled to San Marcos to receive the award on behalf of the county. And it was very fitting that he had a chance to do so because Mr. Alonso and his team have been pivotal in helping to facilitate the vision that the court has set for the airport, and actually making contact with TxDOT and And if the court would indulge me, there's a funny story that Sal told me when he called TxDOT about, we have this airport out in Fabens. What can TxDOT provide to the county in terms of resources, funding, guidance on the use of our airport? And the staff member he spoke to at TxDOT said, I've told about 7 different other employees this exact same thing in my time with the agency. And the county has not moved on it to date. And Sal said, well, I promise you, if you tell me one more time, it's going to be the last time you have to tell the county what we're doing. And since then, the county has been able to partner with TxDOT and invest state dollars, local dollars to really enhance what's occurring. And now we're glad to say that we're able to introduce federal dollars to that mix because of the funding that planning and alongside economic development has helped secure for the installation and construction of 5 new hangars through the Economic Development Administration grant that we're currently managing. And all that wouldn't be possible without great staff like Sal and his team who have worked on this tirelessly in partnership with other critical departments like infrastructure services and economic development. And so we have some representatives from TxDOT that I'd like to introduce who will also like to say a few words, and then the video that we'd like to present to the court. And so would very much like to thank Ms. Carrie Campbell, the TxDOT Aviation Grants Director, Ms. Becky Vick, the TxDOT Aviation Grants Manager, and Michael Van Vliet, the TxDOT Aviation Airport Planner, who have all been resources to Sal over the past few years to help us position the airport into the strategic position that it finds itself in today, and will continue to be there as we continue to increase activity at that facility. So I will turn it over to the TxDOT representatives. But again, I wanted to just thank the court for this opportunity to present this very great news and this award on behalf of our department.
Thank you, Jose, and thank you, Sal. Great job. Thank you. You want to go, Michael, you want to go first? Or, so I've got Michael,
Sure.
Carrie, and Becky.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll
Michael.
go first. I'm the airport planner for the Fabens Airport. Ever since I've came on board, to echo those same words, Sal has been phenomenal to work with. Anything that we need him to do, he is willing to do, as well as do it properly. We got a lot of agreements in place that haven't been done in the past, and we did a planning study out there. We just are doing a pavement rehabilitation project, as well as fencing. And then I know about the hangars, as well as their admiration for an AWAS and fuel system. So we're excited to help out moving into the future. And we're excited and very proud of you guys for what you've done, as well as for the award you received. It's much appreciated, and look forward to continuing that relationship moving into the future.
Thank you, Michael. Becky? Welcome. You might be
Hello,
on mute. There you
and
go.
thank you. I don't know, can you guys hear me okay?
We hear you perfect.
I
Thank
had
you.
some issues with my volume this morning, but yes, as Michael said, anytime I work in the grant division with Carrie Campbell, and I also coordinate the conference. So that's kind of my play on it. But anytime that we have anything that comes through that we're needed from you guys at the county, I contact Sal. He's on top of everything. So he makes my job here with TxDOT a lot more efficient, a lot more where I don't have to worry about getting the funding or anything like that. He keeps me informed on everything. So this is a well-deserved award, and I'm really glad you guys received it, and I appreciate everything that you do, Sal.
Thank you, Becky. Carrie?
Good
Welcome.
morning, Commissioner and Judge and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here this morning to visit with you all. We'd love to be actually there in person, but we'll do this virtually. Every year at our conference, we do give away awards. And interestingly, back in 2001, Fabens won this same award. Funny how things happen, and 20 years later,
Wow.
really good things once again, and you've had a great nomination and some good support from our staff who actually vote on the nominees. And it's really a pleasure to see the joint effort of everyone that is making all of these improvements at the airport there. To win this award, the award actually reflects great improvements at an airport based on the efforts of several generally to make significant changes to upgrade and improve general aviation in your area. This award shows that the airport, with Sal and everyone else working together, has made some significant changes that have made clearly noticeable improvements for the flying public. That can't be done without local support of the governing body that funds the sponsor's share of the projects, that just supports the airport in whatever way that needs to be supported. And your dedication to the airport has shown through the improvements that have been made. I also want to say you've got some really good managers at that airport who really have a contagious passion for aviation. And they are, a lot of times the people who the flying public see when they come into El Paso County and they come into Fabens Airport. And whenever you have someone with that kind of contagious passion and just a welcoming mat for people as they show up, that is such a benefit and just such a good service for your community. Again, it can't be done without the support of the Commissioners Court. So from TxDOT, we want to say thank you so much for your support. We appreciate the effort, the community involvement, that everyone working together has really brought a lot of good things together so far, and good things are still planned. It's not like, okay, we got the award, we're going to stop now. You've got a road ahead of you that you're following, which is really encouraging to us, and it helps us, want to see more projects and want to be able to fund more projects for you all. When we give these awards at the conference, we put together a video presentation, and we'd like to share that with the award winners. This is something you all can have at your fingertips to show whenever you have naysayers about the benefits of general aviation, the benefits of that airport, doesn't want to see you putting money into it. Things like this video that you're about to see is just a good resource to share. We also have some good information on our website about the economic impact of general aviation, and we have those resources available if they're ever needed. I like the working partnership between Sal and Michael. Michael is generally our first point of contact for you all, and anyway, we appreciate the relationship they have. Sal knows if he needs anything, who to pick up the phone or which person to email. So we appreciate that. Just want to say congratulations. I've probably rambled more than I should have, but again, appreciate you, Judge and Commissioners, for your support and your time this morning.
No, Carrie, when we're getting accolades for El Paso, you could just keep on, and we'd love to hear that. And thank you for recognizing Sal, our superhero. It's always so much nicer, I'm sure he appreciates how we feel about him, but just having it from the outside, it's sort of very aligned with how we feel about Sal and everything that he's doing. So we'll see the video, and then we'll have additional comments. So thank you.
Our pleasure.
Thank you.
Our most improved airport is a facility that sits on the outskirts of a major metropolitan area. And while it served its purpose well for many years, local officials decided this airport was due for improvements that would increase airport activity and better meet federal aviation standards. Based upon recommendations outlined in their 2018 Airport Business Development Plan, local officials rolled up their sleeves and committed to several much-needed airport improvements, tapping millions of dollars derived from 3 major funding sources to accomplish their goals. Using matching funds from the routine airport maintenance program, improvements were made to the FBO building, including roof replacement and many other upgrades to the building. A beacon pole was installed and the PAPI lights were repaired. 2 priority improvements that are currently planned include upgrades to the fuel farm and installation of an automated weather system. The county-provided capital improvement funds were used to renovate the FBO building to better accommodate a local university research facility. These updates included the construction of new restrooms, showers, facility interior wall replacement, facility ceiling improvements, asbestos removal, a new parking area, and septic tank replacement. In 2020, County Commissioners recognized the economic development benefits of increasing the aircraft storage capacity at the airport, and the allocation of $1.2 million was approved for the engineering, design, and construction of a new aircraft hangar. The addition of the hangar is phase 1 of plans to add more hangar availability, needed to attract more businesses that will allow the airport to become self-sustaining. Another source of funding, non-primary entitlement and airport capital improvement project funds, were used to further implement major improvements, which include runway resurfacing, a perimeter security fence, electronic gate access, new airport pavement marking, and airside signal panel replacement. In 2016, the county entered into an agreement with the University of Texas at El Paso for the development of the NASA Miro Center for Space Exploration and Technology Research. This partnership is expected to result in the development of additional aircraft hangars and facilities. UTEP has placed a significant interest in their development of the Miro Center at the airport and hope to establish a manned flight school, attracting more airport activity and highlighting the vast uses of the airport. The county is optimistic that the ongoing and future development of the airport will continue to highlight successful business partnerships, increase aircraft activity, see positive airport growth and development, and will ultimately allow the airport to become self-sustaining. The airport is continuously demonstrating that with proper management of multiple funding sources, many airport goals can be accomplished. Please join us in congratulating Fabens Airport as the 2021 Most Improved Airport.
Well, that is excellent. Well, that's excellent. Something we can, be very proud of. And, I've had, long discussions with Dr. Wilson from UTEP and Dr. Shadari from the engineering department and their excitement. But I think that's what makes it so unique, these partnership that we have, the work that they're doing, the combination. I mean, this could be, I think it's one of the most incredible economic development opportunities for El Paso. I've always said, and we've always pushed hard for the county. We love the downtown and what's happening, but we want, at the other end of our county, we want these amazing things to happen and sort of push inward and have that, support of the entire county gaining from these initiatives. So we're very, very proud of what everybody's doing. And, Michael, Becky, and Carrie, thank you for your support. And, of course, Sal, thank you, Jose, and Public Works, just amazing, and everyone else that came together. But this is, I believe this is our beacon. We always talk about after we get out of the pandemic, people need hope and understanding and looking at the future. And this is one of the most futuristic. When you're sitting in the same room, I've had the opportunity to sit there with Boeing and Lockheed and Blue Origin in the same room and being with the executives and talking about this airport. It just really, really almost surreal to know that the kinds of things that can happen. The foundation has been laid. No more 20-year jumps, okay? We're gonna take 1 year. Every year, we're gonna show some incredible improvement. So, and also want to thank Commissioner Leon for his original support and his, thoughtfulness towards this project. So I don't know if anyone else, yeah, Commissioner Leon, please.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Sal, Jose, thank you. You might remember, Jose, back in 2013, I took a drive out to the airport to have a tour, and I was just taken aback that the county has been sitting on a gold mine for all these years, and it's been neglected. I spoke to the Olivas families that's still out there, and I looked at the public interest and at the economic development possibilities that are facing us right now. And I am just so proud of what's been going on, and I know that with the plan that we have, that we keep it kind of quiet a little bit, otherwise they're going to want to move that airport to another congressional district too. So it's a great improvement. I know that we have a tremendous advocate in Commissioner Holguin now, that we keep moving in the right direction. And I tell you that I get a call once in a while from people that own planes that want to use Fabens, and now that we have the possibility of transportation and other amenities at the airport, it's going to really explode. So I can't thank you all enough, and I know that we will be receiving that award on a yearly basis. Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Holguin.
Thank you, Judge. I just wanted to take a few minutes to thank Sal and Jose and the entire team for all of the tremendous work that they put into making sure that our Fabens Airport is a success. It's, as Commissioner Leon said, I mean, it's a jewel here in El Paso County, and we have to do everything possible that we can make sure it succeeds. It's a tremendous opportunity for economic development in that part of the county. So I wanted to thank the county team for everything that they've done. And also we have a tremendous partnership with UTEP, Dr. Shaduri, the Aerospace Department. I hope that the next step is maybe entering into a similar partnership with the Fabens Independent School District. I think that we also have an opportunity to provide our local students with opportunities that they may not have otherwise. And so I hope that that's kind of the next step in where the Fabens Airport goes. But again, I just wanted to thank all of our staff for all of their tremendous work. Thank you, Commissioner Leon, for your leadership on this so many, many years ago. Thank you all.
Thank you. Great foundation for so many things. My benchmark is, the president of Wilson has her airplane at Santa Teresa. So my benchmark is that even if she shares our hangars there at Famous, I keep pushing. But, having someone who was Secretary of the Air Force be involved in this project also has been extremely helpful. So thank you, all of you.
I had a question.
Yes, and Commissioner Stout, go ahead.
Thanks. Jose and Sal, congratulations, great job. Commissioner Leon, great job. I just had a question real quick, and I know that we had an item on the consent agenda about the quote-unquote hangar homes, and I was just wondering if they're going to be playing a significant part in the development plan for the airport, especially when it comes to land use.
Yeah, Commissioner, the item that you're referring to on consent was through the fence agreement.
Right.
Which is an agreement that allows hangars to be located in close proximity to the airport and, pass through our airport property in a coterminous boundary that they share with ours. The Fabens Flyers subdivision that immediately abuts the airport is actually a non-residential subdivision. It's not intended to be a residential. It's just for commercial uses. So they are, in the process of developing that subdivision out and installing and constructing hangars and leasing and selling that space out. And so in the future, those hangars will be private sector investment of hangars that will then be able to pass through onto our taxiways and ultimately onto our runways. And so it's non-residential. So and the only anticipation we see for that demand is commercial aviation traffic, which is the type of land use that we want locating in very close proximity to the airport. We want to limit, non-compatible development in the future. And so this lines up well with our objectives for that specific goal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jose, back to you. Any further comments?
No, Judge, Commissioners, again, we really want to thank our partners at TxDOT Aviation for all the support, the guidance. Sal's done an incredible job, and we have a lot of work to do. We currently are working on designing an automated weather observation system, or AWOS, while also designing expansion of the fuel farm, which was mentioned in the video. What that means is that we'll be able to start selling jet fuel in the near future once funds for construction become available. And we really think that's going to be one of the other milestones that really transforms what type of plane starts to land at the airport, because we'll be able to attract new type of aircraft. We'll introduce a new demand and service line at the facility. And that is also a big opportunity for us to identify a revenue source of, selling fuel to pilots and their aircraft, and then reinvesting that back into the airport. Introduce a level of sustainable revenue to the facility. So we're not just relying on the partnership with TxDOT or local funds, but we also start to introduce some more sustainable and consistent revenue streams into the facility for maintenance and enhancement. So we're poised to succeed. And again, most of that, and I can't say it enough, would not be possible without the leadership that Sal has provided and his team. So hats off to him. They very well-deserved award and very well-deserved recognition.
Well, thank you. Thank you, all of you, and for sharing your thoughts and ideas and your accolades to our great team here in El Paso. So thank you very much. You have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Caesar?
Judge, would it be okay if we took item number 10 up next?
Number 10? Sure.
Item number 10 from County Administration. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the marketing plan for the El Paso Sports Commission submitted for both the Tourist Promotion Program Agreement and the Facility Management Agreement.
Hi, Melissa. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Melissa Carrillo with County Administration. Thank you for taking this item up next. Within your audience, we do have members from the Sports Commission who are going to speak on this item. And in accordance with the agreements, the two agreements that you approved on July 12th of this year, they are here to present on their marketing plan and would like to share some of that information with you all. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Omar Ropel and Mr. Bo Bagley.
Omar and Bo, thank you for being here, and thank you for the continued communication.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Omar Ropele. I'm the President of El Paso Sports Commission. And today we're here to present to you the marketing plan for fiscal year 2021 and 2022. This is 16 pages long. I believe we already submitted that to your offices. You have a copy of it. It's divided into two parts, the venue management side of it and the sports tourism side of it. I will let Bo Bagley, the president of the Sports Tourism Division, talk about the sports side of it. Because it's kind of long, we also submitted a one-page, a one-sheet. That way we can condensate everything of what our goals, strategies, objectives, and tactics are for this next year. And if you have any further questions, we will be more than happy to answer them. Pretty much on the venue management, our goal is plain and simple. We try to simplify it, and it's pretty much to produce more money for the County of El Paso. That is what it is. If they asked us, what do? We make money for the County of El Paso. How? We rent the place out, we offered it, and whatever funds we produce, it goes to the county. That's a simple goal to be followed. What are the strategies into achieving that goal? Well, we keep the shows that are already regular clients to the Coliseum. Keep everything that has regular clients, everything that has done business with us, try to keep them, try to maintain them. With this new change or series of changes that have happened, some of them are weary into trying to see what's happening. So we're trying to make them feel confident that we are still there. The Sports Commission is there for them, and we are providing trying to provide the same quality service that we have always done when they're bringing out events to El Paso, specifically to the County Coliseum. Now that we are trying to keep our clients, we're bringing new clients, trying to build that list of clients, make it bigger, and trying to make a new list as we go. We're trying to maximize the use of other venues inside of the property to have more events. You were there yesterday in the event center. That's another event that we're trying to maximize, to market, and to bring more events to. A couple of weeks ago, some of you were there in the pavilion where we had the county fair gala. I don't know if you recently were there, but we did some improvements. And now, as you can see, we can make more events in there. Like that gala, we can turn it into a ballroom. Apparently, there's like a new trend going on with barn wedding style barns that we can make that happen. We didn't include it in the marketing plan, but I will give you an advance. Hopefully by spring of next year, we're trying to make the pavilion, turn it into a place where we can have farmers market, swap meets, things like that on the weekends, family style events, and I think it's perfect for that. So I think it'll work, hopefully. So we're working on that as well. We have the judging arena as well, and we have the Coliseum. Now, during COVID, we realized that the parking lot is also a venue, and we can do events over there on the venue, on the parking lot as well. Big fairs, festival type of events. So that's another place that we go. So when you think about the Coliseum, don't only think about the big building, but we have other places of it that we can maximize and potentially grow and generate money for you guys, okay? The last strategy is to pretty much educate the potential promoters about the services that we provide in El Paso Sports Commission. And what do I mean by this? Let's say somebody wants to do an event, but they don't know how. They haven't done never anything. And an example is right now there's like a cosmetology school that wants to do a gala to raise funds for specific organizations, not-for-profits here in El Paso. They have the intention, but they don't know how to make it happen. So they approached us and they said, okay, how do we make it happen? They already have some promoters, they already have some donors, they already have like an act that they want to do, they want to bring it to us. Well, we go ahead, we'd sit down with them and we'd give them step-by-step what do they need to do. And apparently it's going to make it happen. So if they have a successful event, they're coming back next year. And that turns into an annual thing. So now we just created another potential client that will benefit mutually, us from them and them from us by having them there. So hopefully that fructifies. Objectives. For objectives, we try to make something measurable, something that can tell us where are we going and if we're going in the right direction. And the objectives that we got is pretty much to grow the number of big name events that come to El Paso. It's really difficult for us to measure it with last year because of COVID, but according to 2019, we're trying to see if we can bring not only the same events, but more events and big events that generate an economic impact, more hotel rooms, that make people try to come to El Paso just to try and see that event. So hopefully we'll make it happen. We're trying to host more than 200 performances or events for fiscal year 2021, 2022. It's a little bit, we're reaching out there, but I think we can make it happen. We want to track the number of hotel rooms for each event that we bring to El Paso, something that we haven't showed you in previous years. We're starting to do that, and because you need to know, everybody needs to know pretty much what are we doing with those hot tax funds. How are we giving it back to the hotels in El Paso? And we want to track the revenue to meet or exceed $275,000 in fiscal year 2021, 2022, and that's according to the new contract. So that's a must. We need to make it happen. For tactics that we have, we need to improve the El Paso Sports Commission website. That is something that we specifically touch base with the Commissioner Stout about it. We're working on it. Pretty much we're in the process of bidding every service that we got, including the website host the service provider that we have. We're bidding concessions, we're bidding pretty much every vendor that we have, trying to see if that's in the best interest of the company and obviously for the county. And we're looking into obtaining services of a promotion company to bring special events into the Coliseum. Why is that? Big name events like Live Nation or AEG or Viva, they're always interested in doing a co-promotion. But it's against the law for us to try and do a co-promotion with them. That's why we had El Paso events. That, because of the new contract, we needed to pretty much cut ties with that subsidiary. We no longer have the services for El Paso events, but they're still asking, how can we co-promote? So we're trying to see if we can get the services, again, through a bid, to see who wants to be that in-house promoter, or not in-house, but house promoter that help us co-promote with them, bring the events, maximize the potential of events for every promoter, because that's pretty much what they do and what they're used to. As soon as we know what company it is, we'll let you know as well. That is for the venue management side. Any questions?
Omar, well, thank you, and thank you. One of the things we wanted was more communication, and we're getting that. And but we thank you for. It's just amazing how much you do with how little. And I know Bo will talk about yesterday with the hockey. That was really. exceptional.
What happened yesterday? I forgot one item. On the one sheet, we submitted also some results that we had because it was a little change in July. We were pretty much going everywhere, but we did manage to gather some information for August and September to just end the last fiscal year. And those were the big events that we hosted in the Coliseum. And pretty much those are the rooms that are directly impacted by just bringing alone the event. How much rooms that the artists occupy when they come here. And I'm not only talking about, let's say, Pepe Aguilar. It's not only about the artist, but it's also the group of musicians. He was bringing 30 musicians with him on stage, plus all the people that were there, his assistants, his tour manager, everybody. That's how many hotel rooms they were staying. Pepe Aguilar stayed here for 2 nights. It was Saturday and Sunday. They came here on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then leave on Monday. And then not only the artist, but also the production company that comes with him. He brings trailers full of equipment. Well, who's setting up the equipment? All the loaders, the riggers, the stagehands, the production manager. They need rooms as well. Even the truck drivers that are, bringing the trailers from one place to another when they're doing the tour, they need to stay into a hotel. So we just ask them, like, hey, how many rooms, hotel rooms are you occupying? And that's the room. So for just those 2 months, it was 853 rooms, just alone from bringing events. Plus, through Ticketmaster, we have a way of knowing how many tickets were purchased outside of El Paso within a 90-mile radius. Over, not Las Cruces, but over there, Albuquerque, on the other side, Midland, Odessa, and beyond. Phoenix, Dallas, et cetera. Even Chihuahua, we can track that thing. We're not counting Juarez. So the total tickets sold outside of the El Paso within a 90-mile radius were over 5,000 tickets. There's no specific math where we can actually say, divide this and give a specific number of how many hotel rooms, but that just gives you an example of over 5,000 tickets were sold outside of El Paso. They're staying here mostly on the weekends. That means they come on a Friday to go to the concert on Saturday, leave on Sunday, or maybe stay, depending on what else that we need to do. But we're bringing also tourism like that. I don't want to give you not exact numbers, but I will give you like how many tickets were they sold. That's the amount of tickets. Where are they staying? It's really difficult to track, but we're bringing people from outside.
Omar, this is great information, and I had the opportunity to talk to Marco Ortega from the Hotel and Lodging, and he's extremely happy with the relationship and the candidness. And not that it wasn't before, but I think we now understand what they wanted and what you could provide, and bringing them together, I think, is exceptional. And so he was very complimentary of the discussions that they've had, and especially to be able to present, this is the money that's invested, and this is how it goes back to, hotel rooms. I mean, that's the name of the game with hot funds. So, Omar, thank you for that candidness, and thank you for your presentation. Now we'll hear from.
And it's not only hotel rooms. If they fly, they rent a car. They go to restaurants, and it's a whole ripple effect.
Everybody wins. Everybody
injecting
wins.
money. That's only on the event side, but on the sports, we've been really heavy with it as well. And Bo Bagley can tell you about the unprecedented event that we had yesterday with that hockey game, once in a lifetime opportunity. I was talking to your husband, Commissioner Elgin, and he was saying, okay, so how big is this? I go, like, this will never happen again. So, oh my God. So
Yes, it will.
I won't steal both thunder with this, but here you go.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge and County Commissioners. I apologize if the bags under my eyes match the color of my suit, but it was a long day yesterday. As you all know, what an exciting and unprecedented event for El Paso. Craft Hockeyville. Not only it's the amount of hotels and money, and I think they rented out a restaurant last night to celebrate. They called this, and the NHL called this, the best Craft Hockeyville they've ever had in their 13 years. Wow. Kind of brings a tear to my eye. They spent the first 3 years in Canada and the last 10 years in the United States. Obviously, they did not have one last year, so this is Craft Hockeyville 2020. And this was by far, they said, the best one they've ever had. That's a testament to the Sports Commission and the El Paso Rhinos. 12, 14 years ago, Brian Kennedy and Corey Herman, putting their money where their mouth was and invested in something and made this happen. But number one overall, it's a testament to the community, the people of El Paso. The El Paso Rhinos and the Events Center and the Sports Commission won Craft Hockeyville because of the people of El Paso who voted online and made this happen. And that's pretty awesome. That'll tell you a lot about this community. So in terms of sports tourism, an unprecedented event like that was pretty exciting. So I apologize that a lot of this information is not digital because I wanted to update you with the NHL and Craft Hockeyville numbers. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, my phone's still blowing up. The NHL is still here. I can't get rid of them. So all the hotel numbers aren't finalized because they're still here unloading out. But as you'll see, you'll have a one sheet of our goals in the sports tourism division side, followed by our monthly reports. I've included June, July, August, and September, which includes the game last night, our best estimate of the hotel rooms and everything there. Goals for sports tourism, very much similar to what Omar said regarding the event side, is really the goal of the El Paso Sports Commission is to procure on the sports side, sports tourism for the county of El Paso. Strategy, research, events, and tourism and tournaments for the El Paso County. We use several different websites, communications with event managers all over the country, just working those lines, trying to get people to El Paso. Generate economic impact through hotel rooms from sporting events, as we just mentioned earlier. We developed a very good relationship with the Hotel Lodging Association, particularly President Marco Ortega, the entire board. I've sat down with them several times to work on strategies and efficient ways to let them know what we're doing and how to include RFPs, that's requests for proposals for tournaments. So we've already had successfully 4 RFPs sent out to the entire, not just the Hotel Lodging Association, but all the hotels in El Paso. We want to make sure everybody gets an equal shot. And so far, we've had a fantastic communication with all the hotels back in those RFPs. So everything's gone really well so far. And Judge, we were just at the Hotel Lodging Association monthly banquet last week, 2 weeks ago, and I plan to speak with them on a monthly basis or bi-monthly, updating them on what we're doing in terms of sports tourism. And I'd like to do that the same with you. Bring every couple of months or so, bring some monthly reports, let you know what we've done as well, and just improve that communication. Objectives, we want to, make a dent in economic impact, and so our goal is at least 1 to 2 main sports tournaments that generate over $100,000 economic impact, as we're talking about, like in the past, Conference USA basketball tournaments, the USBC Bowling Congress, Open, men's and women's open championships, or something like Craft Hockeyville and the Rhinos camps and NHL Craft Hockeyville. The numbers aren't in yet, but this has been a huge week. They've actually been here for 8 days. And still here, like I said. So 4 to 5 regional bids, that should be for generating $50,000 in economic impact. And then 24 performances per year that generate anything anywhere between $1,000 and $25,000. We're still the community building. We want to help the community. We also want to bring in those smaller events, as Omar spoke about our judging arena, has become kind of a home for our Borderland roller derby and also lucha libre.
Yeah,
It's
I
kind of
was gonna
making a
say.
comeback. And so that's kind of exciting. Also smaller boxing events that we plan to have. And boxing events draw from Albuquerque, also the Panhandle, along with Borderland roller derby. There's actually several big teams in Austin that are planning to come out here and spend a couple of days working with our girls and have a big meet. So that'll be a lot of fun. Tactics, we like to measure room nights with hotel numbers, match them with organizers' numbers, and a positive, constructive, and meaningful experience is a sought-after result of the El Paso Sports Commission. On the next page, as you'll see, it puts our monthly reports just kind of in a condensed form. In June, we had 4 sporting events sponsored by the Sports Commission with 1,350 hotel room nights. And as you'll see there, I actually spoke with the Hotel Lodging Association. You'll see in our monthly reports, a lot of those were with the El Paso Rhinos, NAHL, that's their new league, the National Association Hockey League, North American Hockey League, I apologize, and their rookie and recruitment camps. And those were huge, talking about 5 to 6 days of a lot over 200 kids from primarily Northeast, some from Canada, even had to quarantine 2 weeks to go back to Canada just to come out and try out for the El Paso Rhinos. They had 4 of those camps this summer, 1 in June, 2 in July, and 1 in August. And the El Paso Rhinos, not only are they Craft Hockeyville, but they're making a name for themselves in junior hockey all over the country and outside in Canada. In July, we had 5 sports events with 2,600 hotel room nights. August, fun summer, I'd say there. 7 sporting events in August, and then September 5 with approximately 1,300 hotel room nights. And again, we're still counting the NHL with Craft Hockeyville. As you'll see, the Sports Commission events and concert tourism in a condensed form that Omar showed you a little bit earlier today. So, in short, that's a bit of the sports tourism side of our marketing plan and what we've been doing the past few months, and we only expect it to continue. I'd like to say we're going to go get a nap right now, but we got Disney on Ice moving in, so it just doesn't stop, and it's an exciting time for us.
Well, thank you both, and I know Brian set the path, and you guys have really hit it, and so we're very appreciative. I'm going to bid for the Lucha Libre. I was at the
you got it.
I was at the Blue Flame. I was very impressed with the number of people, and they were limiting people, but the excitement, and I also found out from some of the wrestlers that a lot of the Lucha Libre really originated here in El Paso,
Very
and then
much
sort
so.
of grew
The
up
Guerrero family,
in
yes,
other
and
areas,
wrestling.
and so bringing that historic opportunity for El Paso. A lot of great things happened, but sometimes they go somewhere else, so hopefully we could.
Absolutely. We're trying to bring it back. We're working with a group out of Mexico City to bring a lot of former WWE stars here, too. It should be a lot of fun.
Everybody's very excited. So thank you both, and I don't know if there's any questions or comments. Yes, Commissioner Holguin, please.
Thank you, Judge. Well, thank you, Bo, and thank you, Omar. The facility last night was just absolutely beautiful. It was incredible to see so many people there and so excited, so much energy. And the before and after photos are incredible. You really need to make sure everybody sees those.
And remember, the NHL was here for 8 days. 2 of their top crew members just working on the ice, just for the ice. Spent 24/7 shaving it down, new paint, new logos, NHL logos on their Kraft Heinz. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it was.
It was great. It was wonderful. Thank you for all of your efforts. But I did have a question. Maybe Omar can answer this. I'm wondering, Omar, I remember some of my best memories from childhood is going to the livestock and rodeo show there at the Coliseum, and I don't think we've had one in a while. I'm just wondering if that's something that maybe we're working on or looking into. I remember that's probably, those are some of, like I said, some of my best memories growing up there at the Coliseum.
Omar.
Yeah, well, we're working with the County Fair Association right now, and they just had a livestock show prior to the gala that week of. But yes, we need to see if we can do something about rodeo. Everybody asked us about rodeo. We have bull riding coming in February with Tafirment, but it's not the same.
No.
And they want to do Mexican rodeo as well in June 22nd, but again, it's not rodeo. So yes, we're trying to work with that, Commissioner.
Great, wonderful, thank you.
It's so centrally, if you think about all the small towns through New Mexico and from Clovis to, all these places that this would be like, and that's what they've talked about, that there's, unbelievably, there's some some arenas and sites that are in small towns that are much bigger than ours, and we should be that central place for anything, especially with the youth. And when we saw that at the county fair and having the youth participate in the scholarships that went to them, and that also encourages our agricultural community here and give it some respect for what they've done for so many years. So.
Yeah,
We
and
thank you for that.
when we think of the Coliseum, a lot of times people just think of the big building, the main building.
Yeah.
But it's incredible when you think about everything else that surrounds it, and we just have so much incredible potential for so much that we can do there. There's
Yeah.
just so many facilities located within the larger area.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Commissioner Robinson, please.
Sorry, I missed the event yesterday, but I was cooking to feed the homeless yesterday, so
Oh, wonderful.
I apologize for not making it. I wanted to be there. Commissioner Stout reached out to me about coming, but I had a commitment to do that. But I guess my question would be in regards to cooking. Are you capable of having any type of events there related to cooking?
You're talking about like feeding big amounts of people?
No, I'm talking about events as far as where you have cooking shows or things of that nature.
We were trying to bring the Taco and Margarita Festival, where pretty much we were trying to acquire all of the different restaurants to do that. We were going to have a chili cookout festival as well, where people were going to pretty much showcase their best chili, that competitions like that. That didn't came into couldn't land those events like that. But yes, we're very flexible.
Well, as a matter of fact, you say chili. That's what I had on the menu yesterday at the shelter. I have the best chili.
We got an entry.
You bring the chili, we'll bring the building, all right? We'll make it happen.
That's where all this was going. We're gonna spotlight his chili here. Yes, Commissioner Leon, please.
Just a little note that I hear nothing but good things about the Coliseum, and especially you two. And I know that my beloved amphitheater may be still in the running for the Coliseum. So I'm excited about the future. And thank you for your candidness. I was going to ask you about the room nights, how you come about counting the hotel nights, and your explanation was perfect. That's what I needed to know. So thank you very much for coming by and for what you're doing there.
Something real exciting. I got to meet with a committee that's planning to revitalize and bring back La Fiesta de las Flores, which was so iconic in our community. And there's a lot of energy. There's going to be an advisory group that I'll be joining for the Fiesta de las Flores. And the Coliseum seems to be the most, it seems like every Labor Day we get rain. And so it's really difficult not to have it other than the Coliseum. So really looking forward to people working at it. A lot of excitement. Everybody I've told or talked about having La Fiesta de las Flores come back it was so us, right? I mean, it was like and now one of the things I proposed is that when you bring something back, you want to give it a different feature, and we're hoping that we call it the binational Fiesta de las Flores, or the International Fiesta de las Flores. And I got to speak to Mauricio Ibarra and to the Centro Cultural Mexicano, and they're very excited about them being part from the Mexican side, having the Fiesta de las Flores as coming together as an international opportunity for both sites. And so the Coliseum is obviously our go-to, and hopefully that they'll reach out. I don't know if they've already, but
I believe I actually already have reached out, so we're working. And we're about the most diverse building you can have.
Yes,
Chili
yes.
cook-offs to Fiesta de los Flores. We just had flat track racing to Pepe Aguilar bullfighting, and then or Maluma.
Lucha Libre,
and
Lucha just throw it in
Libre
there.
too. So we could do it all.
no, thank you.
You are a sports person. I have another idea, question.
Yes.
Basketball, which was my favorite sport for a number of years. The 303 tournaments, well, I guess my question is, do you have any ideas about bringing, I have some ideas, but about bringing basketball back to the Coliseum?
Actually have. I've reached out, having conversations with the Harlem Globetrotters. It's just now the fiscal part of bringing a floor with that. So, but I have looked into 3-on-3 tournaments. They usually provide their own floors and everything like that, so a rubberized matting. But we have looked into that. We've looked into a little bit of everything. So now it's just the fiscal part on the event manager side of if they want to handle that or not, but yes.
Yeah, and also, I think you remember that at one time, we used to bring in to El Paso the basketball from back to the East Coast, the N1.
Yes, and yes,
tournaments.
and one, the and one tournaments, yes.
Right.
Yeah, the very much open. Haven't had any conversations, specific conversations with and one. COVID-19 has kind of put a stop to a lot of stuff, so trying to get back into those sports events and like that. But absolutely, we're open to anything.
Yeah, the N1 and the Rucker tournament.
Yes. Oh, the record tournament is huge. Absolutely.
I'll talk to you offline on it.
Okay. Sounds great.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we're volunteering. If you need any referees, Commissioner Robinson's available. So
Okay. I think Lucha Libre referees, absolutely. They get involved. It sounds great.
Well, I was one of the best in the West.
thank you. Well, thank you both. We really appreciate everything that you're doing, and especially keeping us informed. And
Judge, I have some
we're
questions, too.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Stout, please.
Before you conclude, I just had a couple of questions. Thank you to both of you for the presentation. When I was looking at the backup here that we have, I see that you all have a number of goals and some strategies, but I guess what I'm curious about is kind of the plan to, for example, get to grow. For example, you have goal number 1, which is continue to grow the number of big name events that come to El Paso, and host more than 200 performance events for the fiscal year. And I was just kind of wondering what exactly is the plan to attain that goal? I mean, I see in the strategies as well, you're talking about continuing to promote the Coliseum, but I wonder how you're going to promote it, what ways you're going to use to promote it, what the budget may be. I mean, is that going to be on, through your website, or is it going to be cold calling, event coordinators or promoters? I guess I'm a little bit confused as to exactly kind of what the actual plan is. For example, on that goal. I mean, I see in the strategies there. But I feel like it's kind of a little vague for me, and I want to, I guess, understand a little bit more about how that outreach is going to occur.
Yes, absolutely.
Omar, go ahead.
For bring big show names, there's still other companies out there that are not coming to El Paso. An example is, for instance, V-Star Entertainment. They pretty much take care of kids shows. They bring Paw Patrol, Trolls, stuff like that. We're in constant communication right now and trying to bring them over here, trying to see the Coliseum and show them that the Coliseum can be turned into a theater as well. And fortunately, I believe we already have a couple of dates on hold with them for next week, for next year, right, 2022. And hopefully we can land them over here. As soon as they come and they realize that, yes, the Coliseum can be turned into a theater, we got them. So that's one of the big fishes that we're trying to hook right now. I mean, I don't want to say competition. I mean, the thing is, now they know that we're shopping for that, and now other venues are going to start looking for that. So yes, I don't want to give out the whole strategy right now, but yes, that is, for example, one of the things that we're trying to do, Commissioner. And it's some of it is cold call, and there's other companies that are offering talent buying agencies that we can. That's why we need the co-promotion as well. So we can, through the in-house promoter, they can call them, they can try and book them and bring them over here. And that's how we start building a relationship with them.
And I think one of the things that, with Brian Kennedy staying on board and helping out, so many years of contact with individuals and organizations and you know, and I think you mentioned a little bit of the marketing strategy, but I think that historically, as you've developed relationships, that's very valuable as well. So, Commissioner?
Yes, now that you bring up his name, we have Disney on Ice this week.
Yeah.
And then the company that owns the right to Disney on Ice is called Feld Entertainment. And we had a conversation with them, and they asked us, hey, how's Brian? And we're like, well, Brian is not part of the Sports Commission no more. So they went like, oh my God, it wasn't. They raised their eyebrows, and they called Brian immediately, and he says, no, I'm still a consultant, you know, I'm still there. So he pretty much calmed them down.
He's still in.
That is how big that company is. That's the same company that is bringing the Monster Tracks with Monster Jam the same weekend to the Don Haskins. So yeah, we're having Disney on Ice. The Feld pretty much is staying in El Paso for Disney on Ice and Monster Jam for the next weekend, and having still the ability of saying that Brian Kennedy is still a consultant and helping us whenever we, you know, as an as-needed basis. That calmed them down, and they're still happy, and they're still staying, and hopefully we need to make things right so they can still continue to come next year.
Yeah, those relationships are really important, and a lot of decisions are based on a relationship with a person, so we're glad that he's transitioning and helping out. So, Commissioner Stout, go ahead.
No, I appreciate the further information. I may have other questions, but I'll get with you guys individually if so we can talk about those, but thank you.
You were talking about Fiesta de las Flores, Judge. Right now, when we demolished the animal shelter, right now we only have just a big patch of dirt that would be, we can maximize the potential of the parking lot for Fiesta de las Flores if we just put a blacktop on it. So maybe, and we submitted that as a consideration for a future project as well, to renew the parking lot.
Yeah, one of the things that was discussed, that it's really difficult to start something and then you can't grow, and then you have to change venues, and you know, the more you keep a venue in the same place, the more success you're gonna have. And so there was some concerns about it's gonna start a little, you know, smaller, obviously, but then the potential of growth is amazing. So, anybody else? We got? Okay, well, thank you both. We appreciate your time and working with us and sort of being really aligned with what we had wanted going forward. So thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you, everybody. Un
Bo,
abrazo. Gracias.
thank you, Omar. Thank
Great,
you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Stout, if you, any additional questions, we'll be happy to answer them anytime. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Christina,
Good morning, Judge. Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. For this item, you're going to need to approve. So we will need a motion and a second and a full vote by the court.
Okay, so moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego,
Aye.
motion carries. Judge, you had mentioned earlier that at 11:30 you wanted to take up the parks item.
Yes, please,
Item number 19 from Public Works. Approve and authorize the adoption of the attached County of El Paso, Texas Parks and Recreation Master Plan, Great Parks for Everyone, as presented during the special meeting of August 19, 2021 and September 16, 2021 by the Parks and Recreation Department and Half Associates Incorporated.
Thank you. Veronica, welcome.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. We're here on this exciting day, this exciting morning for us. It's been a long time. It's been over a year and a half that we've been working on this master plan. We've had a bilingual public opinion survey that was conducted during June and July of 2020, and that brought us a statistically valid survey. One of the things we challenged our team to do was we didn't want just a statistically valid survey of all the community together. We wanted them to split it for us in precincts, because we know that the city, people who live in the city are dealing with way different things than what our citizens in the county are dealing with. And they were able to do that for us. So we are very thankful for them going above and beyond to do that as well. And it brought us a little bit more specific information that we needed for the communities that we serve. So we're thankful for that. In addition, the advisory committee meetings were held, and some advisory committee members also participated in other workshops, especially regarding Azcárate Park. The draft plan has been posted on the master plan webpage for review and comment under the overall El Paso County Parks page for the past 8 weeks, starting on July 9th to the present. Comment materials, surveys, and presentations were available in both English and Spanish. So I don't know if y'all remember too, when we had the virtual open houses. So due to COVID-19, we really had to change the way we do community input and surveys and create something new. And Jim Carrillo and Half Associates was very creative in creating a virtual room where people could go in and view what we were working on. Master plan public meetings were held on August 24th, 25th, and 31st, September 1st, August 24th through October 5th, and that was in 2020. And then we had additional ones June 28th, 29th, 30th that were held hybrid at Azcárate Park. And July 1st, another hybrid meeting on July of 2021. Because of COVID and because of the situation we were in, we wanted to make sure that we heard from every single group in the county. So what we did, we held some focus groups of people who use the parks for different uses. So we met with the golfers, we met with Azcárate Park and lake users, we met with sports park users, we met with aquatics users, we met with the Fabens community, we met with Progress 321, we met with different community members in 2020, and then again in 2021, July 1st and August 11th. We held design workshops with focus groups and commissioners December 11th, 15th, and 18th of 2020, and then January 8th to accommodate the court and the judge's office. We held preliminary recommendation meetings in May 19th and 20th, and then again in June for the community in each precinct. And then department and public works meetings with engineers, with different public work departments like planning and our engineers were held on a bi-weekly basis since we started this progress up until June or July when we were ready to do a more comprehensive final documentation. So we held many, many meetings. And with that, we were able to come up with a master plan for the County of El Paso that will guide the future 10 to 15 years of the County of El Paso Parks and Recreation. And it's not just parks, but what we're doing in the parks and future funding opportunities and priorities as far as facilities and operations or investments. But it's also, we also have a statistically valid survey. Along with that, we also had a pros consulting work with us. And so we also have an operational assessment of things that we need to do operationally to improve our Parks and Recreation department. And then, of course, and then finally, we have a funding source. And so one of the things that was very done that we did internally and externally was we did an assessment of every single facility that we have, of every single park. And so with that, that's how we were able to come up with a final funding source guide. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to Jim Carrillo now for comments.
Jim, welcome. I was
Thank you,
hoping
Judge,
you'd-
Commissioners.
I was
Appreciate the
hoping you'd
chance
be
to
here.
Come back to you, and as we said earlier, it's a very exciting day for you. I want to emphasize again a couple of things. This is a roadmap for the system. So in essence, it guides you as you go into the future. But as you well know, there's many, many details and other things that'll need to be worked out. So this plan covers many different aspects of the system. And again, it guides your staff and it guides you as you make decisions. We really appreciate what Mr. Falk said earlier in terms of his concerns regarding some recommendations. I think he speaks to the heart of the matter, which is that as you move forward, you have lots of things to think about in terms of all your different parks, but in particular Ascarete Park and all the potential things that can happen there. So again, we certainly appreciate the chance to have worked with you and look forward to continuing to have help you as you implement this master plan and make a lot of these recommendations become reality.
Thank you, Jim. And I was going to ask you about Christopher and your thoughts on that. So thank you for getting ahead of that. Thank you.
So again, Judge, Commissioners, I cannot thank you enough for all your work, all the hours that you all put in to this master plan, all your advice, all your ideas. It takes all of us, again, as I said last week, it takes all of us in this county. And we're truly a county team because it has taken everyone to put this together. And so I really appreciate all the time you all have put into it. I want to thank the administration that helped with all the resources as well to help us to get this done. We are pushing the bar in Texas as far as this is concerned. We're working with our county attorneys on well, it's not an ordinance, but in an order to, when we talk about land park dedication. So we may be one of the first in Texas, and so we are working with our county attorneys to change that in the way we get land dedicated to the county. And so a lot of things are happening we're real excited about. We want to thank all of our committee members for voicing all their opinions and their concerns. And I especially want to thank Mr. Sablasky and Commissioner Holguin. They had, boy, you call Mr. Sablasky about Fabens, you're going to have all of Fabens there. So they had they had the largest community meeting. We called Mayela in Commissioner Robinson's office, and she brought on the people there in the community. So it was very neat. So I want to thank all of you. I really want to thank our committee. I especially want to thank our Parks and Rec department, who met many hours listening and learning about what we're doing and why we're doing it and how we're doing it and how we can do it differently and how we can do it better. So I really want to thank everybody who worked on this. I want to thank Norma Rivera Palacios, our Public Works Director. I think she's here. And so thank her for all her support. And with that, I'd also like to invite Mr. Sablasky to say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Sablasky.
Welcome. Good morning, Commissioner Samaniego and members of the court. It's certainly an exciting time for those of us who are outside the city limits of El Paso. This has never, ever occurred before, where we've been asked to really share and provide input on what's best for our community. Obviously, we have San Felipe out in our neck of the desert, not the woods, of course. But we also have Reisinger Park, which, by the way, is such a beautiful little park. It's impeccable. The staff is doing a wonderful job of maintaining it there. I can't say the same for San Felipe. It's a monster. But we know that you all are already taking action in that regard.
We'll get there.
And so we truly appreciate all that you have done. Certainly in these challenging times with COVID, but it didn't stop the Parks and Rec from moving forward. We did have those meetings, and we were just glad to be able to participate, and we look forward to the plan being approved today. Thank you so very much for all that you do, and God bless you.
No, and thank you, sir, for taking the time. And, you know, one of the fears that I've had is that have we really learned from the pandemic? And one of the things we learned that the outdoors and parks it was something that was not taken away from us. You know, we had limitations, quarantines, we had everything, but the outdoors was never taken away from us. And that's something that we need to look forward to. And I've said we weren't ready for it. I mean, people were trying to create trails and trying to do a lot of things, and there's going to be a lot of, you know, unfortunately, more viruses and more situations that parks are going to be the key to the mental health as well as the physical health that we're going to have moving forward. So the timing is unbelievable. I always say we're looking for a beacon of hope throughout, and I don't think anything as much as the outdoors. That was a salvation for a lot of individuals, and I think it helped us with the mental health and well-being as we're moving into some very difficult situations. So Thank you for being here, your time, and everyone that's here, Mr. Del Toro here as well.
Let me just add one more thing that we're really grateful. You mentioned how important the parks are with COVID. You all are collaborators as well at Fabens Veterans Park. And we certainly didn't miss a beat there either. There's a collaboration between the county, the water company there, and the Fabens Independent School District. And so we move forward with that. Obviously, it was easy to meet the 6 foot separation as we worked and to improve that park. And so we look forward to continuing there as well.
Yeah, the partnerships, Veronica, thank you and your team for, I think it's been amazing. We've always known that partnerships are, the strength of anything, and being able to partner with Fabens and the school districts and all the different organizations has been quite a feat, but very, very successful. And I think those partnerships are the ones that bring us and keep us going forward. So thank you for that as well. Thank you, sir. Any, Commissioner Holguin, please?
Yes, Mr. Sublowski, before you take your seat again, I just wanted to thank you for your commitment to the Fabens community. It's been wonderful for me and my staff members to be able to work with you and know that you're always trying to do everything that you can to make sure that we're making Fabens accessible, our parks, to everybody. So I wanted to thank you and for all your work chairing the Fabens Veterans Park Committee. Even though Fabens Veterans Park is not a county park, I'm glad that we were still able to include it in the master plan because we're recognizing that it's nonetheless an incredibly important part of our Fabens community and, of course, where our county pool is located as well. So I wanted to thank you for your collaboration with us, for your dedication to our community, and for everything that you and the Fabens Veterans Park Committee do.
Well, thank you, and God bless you all for all that you do. Once again, it's always, I think it was said that it takes all of us to do these things, and you all are here, and I know and seen all of you in different parts of your life, and certainly here, but you all have always made a difference. And so, even though the hair gets gray, we still need to keep on doing what we can do. The Lord calls us when He calls us, but until then, we need to move forward. And so
Absolutely. Thank you for those words. Thank you. Christina, do we?
Rich, I just had a real quick question.
Yeah, Commissioner Stout. Thanks.
Appreciate all the work and again the presentation. I just had one question. You listed a lot of grants that have been worked upon, and I just wanted to know what you feel is the potential for grants with the master plan implementation, and what do we need to do to try to get to get there and make that happen.
Definitely, this master plan is going to just help us to get even more grants in more different realms, because we have a plan that has been adopted by the whole county. And so, for example, for Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, this will be submitted and it goes in their files, and it's to support any future grants that we may receive from them. So this is, and we get points or we lose points for not having a master plan. So we're excited that we'll get those extra points now with this master plan. So this will definitely help us. And we're just going to continue working on writing those grants. We have asked for it in the plan, and with this year's budget, we did ask for additional support staff to help us to carry out, because now we've gotten the grants, we've written the grants, we've got them, and guess what? Now we have to get the work done, right? Yep. So we did ask for additional staff, and so hopefully the court supports that this next year and the years to come, because we are growing and we want to continue to grow and expand the services that the Parks and Recreation Department provides, especially for those underserved communities in the county.
Appreciate that, and anything that we can do to help, especially my office, let me know. I also wanted to ask you if you could just quickly go over kind of what the next steps are for the parks and the timeline, especially for Azcárate. What are the next steps and what are we looking at timeline?
Right now, for Azcárate, we are finishing up. We just broke ground on the All Abilities Playground. so we need to complete that project. We're finishing up the festival area. It's creating a lot of traction, a lot of excitement for a lot of promoters. So we're really excited about that. And we are continuing. So it's twofold in the system that at least that I inherited. It's twofold. We want to imagine the possibilities and reimagine Escarate and create new and beautiful spaces, not just at Escarate, but in all of our county parks. That's one. But also over here on the ground, we're working daily to fix all of our parks to bring them to industry standards. A lot of our parks did not meet industry standards. So we worked on playgrounds, on skate parks, on where we just got that grant, as a matter of fact, this year, the 1.3 million to fix our skate parks, to fix playgrounds, continue to fix playgrounds, continue to fix basketball courts. Bring in new adventure courses, new different things to this committee. We just submitted a grant on October 1st. Did we get that grant and build that park at Horizon View? So it'll be the first park that'll have an all-accessible outdoor fitness equipment. They call them lots nowadays. That's one part, or it's an area, but they're all there and it's all accessible. So we are excited about those things. And for Escarate, the next thing is the number one priority for Escarate is the lake. As you all heard in many meetings, the lakes are the most important thing for Escarate. It's what makes us different and unique to all other parks in the city and the county, in the area actually. There's not much any other bodies of water. So we have a lot of work to do now to work on that lake. And so that's a special project, and that's the number one priority moving forward for Escarate Park, will be the lake. And then again, creating, we also got a grant, and so with that grant, we want to connect the park to the community that lives right on the east side of the park. There is no reason why they need to walk all the way around more than 10 minutes to get into the park, or drive. And without All Abilities Playground, we would want the kids to just be able to run into a park like, a lot of other kids in other communities get to do, walk to the park or run into the park and playground and access that. So that's another grant that we had received. So those are the initial, right now, we gotta start working on that. And we've already been working with our engineers. The lake is a specialty, and we have not done anything to that lake in decades. And so we have been doing some minor renovations, minor improvements, but I think it's time, and I think this court is ready, I think this community is ready to embrace a complete renovation, a complete dredging, a complete getting rid of all the silt that we have in there that grows the weeds, that causes these problems with the water quality. I think we're ready. As a Parks and Recreation agency, we're ready. I'm committed to fix this, to learn, and I have been learning a lot, let me tell you, from Texas Parks and Wildlife biologists, fisheries, engineers. I mean, they're excited too, that we want to do something to completely renovate and fix the lake completely. So once we do this, it's not just about the quality of the water, it's about the piers that we have that are falling apart, the walls that are coming down in the lake, and then all the silt that we have in there. So again, it's protecting and taking care of that whole biodiversity in the water and the renovation, so that our community as well, when they go out there, they can enjoy the park and walking along the lake. Where else can you do that in El Paso? So I think the community is ready for this, and we're definitely ready to make that change. That improvement.
Thank you.
And one more question is, there's different projects and things that we can decide what to do, but if we did everything on the master plan, the price tag would be upwards of $80 million, I think, and so it's going to be hard for us to write $80 million worth of grants, and so I just want the public to understand that money's going to have to come from somewhere, and so can we talk a little bit about where that money could come from?
Definitely. I think this community is ready, and I don't remember when the last time the county ever got bond money for parks. I know the city has gotten more than, I mean, almost $200 million in bond money. But I don't know that the county has ever gotten, or when the last time was that the county got a large amount of money for parks as far as bond money. So I think that that would be a great start for us, because then we can use that money to continue to leverage other monies. So the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department has a legacy grant. That's $5 million. And the match is another $5 million. We can do something in that lake for $10 million. So if we had bond monies that we could say, we have money ready to go, we have our plan ready to go, it makes it easier for us to, and quickly for us to get stuff done. To get some of these projects done, that would make it a lot easier and a lot faster for us to do the projects instead of waiting to see if we get a grant. That's right now what we're doing, and I know we're doing some of this too through capital projects, and we have leveraged some of our capital projects with grant funding. We had $317,000 for skate parks. We used it as leverage, so that doubled. I doubled that money. So with $317,000, we doubled it. We used it for that grant that we just got, the $1.3 million. So that doubled the amount of money that we're going to use to renovate our skate parks. And instead of just replacing equipment, we're renovating it and making it better.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for.
Thank you, Veronica.
Jim, you want to add to that?
Commissioners, I just get excited listening to Veronica present and just the energy that she has and the enthusiasm for moving forward with all these projects. And so I feel really good that all the recommendations will be well addressed and bits and pieces as you move along. So thank you all very much again for the chance. And it's really been an honor working with you all in this effort.
No, thank you, Jim. It's been great working with you as well. Thank you.
So Judge, Commissioners, Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney, you are posted for action on this. And as the item is written, it's to approve and authorize the adoption of the County of El Paso's Texas Parks and Rec Master Plan. So
I'll make that motion.
Second.
I like when everybody's trying to second, everybody's trying to make the motion. That tells us the spirit of this court. Thank you. Go ahead, Cesar.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
And don't forget, Veronica, the public-private partnerships such as we had at the Healing Garden makes a huge difference. So my vote is aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we'll see you shortly out there, right?
Yes,
Thank
you're
you.
all invited to join us.
Yeah, we're all. Perfect timing, Cesar.
Judge, would you quickly like to take item number 20 and complete the parks items?
Which one?
Item number 20, it's also a parks item. Would you like to just get those out of the way?
Any idea on the timing? Because I think are we okay with the timing for what you, okay, go ahead.
Item number 20, approve and authorize the county judge to sign and accept the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department Recreation Grant Agreement Federal Subaward for the San Felipe Park Off-Highway Vehicle Trails Program for the construction of 10 miles of OHV trails, modular restrooms, renovated picnic shelters, signage, fencing, resource surveys, and engineering from April 20th, 2021 to June 30th, 2024 in the amount of $400,000. A county match in the amount of $100,000 is required. $90,000 will be provided through the OHV Decal Fund, and $10,000 is available in General Fund, General Administrative, Transfer Out Grant Match, contract number 2021-0672.
Good afternoon again, Veronica Myers, Parks and Recreation Department. Congratulations to the court and to the County of El Paso. We received this $400,000 grant. It is the max amount, and we got the max amount for San Felipe Off-Highway Vehicle Park. So last 2 weeks ago, we accepted the $90,000 grant, no match required from Texas Parks and Wildlife, from the Decal Fund, and they said that we could use it as match for this grant, and that's exactly what we're doing. Again, maximizing the use of our resources, especially, and strengthening our financial health. And so we work with everybody to make things happen. We're excited. I love San Felipe Park. I did not know I was going to be doing off-highway vehicle park, and it's exciting, and I love the opportunities and the possibility. That is going to be a destination park. We received this grant, and we will be receiving the contract for the next. This is phase 1. Phase 2 was so that we could purchase the other 3 properties south of San Felipe Park, and we were approved for that grant as well. That'll increase, this acreage is 150 acres. That'll add another approximately 65 acres to that park. Wow. So we'll have over 200 acres of off-highway vehicle park for this community that doesn't exist as well anywhere else, only at San Felipe Park. And so we will be working with a firm in the next couple of months, bringing on a firm to design the park, and that's with that $90,000, and then we'll have that additional $410,000 to renovate San Felipe Park.
Excellent.
This is very exciting, Veronica. So I want to thank you again and all of our park staff, our public works staff. I think this is going to be an incredible opportunity to have this type of park in El Paso County. Like you said, it's going to attract people from all over the area. So not only is it going to be wonderful for our residents, but I think it also has tremendous potential to be a tool for economic development as well.
Want to make that motion?
Thank you.
Yes,
And thank you to the grants department for all their help with this one grant. The county attorneys, they're always helping us.
Absolutely.
Make sure, cross our Ts and dot our Is. And again, the support of the administration, we couldn't do it without them. Without, Norma doesn't give me the engineers, I can't figure out my left from my right. So, thank you so much.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Best of luck, and we'll see you out there right now. Thank you.
Judge, would you like to break for the court's afternoon break?
Absolutely.
Commissioners, court will recess for 1 hour. It is 12:04 p.m.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spayed and neutered services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Está más big. Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Está más big. Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spayed and neutered services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. It's 1:13 p.m. Judge, would you like to go back to our regular order?
Yes, please.
Okay. Item number 8 from County Administration. Receive a report and discuss and take appropriate action regarding the CARES Act grant, the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act 2021, and the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jessica Garza from Budget and Fiscal Policy. In today's report for CARES funds, expenses and purchase orders total $24.6 million. Current commitments total $1.4 million, and the overall remaining funds total just under $1.5 million. $779,000 remains to cover ongoing PPE and operating costs, and $718,000 are in the reserve account for the court's consideration. 2 changes from the report last week include an increase to the reserve amount due to the closing of a requisition and an increase to salary commitments due to a reimbursement for constable salaries for the binational vaccine event. We continue to evaluate expenses with the auditor's office to maximize funding in order to reimburse the general fund for eligible expenses. This concludes the CARES report for the week. I am available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Jessica. Questions, anyone? No. There are none, Jessica.
Okay. Next is the American Rescue Plan, CSLFRF weekly report. There is change to the overall balance. Committed and actual expenses total $14.5 million. The line item budgets in bold are the allocations that were amended on September 20th to include the allocation to the Health and Life Fund and for the UMC commitment. This concludes today's update. Any questions?
None, Jessica.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Caesar?
Item number 9, discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Joel Bishop with County Admin. Chief Rodriguez said he's going to be out for the day, but we do have Dr. O on the line for an update.
Dr. Carranza, welcome.
Thank you very much, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to give an update on the COVID-19 situation. And what we need to emphasize is COVID-19 at this moment, we need to continue practice prevention. And the prevention is going to be done in several different ways. One is with a pharmacological approach, which is the most important one, is the vaccination of those that haven't been vaccinated. Also, we need to continue educating the public in regards to the booster dose of the vaccine, which is going to be to people that have underlying conditions, people older than 65, and mainly those are going to be those that receive the Pfizer vaccine that are right now receiving the booster dose. We mentioned last Commissioner's Court as far as the inclusion criteria for this booster dose. We're happy to know that the younger adults and also the teenagers that do not have any chronic conditions are not included into this group of people that are receiving the booster dose. The third doses that are for immunocompromised individuals continue to be administered, and that's how we're going to be continue protecting these fragile members of our community. Prevention also is done with a non-pharmacological approach, which includes the wearing of the face covering when you're indoors and when you have situations that they're going to be exposed to a large amount of people, washing your hands, staying home if you're going to be sick, particularly now that we're starting to see those respiratory viruses that are coming in the fall and the winter. So the mask mandate is over based on the ruling of the 8th Court of Appeals, but that doesn't stop for us to continue strongly recommend people to wear the face mask when they're indoors. The numbers, as far as the new cases, continue to climb up. Over the last 4 days, we have seen an increase in the number of cases. However, we are seeing that there's a very sharp decline in the amount of demand for testing, which is going to be reflecting in a higher positivity rate that we continue to see on the scorecard. And that's why it went from yellow to orange, or stage 4 to stage 3. At this moment, the hospitalization remains stable, and that is a good sign. And we will continue to monitor how the number of new cases and the hospitalizations come after the mask mandate is over nowadays. I'm very happy to continue to see the immunization rate climbing up, and we want to immunize as many people as possible. And I'm very happy also to continue providing that booster dose to those that have chronic pre-existing conditions or those senior citizens. And again, 6 months after they completed their immunization schedule with the Pfizer vaccine at this moment. Moderna vaccine and Johnson & Johnson vaccine, hopefully soon we're going to be hearing something about them. And people should not be nervous about that, but it is going to be coming, that recommendation from the FDA and the CDC as well. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, questions, anyone? No, thank you, Dr. Carranza. Thank you for all these transitional things that are taking place. We're excited, but also a little nerve-wracking knowing how they're all going to fit together, and still having a little bit of feedback on this idea of might be a bigger task to get people to get excited about it. The hesitancy might be a little higher than we've ever seen it. People feel like, okay, I've done what I've needed to do, and so just hoping that the community realizes that the battle isn't over until we get everyone back on track with where they should be, depending on when they took their last vaccine shot.
Definitely, and that's very, very important. And thank you to continue promoting the vaccination. That is extremely important. That is a foundation of all the prevention that we need to be doing at this moment. And that's what's going to keep us in a better place.
Yeah, we have to realize a lot of things that have happened, and our luxury that we've had of people being able to get together a little bit more and all of that. It's the outcome of our discipline, but we have to continue going in that direction. And always recommend highly on the usage of the mask, independent of orders or independent of anything else. We really need to know that those were the pillars, right? The vaccination, the hygiene, and wearing our masks. That was the pillar of why we're at this point. And so kudos to our community, but we need for them to continue moving in that same direction. And our neighbors also working very hard. They have a big initiative, a big incentive of that we want those bridges to open up and be back to normal, and it won't happen if we have anything that is contrary to us fighting the pandemic. So I think it's going to be a huge contributor of that we open the borders based on how well we're doing as a community. So I don't think there's a better incentive than that.
Exactly. And we as a community, but we need to stick together. We need to do it as a community and as a region and continue to help. And we all need to remember that we have a responsibility with our neighbors, with our loved ones. We cannot be infecting other people. We can just practice prevention, and that's extremely important.
Thank you, Doctor. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Joel, back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. O. It is that time for the weekly updates from the court. Judge, do you have any
Just
updates?
a quick one, still working on, it's been a little bit more difficult between the ages of 12 and 17 to help out at the Tornillo Bridge, and the reason for that is the logistics is a little different. As I said, we're hoping that each school would take care of each one of their students. That way we know, since they're getting a second dosage, that we know where they originated from. So still working, but the mayor has been exceptional and is willing to support it financially as well, because it's a little bit more expensive than our previous initiative at Tornillo. So still working on it, but I think it's very important. They do not have any vaccines for 12 to 17 at this time. So I think it'd be a great contribution from our community to theirs. So we're still in the middle of this. Hopefully we'll resolve it in the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Joe.
Commissioner Leon?
No new update.
Okay. Commissioner Stout?
Thanks, Joel. Just real quickly, last week, as you all know, there was a task force, COVID task force meeting, and we continue to monitor, of course, same thing you're talking about, Judge, the situation and having conversations about the border reopening and to non-essential travel. As we monitor the reopening, we talked about just making sure that we're ready to be able to vaccinate folks who may be coming to seek the vaccine here in El Paso. Also, as we continue to talk about the Title 42 expulsions and how that relates to the vaccine for those who may seek it from Juarez here in El Paso as well. And I was also wondering if there are plans for distributing the flu vaccine at the same time as COVID or the booster as we move forward. I don't know if that's something that Dr. Ocaranza can talk to, but I think that'll go a long way in helping us to promote both of the vaccines. And additionally to that, I just wanted to express my gratitude to Joel and Public Works for their work at the Valley Theater property. I'm proud that despite COVID, we've been able to organize community groups to be part of that conversation, what's happened at that site. And of course, to the judge for your work on that issue, and the county attorneys and the district attorney. We had some great meetings last week, as you know, Judge. Also, I just wanted to update that Project Bravo has had its first in-person board meeting since the beginning of COVID last week. And they, of course, have continued to serve the community throughout the pandemic. They expended all of the rental assistance funding that was allocated to them by the state, and they continue to assist through weatherization, educational advancement, and other services. And also my staff had the opportunity to get out to Fort Bliss and tour the installations there where they have the unaccompanied minors. And just wanted to update that, they have COVID protocols that remain pretty strict as ever, and the staff emphasize their commitment to taking care of those young guests of ours. And finally, just wanted to let you all know that a couple of weeks ago, my staff and I were able to tour the downtown jail and the Annex as well, and visited various of the substations around the county, did ride-alongs, and just wanted to commend the work that the deputies are doing and have continued to do during the pandemic to make sure that folks are being kept safe and healthy. I think it's to be commended. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Commissioner Stout. Commissioner Robinson?
Yes. Last week we had the COG meeting, Regular Council of Government, at the new annual meeting and installation of new officers, which I attended. That, and then yesterday we were at the Opportunity Center. We fed the homeless at the shelter there yesterday, and I was pleasantly pleased with the fact that there was no individual camped out in the alleyway behind the Opportunity Center, as well as their own Noble adjacent to the Opportunity Center. So I think that the residents in that area were pleased with that they were not there, because it really caused a congestion problem in the alleyway and the street, the Noble along the side of the Opportunity Center, as well as the fact that the hygiene aspect of it, as far as people urinating and whatever, disposing of the unused items in the alleyway, not keeping it clean, that nature. But despite the fact that they're not there in that location, in a couple other locations, it does not mean that they've gone away. They're still out there. So one of the concerns I still have in regard to health aspect of it is make sure that we continue to do the outreach to get the vaccinations for those individuals that have not been vaccinated, because that and I say will, could continue the problem we have with the virus. We want to curb it and eliminate it as opposed to increase it or give opportunity for it to increase. But overall, things are not great, but getting better. Thank you. And in fact, one other thing, I would like to thank Joel and Irene and other staff members, as well as the individuals from the city, in regards to meeting with me, in regards to some of the issues that we have with the homeless situation, and in conjunction with our meeting we're going to have today regarding that item. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson.
Back
Commissioner
to you, Joe.
Holguin?
Commissioner
Thank you,
Holguin.
Joel. Thank you, Judge. I don't really have any updates, Judge, but I did just want to take a really quick moment to thank Dr. Rascon and all of the staff at the Office of the Medical Examiner. So I had the opportunity to tour the facility on Friday, and I spent some time with Dr. Rascon and with the Chief of Operations, Irene Santiago. And I just want to take a minute to really thank them for everything that they've done as we work our way through the pandemic. These past 18 months have, of course, been incredibly difficult for everyone, but they've what they've done in these past 18 months is extraordinary. And the care that they have for the families that they interact with was very eye-opening to see what they've had to go through these past 18 months. So I just wanted to take a few minutes to thank them, Dr. Rascon and Irene and all of their staff, and to let them know that even though we're, of course, we're always very, very grateful to our first responders, who of course deserve all the praise in the world, but I think that it's also important that we not forget our Office of Medical Examiners as well.
Yeah, when we talk about the hidden heroes, my
Yeah.
goodness, from August 3rd and what they went through, then the pandemic, and when we had the horrible situation, they've been unbelievable, and we've tried our best to thank them, but I don't think there's even a way how to begin to understand what they go through. I've seen Irene, after everything they go through, they never have lost that sincerity to every single family to this very day. I mean, she expresses her emotion, her tears to every single family that shows up at that facility. So it's just been remarkable. So thank you for reminding us. And I think we periodically have to remember that they're always there. We just forget that they're doing so much. So thank you, Commissioner.
Judge?
Yes, Commissioner Robinson.
One other comment. I and Commissioner Holguin attended the event at the food bank this past week. I just want to say that what they're doing out there to feed our population of individuals in our community who don't have a job, who have lost income or low income, that need to feed their family. We need to have at some point in time, very near future, have a lively discussion as far as our role with the food bank, as far as making sure that our community, personnel in our community that need help, get help as far as food and food assistance. The line for going into the food bank was from Avenue Americas all the way into the food bank, and it stayed consistent throughout and it's almost like that every day. So one is needing money to purchase more food, to feed our population, and then the other is having personnel to staff to do the work. The volunteers, they lost volunteers from the National Guard They got pulled out, so they don't have that help at the food bank at all anymore. So one is, how can we as a community and members of the community assist with that project? But as far as the county commissioners and the court, as far as what we can do to help make sure that there is adequate food to provide to those, and some of those individuals are there, I won't say every day, but on a regular basis. And it's not like some come every now and then, but some are out there on a regular basis because they have no other place to go, and they have no other resources to take care of their family. Because you talk about some of those individuals have the husband and wife don't have a job or minimal income. Then they have children, and then some have grandma and grandpa as part of the family structure as well. So they need our help, and we need help. So we need to have a discussion sometime in the future in that regard to how we can play a better role in that regard.
Agree, and I think they're putting together a proposal to present to us, so we'll be able to see that.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you. Both organizations are them too, sometimes I feel like they're left alone out there until to fend for the whole community, so thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you.
Joel, go ahead.
And Commissioner Holguin, thank you. To add to your comment about the medical examiner's office, I recently got a unsolicited compliment from some friends in the community who went through a very difficult time and just showered the medical examiner's office with compliments. They said they're extremely compassionate, caring, smart, thoughtful, helpful, and this was just out of the blue to me, and I passed that along to Dr. Rascon and Betsy, but it was really nice to hear that. That compliment came specifically to Christina Enriquez in their office. So, but it reflects on the office in general. So, thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner, and they're doing a great job during this difficult time. So.
Yes,
thank
you. Judge, I think that's all for this item.
Thank you. Caesar?
We'll take no further action on item number 9. This brings us to item number 11 from purchasing. Authorize the sole source award of VMAX and VoteSafe software maintenance and support for the Information Technology Department to VoteTech Corporation of San Diego, California, for an annual amount of $123,006.06 and 3 one-year renewable options, year 2 through 4, to include a price index fluctuation. Funds are available in General Fund ITD Maintenance and Repair Software. Pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 262.024A, 7A, as a sole source item, it is exempt from the provisions of the County Purchasing Act. Sole source will be reevaluated at the time of new contract to ensure compliance with statute. May I also read in item number 18, which is associated with it, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 18 from Information Technology. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the amendment to the software license maintenance agreement between the County of El Paso and VoteTech Corporation for VMAX and VoteSafe support. Funding will be available once the fiscal year 2022 budget is allocated in General Fund ITD Maintenance and Repair Software for the amount of $123,006.06. Contract number 2021-0763.
For the record, Jose Lopez, interim purchasing agent. The VMAX software is used by the Elections Department to manage the data and to maintain compliance of their elections records, and is a repository for the voter records and facilitates the registration process. The VoteSafe is implemented for the designated polling places and facilitates the use of the poll books. This is all part of the VoteTech software family, and The only company that can do this would be Votech. They have the intellectual property on this. They are the only ones that can update, maintain, and repair this software. And we have identified them as a sole source. We request that you authorize the award to Votech of San Diego for $123,606 with 3 renewable options, and that you accept the designation of a sole source.
So moved.
Oh, and while we're at it, if you would approve the contract too.
Okay. Move to approve.
I'll second it. Is that for both items 11 and 18?
We do have
Yes, sir.
We do have Mr. Art Nevares also from ITD, who is available to answer questions if you have.
Good afternoon, County Judge and Commissioners. Art Nevada's Information Technology Department. So in conjunction with Mr. Lopez's explanation of the software, the second item is for the annual standard software support and maintenance agreement for this software that's used by the Elections Department.
Read item 18 in. Have we read that in?
Yes, it's been
We
read
did?
in.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion
The
stands.
second was for both 11 and 18.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 12 from purchasing, approve the purchase of office furniture for the Juvenile Probation Department Nurses Station, ITD offices, first floor and second floor offices, using Omnia contract 2019001890, awarded to Herman Miller, BPSI Business Products and Services of El Paso, Texas, for a total project cost of $194,864.01. Purchasing approved on September 23rd, 2021. Funding is available in General Fund, JPD, Cap Out, Furniture and Fixtures, and General Fund, Juvenile Detention, Cap Out Renovations.
Jose Lopez, interim purchasing agent for the record. This is to award to Herman Miller, BPSI, to supply the workstations, the modular, the systems furniture, supply all labor, installation, takedown, and trash removal from the site. This is off of the Omnia contract, and we request that you approve this purchase for the total amount of $194,864.01.
Move to approve.
Second?
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 13, authorize the sole source for Tyler Odyssey for Information Technology Department to Tyler Technology Incorporated of Dallas, Texas, in the amount of $481,107.23, and 3 one-year renewable options, year 2 through 4, to include a price index fluctuation. Funds are available in General Fund, ITD, Maintenance and Repair Software. Pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 262.024A7A, as a sole source item, it is exempt from the provisions of the County Purchasing Act. Sole source will be reevaluated at time of new contract to ensure compliance with statute.
For the record, Jose Lopez, interim purchasing agent. This is similar to the Votech item that you approved earlier. Tyler Odyssey is a part of the Tyler software family of products, and it has currently been used by the County of El Paso for quite a few years now. It manages all the records associated with courts, justice operations, from incarceration to adjudication. And they are the only people authorized to maintain this software, update this software, or do any improvements to the software. We ask that you accept this sole source determination and approve the contract and the award to Tyler Technology of Dallas, Texas, in the amount of $481,107.23 with 3 one-year renewable options, 2 through 4, to include a price index fluctuation based on the consumer price index.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Joe. Thank you for all you do. Have a great day.
You do the same. Take care.
Thank you.
Item number 14, County Auditor. Pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 154.007, copy attached, order all money that otherwise would be deposited in a salary fund created under the Texas Local Government Code, Section 154.042, to be deposited in the county's general fund. The salary fund required by the Texas Local Government Code, Section 154.042, copy attached, has been a part of the general fund and is recommended this practice be continued. The Texas Local Government Code, Section 154.007, requires the order be made at the first regular meeting in the first month of each fiscal year.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Edward Dion, County Auditor. This is basically a housekeeping item. This item was brought up, and the issue was researched for further clarification back in 2018 or fiscal year 19. The Budget and Fiscal Policy Department did a survey of the top 10 counties. 9 of those counties, other than El Paso County, came back 100% of those counties all opt to use the general fund as a salary fund. And it's recommended that we continue doing so, as doing so is the most efficient and effective means of complying with this statute. If we did it by precinct officer, it would be a very inefficient process, and most of the precinct officers don't generate enough revenue to cover their salaries, and therefore we would be doing transfers of funds to separate funds for each of the individuals. So with that, does anybody have any questions?
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Have a
Thank
great
you,
afternoon.
Edward. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Item
Thank you.
number 15, Litigation, Justice, and Law Enforcement. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the State of Texas cooperative agreement between the Office of the Attorney General of Texas and El Paso County for the continuance of community supervision services on Title 4D cases for the purpose of enforcement of child support, medical and dental support orders from September 1st, 2021 to August 31st, 2023. Contract number 2021-0678.
Good afternoon, County Judge and Commissioners. Brian Stanley with the Domestic Relations Office. I hope you're all doing well today. Today's item we're bringing before the court is for our cooperative agreement with the Office of the Attorney General Child Support Division to provide community supervision for 4D child support cases. These cases are ordered to enter our community supervision program for individuals that have failed to comply with their court order for child support, medical support, and/or dental support. This past year, our community supervision unit was able to collect and disperse $1.6 million in child support for El Paso County families. I apologize for the delay in not being able to bring this item to you earlier. as we did not receive this contract timely from the Attorney General's office. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Judge. Thank y'all.
Item number 16, Health and Social Services. Discuss and take appropriate action to authorize the county judge to sign Amendment 1 to the Memorandum of Understanding between the County of El Paso and the El Paso Coalition for the Homeless, outlining terms and conditions related to HMIS data sharing and collaborative efforts. Contract number 2021-0640.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. Irene Valenzuela with the Community Services Department. Following up on your meeting of September 20th, this amendment is one that we have relayed to the Coalition and the Continuum of Care Board in August, requesting consideration to share homeless management information system data in exchange for matching resources that we provide to the Coalition so that they can meet their grant requirements with the City of El Paso for their fiscal year 2022 grant. The terms on this amendment were cited by the court at your September 20th meeting when deciding whether the county provides a letter of match commitment to the Coalition. The amendment proposes terms requesting expanded collaboration between the county and the Coalition, and it also outlines the data sharing consideration that we had discussed. This amendment also keeps our match commitment in place from the original MOU with the Coalition, but just with the added terms of collaboration and data sharing. And it also aligns with what the City of El Paso is requiring in their HMIS grant contract. This version was further provided to the new leadership recently of the COC board for review and their feedback. At that time, we also requested to present to the COC board on the purpose of our data sharing request. Jacob Miles and I, along with Emily Hartman of FIX, presented to the COC board last Thursday evening. We do appreciate that the board responded very quickly on that. They called a special meeting very quickly to hear our presentation. I'm happy to report that they were very receptive and they share the same vision on what outcomes we can achieve through the data sharing process that we've been requesting. Also, while there was unanimous consensus from the board on agreeing to amend the existing MOU, there was consensus on the benefits and the purpose of data sharing across systems. There was not unanimous consensus on agreeing to amend the existing MOU with a term as directed by the Commissioners Court. The board instead prefers a separate MOU and did vote to draft and forward a separate MOU to us. We did receive that MOU Thursday evening. It's not part of your backup. It's not part of this agenda item because it was after your agenda deadline for today's meeting. But I have invited Ms. Melissa Lopez, who's the new COC board chair, to come on and speak to you on the new proposed MOU. And I believe she is on. I see her camera on right now. Melissa?
Thank you, Irene. Judge, Commissioners, thank you so much for taking the time to hear from me. You all may know me from my role as the Executive Director of Diocesan Migrant and Refugee Services, but I come before you today as the new chair of the COC board. We did, after the last meeting, and excuse me, I have a little bit of a tickle in my throat, so if I start coughing, please forgive me, but we spent about 4 hours through 2 separate meetings discussing this issue. Irene, Jacob, and Emily from FIX gave us a really thorough explanation of the reasons for the data sharing, and it really made a lot of sense to all of us. There is no member of the COC board that is against data sharing, but the reason that we proposed a separate MOU, rather than amending the current MOU, was because we feel like data sharing is a longer term project than the current match MOU. So on the proposed MOU that we forwarded to Irene on Thursday night, because I promised her that after the meeting, after the vote that I would get her a proposed MOU before the end of the evening. So we did that. There's no expiration date on the MOU. And so we, as the COC board, are committing to data sharing indefinitely. So this is not, we don't have any concerns with data sharing. We just didn't want to limit ourselves to an MOU that expires in August of 2022, which the amendment would have done. And so by putting together, we took the language from the MOU as sent over from the county. I did tweak a little bit of the language. There was some concern as we were talking to providers about the sharing of certain data that they might not be allowed to share. For example, in cases of children, there was just concern that there might be privacy rules. For example, for me as an attorney, there are certain things that I can't, data points that I can't share on my clients. And so they had similar concerns, but in their realm of work. And so that was the only change that we made was that. And then we do have some concerns about the costs for us. And so we did put in a clause requesting or suggesting reimbursement. But as I told, I did communicate with Irene, and we do have a meeting tomorrow with Irene. I have a meeting with Irene and Joel Bishop tomorrow. We are open to further, discussing the terms of this particular MOU. However, we did ask to show that we are acting in good faith and to show that we do have every intention to move forward. We did ask Carol Boley from the coalition to go ahead and sign the MOU. We understand that the court may not be ready to approve the MOU as it stands, but we wanted to make sure that it was clear to the court that we are ready to move forward with data sharing and are ready to move forward. We have a fairly new COC board. We are ready to move forward. And I did want to address Commissioner Robinson. I know that you were concerned about our meetings being open to the public. You mentioned that during the last meeting. Our meetings have actually been open to the public for over 2 years now. I hosted the first open meeting here in our office. And we've made those meetings open to the public, and we will continue to make sure that both Irene, Joel, and whatever appropriate county staff have access to our COC board meetings. And as a matter of fact, we didn't even go into executive session to discuss this particular issue because we wanted to be very transparent about where we stand and what we're trying to do moving forward.
Robinson, please.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you for participating today in our meeting. As I expressed it a couple weeks ago, as far as some of the concerns I have in regards to the homeless coalition and the continuum of care, one is we talked about cooperation and collaboration. The data sharing was a major item. There are other concerns as well. I believe it was more than a year ago, we had a similar discussion as we had two weeks ago in regards to the same thing we're talking about today, as far as data sharing, cooperation, collaboration, between the homeless coalition, the continuum of care, the county, and the city of El Paso, because they play a vital role in this process as well. We propose amendment to the current MOU at this time, and looking down the road as far as the future is concerned, working toward having a new MOU at a later date, but we want to amend the current MOU to satisfy the requirement and our needs as far as the city and the county is concerned. I did have a meeting with the representative from the city last week, subsequent to our meeting we had 2 weeks ago. in regards to this item. I would like to get input from the rest of the commissioners, but one is my suggestion proposal. Not only did we talk about it 2 weeks ago, but we talked about this. Help me out, Commissioner Stout. What was a year ago? More than a year ago. That we had the basic. And one thing when we talk about data sharing, and the other thing that we talked about was, I feel very strongly from the standpoint that we, the city and the county, should have a seat at the table. Of all of the boards and commissions that the county is involved with, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that we have representation on all those boards and commissions that the county participates in or involved in. We fund them directly, indirectly. We have a role that we play with these various boards, and thus we have a seat at the table. It's beyond me why we do not, should not, and cannot have a seat at the table in regards to the Homeless Coalition and the continuum of care. So I'm not saying at this point in time that for me it's a game stopper that we don't have a seat at the table, but I feel very strongly that we should. But I'd like to get input from the rest of the court and the judge as well before we make a final decision.
Melissa, you want to address that, please?
Yes, if I could. Thank you so much. So we did discuss both the county and the city of El Paso, the request for a board seat. The decision that we came to was that we don't feel it's appropriate to have either the county or the seat have a designated seat at the table. What we would prefer is that individuals apply for open positions to the COC. And we have given, and the reason for that is because, for example, my seat, I'm the executive director of a nonprofit. My seat is my personal seat on the board. It doesn't belong to my organization. And so in looking through our governance charter and just in general practices for boards, we felt like it was best for either the city or the county to have individuals apply to be on the board as individuals, not necessarily as representatives of the county. So we did discuss it, and we had several board vacancies that were shared widely in the last year. And so that was a decision we came to, that it's not an organizational seat, it's an individual seat on the board, because people ultimately have to have a duty of loyalty to the COC board when they're sitting on our board. And so if they're a county seat, if they're representing, like if they're sitting there as a representative of the county, then when they're making board decisions, are they going to have a duty of loyalty to the county or a duty of loyalty to the COC? And so that was a discussion that we had in that respect.
Judge. I hear what you're saying, but I kind of have a problem with that. Well, let me ask the question first. Are all the personnel that's on the board, or they're on the board as individuals, or they're representing the organization?
They're there as individuals.
All?
So if they resign, nobody from their organization gets to take their place. So if they resign, what we do is we look at the pool of applicants that apply for that position. And so somebody from that organization could apply, but it's been, in the time that I have been on the board, we have not had anybody from an organization resign and had them replaced by somebody from that same organization. It just hasn't happened. And we've had applicants from the same organization, but for different reasons, we've chosen other people to join the board.
Well, let me ask you this. The other individuals that's on the board, are they in a role, do they provide financial assistance to the continuum of care, or do they receive financial assistance as a result of being on the board?
Nobody receives any compensation. We're all volunteers.
No, I'm talking about the organization that they represent.
There are some individuals who do receive, organizations that receive COC funding. However, those particular individuals would have to abstain from any vote related to funding or any sort of benefit that would benefit their organization. It's a clear conflict of interest. And there are several of us on the two of us on the board that are attorneys. And we are very, very clear, in particular, I am very clear when there is a conflict of interest. And I always ask that those individuals abstain from both discussion and from votes on those issues.
So those individuals, they abstain, you said they abstain from voting. So,
yes.
So to avoid conflict of interest, so you're saying that none of the individuals that they represent an organization, even though they may be there as individuals, but they represent an organization. So none of their organizations receive funding to see them to continuing care?
No, that's not what I said. What I said is that if they do receive funding, then if there's any vote that in any way could benefit their organization or any issue that in any way could benefit their organization, they have to abstain. That's typical conflict of interest for board purposes. At least it's been my experience.
Well, what if I would say to you that there are individuals that's on the board, and you say they're there as individuals, but they are part of an organization, and their organization received funding through these funds that we have from the city and the county. But they have not necessarily abstained from voting. Would that be an unfair statement?
Well, that would be unfair as it relates to funding that would benefit their organization. Yes, that's not a fair statement. We require abstentions on any vote that takes place related to funding that would benefit any organization who has any membership on the COC board.
So if there was an audit done, you would be able to substantiate that?
Yes, we have our minutes from our meetings, and we clearly note when there is an abstention for that purpose to ensure that it's very clear that that person did not participate in the vote related to funding decisions that would benefit their organization.
Well, the portion, and the reason my position on that is that the city and the county should have a seat at the table. The city does not benefit, nor does the county benefit. We are providers. We are not recipients.
That's actually not accurate. The county gets funding from the COC for the, oh gosh, Irene, the CE program. I can't think of I know the acronym, but the Coordinated Entry Program.
Correct.
Yes,
we are recipients. That's correct.
Yes. The county does receive funding from the COC board for the Coordinated Entry Program that is run by the county.
Is that directly or indirectly?
That's directly.
Well, but the county and the city is the vehicle for you to receive funds. Because without the city and the county, would you be able to receive the funds that you receive?
I mean, as a collaborator, I think it goes back to the issue that you were raising, that certainly, we're in a much better position as a whole community that serves the homeless to work together. And so that's why I've already had a meeting with Nicole Farini and her counterpart, Abraham Gutierrez at the city. And I have a meeting scheduled with Irene and with Joel tomorrow to further discuss that collaboration. We're committed to collaborating, but we continue to be punished for choices made by past COC boards. And we are ready to move forward. And that's why we moved so quickly. We had 2 meetings and spent about 4 hours discussing these issues to ensure that we, at the current COC board, it is very clear to the court that we are ready to cooperate and we are ready to move forward and we are ready to collaborate with Irene. Irene and I have been in constant contact, well, other than the weekends, I leave her weekends alone, but we've been in fairly constant contact for the last few days ever since this meeting. And so, yes, we are committed to collaborating. We are committed to data sharing. The things that have happened in the past, I can't give you appropriate responses for, because it's, I wasn't involved in those decisions. But current decisions and where we stand right now, again, we welcome representatives from both the city and the county to apply for board positions. And we will consider those applications in the same light. As a matter of fact, the HUD guidelines for us when we're considering membership on the board, actually we're supposed to have a broad array of representatives, and one of them is government. So we welcome somebody from either the city or the county applying for those board positions.
Judge, may I ask a follow-up question to that?
Go ahead.
Melissa, can you give us a little bit more information on what the deadlines are? How often? Is it vacancies just as they come up, just so that we have a better idea and can encourage applications by folks here at the county?
Sure. So we have the vacancies as they come up. So for example, when I applied, it was because somebody had left the COC board. And so anytime there is a vacancy, Camille Castillo with the coalition will send out an email. And to be honest with you, I don't know exactly who is on that email blast, but I will take it upon myself to make sure that both that Irene, Joel, the city all have, that email when the next time it comes out for any board vacancy. And, we would welcome their involvement. As a matter of fact, in speaking to Nicole, I committed to putting a standing agenda item on every board agenda moving forward, where the city and the county can share a space and share updates with us, or provide information, or create that collaboration that would allow us to have those conversations.
And are there any current vacancies? Are there any vacancies right now?
As far as I know, we do not have any current vacancies, but I will confirm. I do not believe we have any right now.
So there are no terms?
We do have terms. There are 3-year terms and individuals can reapply for an additional 3-year term if they so desire. And then also if they take over the term of somebody else. So let's say, for example, in my instance where I took over somebody else's term that had already started, then I don't get the full 3 years. I might only get 6 months or a year. And we have those elections in September of every year.
And I know you mentioned you were going to provide or make sure that Joel and Irene were on the email blast regarding vacancies, but would you also be able to add the 5 commissioners and the county judges' email addresses to that?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Well, I know that I'm the newest member of the court, and so I wasn't here when some of these prior discussions were had. But I do want to commend Melissa and Irene and Joel. It seems that there's been a lot more positive movement forward just in these past couple of weeks than what we've seen in the past. So I want to thank all 3 of you all for that, and I hope that the county can have much more of a role. And I want to thank the COC board for moving quickly, for realizing and recognizing that this was an item that was very important to the Commissioners Court, and for moving so quickly to have that new MOU drafted. I think to me that shows a lot of good faith on behalf of the COC board and their new leadership. So I'm very thankful for that, and I hope that we can begin to move forward and move past some of these issues that may have plagued us in the past.
Yeah, Melissa, and we've heard the same thing, that this is a very different conversation, and the feedback that I've received from legal and others is that totally different conversation. I think we'll always have the two issues: one, the data sharing, and obviously the representation. But I think those are things that with this new leadership you can begin to work on and sort of maybe park them a little bit, but I think they'll always be coming back up, that we want to be well represented, and then obviously that data is always shared. And I think I personally feel very comfortable that we're moving in the right direction.
Judge, I appreciate the change of demeanor at this time from what we had in the past, because there was no seemingly willingness on the part of the previous administration, not you, to cooperate at all, to even have this discussion. In fact, I made a comment in regards to the fact that the staff sometimes may be limited as far as what they can say and what they can't say, but there's things that I can say that maybe they can't, and things that I will say when I feel it's necessary, and I will say it. But when our staff goes to your meeting, not you, before your time, and they are not allowed to attend the meeting, and for the most part being disrespected, my feeling, and this is Carl Robinson speaking, my feeling is that when the staff go to your meetings, they're going to represent us, the county commissioners, so they're speaking for us. So if you disrespect one of my staff members, you indirectly disrespected me, and that's not made me happy, let's put it that way. So, as we stand now, the corporation, I feel, is a lot better, and we can move forward. But we go back to the point when we talk about amending the MOU. Now, the other thing I want to say in regards to, and I appreciate what you just said a few minutes ago in regards to the board membership, that one, you have term limits, but to my knowledge, I never heard any discussion or comments from anybody on the board, the leadership from the Homeless Coalition or whatever, that there was an option whereby one of us, commissioners and or staff members that represent us, could apply. That was never even mentioned. There was not one iota ever have I heard. I'm not talking about last year, I'm talking about the last 20 years. Has anyone said that, oh, you can apply? So I appreciate that. And if that's what your bylaws stipulate, I guess we can go along with the bylaws. I mean, that portion of the bylaws, of course, it's something, I feel the bylaws can be changed if there's a willingness to change. If we say we want to move forward and we want to be more cooperative and collaborate, I still feel very strongly that we should have the city and the county should have a seat at the table. But from the standpoint of applying, that gives us more information and more opportunity than we've had in the past. Thank you, Commissioner Holguin, for your comments. Where do we go from here?
Well, and if I could just really quickly, Commissioner Robinson, I understand 100% where you're coming from in terms of when any member of your staff, my staff, is disrespected, it feels very personal because we work with them on a daily basis and we know how dutiful they are to their job and how hard they work. And so I understand 100%, and I make a commitment to you and to the rest of the Commissioners Court that I will ensure, as long as I am board chair, that that will not occur. We can have differences of opinion, but we can do it respectfully. And so there's no need to be disrespectful or condescending in having those opinions. And I think Irene and I have already established a good rapport, and I hope that we can continue to keep that moving forward. So I very much appreciate that comment and agree with you 100%.
Yeah, that came from the board and the leadership of the organization to our staff. And that didn't sit very well with me. So I appreciate that you bring a better outlook as far as the future is concerned.
And Melissa, thank you, because some of the conversations almost led to our inability to help who we should help, and that's the homeless. And they were sort of truncated. You know, we'd have conversations, and they didn't work out, and everybody sort of went their different way. But at the end of the day, we were coming together to do what the objective is, right, and be available to the homeless and do as much as we can. So, no, we thank you. And I think at this point, I mean, I'm comfortable without the other reservations we have, but I would like to move to approve the item.
So, Judge, Commissioners, I just want to clarify what the item you have before you is the amended terms, which do differ than the new MOU that the COC board proposed. Namely, there are a couple of differences. Like Melissa said, she did tweak a little bit the terms that we had submitted in the amended MOU. What is missing in the new MOU is our request for increased collaboration with the coalition. That includes, and Melissa mentioned this in her conversations with you in your discussions right now, increased collaboration by allowing us more inclusion in some of the meetings, including the COC board, advanced agendas, and advance notice of the COC board. I know they are open to the public. They're mainly posted on the website, and so we'd like a little bit more courtesy of having advance notice of the board meetings, advance copies of minutes, things of that nature, and other collaboration efforts with the coalition, including regular meetings with the coordinated entry leadership, which the county supports through my department, having regular meetings about the performance of coordinated entry. That piece is missing in the new MOU proposed. And then the data sharing conditions do slightly differ. The terms that we propose in the amended MOU align a little bit closer to what the city is expecting of the coalition. And so if we can get to that point where we can have all that included, whether it's the amended or a new MOU where we can have all those considerations and we're aligned to where the city wants to be as well. We want to support our partners at the city. They're stakeholders in this effort. They're also very eager to receive this data sharing collective project with us. And so I think if we can get closer to that, we could definitely bring that back to you. Right now, what you have before you is the amended MOU. It isn't the new MOU that they proposed on Thursday.
So then, I'm sorry. So then would we not take action then on item 16, but we would take action on 17 to show our support for the grant for the city?
Yeah, I thought both were.
Judge?
Because I thought the idea was that, I mean, the idea was to go with the new MOU. 'Cause I mean, I definitely understand Melissa's explanation about, you know, not wanting to limit the sharing to the MOU that's, you know, that expires. I think that makes sense. And so we may want to.
But I think the new MOU is not ready, like it hasn't been
Right,
agreed,
it's not
so
ready,
that's why I think
right. So we would probably.
No action.
No action or delete the first item and then vote on the second one. And then allow them to bring the new MOU back and vote on it later.
Wait.
Judge?
With the position we would take in this, I had a meeting with the city last week and on the same subject. So we'd be on the same page, that we were going with the amended MOU and take consideration as far as have a new MOU at a later date. But we were going with the amended MOU as proposed from the beginning. and it's in the best interest of the county as well as the city is concerned. So in my discussion in the meeting I had last week, that's the position that the city is taking. It's not only the staff, but as well as the mayor and the council in that regard, that we're working. Our position is the amended MOU, and we will take consideration as far as a new MOU at a later date. So that's my proposal, my motion, that we go with the staff recommendation as far as the proposed MOU that we discussed 2 weeks ago. I mean, that's what brought us back here today in regards to the issue of they were not willing, up until today, there was no willingness to even consider the amended MOU or any portions of it. So again, our position and my position is that, and my motion is that we go by the amended MOU for this purpose, and we will consider a new MOU at a later date.
But
Okay, can we have Nancy? I guess you wanted to say something, Nancy?
Irene, did you want to jump in first? I think you wanted to clarify. Go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to add, so Melissa's correct in that the new MOU does have an expiration date. The expiration date aligns with the expiration date of the contract that we have for the coordinated entry project, which we use to match the coalition's grant with the city. And so it does coincide with that, but there is a caveat to that, that if we were to receive or continue with this project, we can continue to pursue that match effort further. And so I wanted to clarify that, but I also wanted to add that while we can amend this MOU with the terms that we agreed to, and then pursue a longer term new MOU for data sharing beyond the expiration date, if that's also the directive of the court, we can do that, amend that today, and then pursue a longer term MOU with the coalition and the COC board about future and longer term data sharing projects beyond our expiration date that we have in the MOU. So I did want to clarify that. I also wanted to add that the court on September 20th conditioned writing the letter of commitment to, which is your next item, the subsequent item 17, to agreeing to these terms. And so what I wanted to sort of clarify is that if we get to the point either with an amendment or a new MOU, but we got to get to the point where we align with what is required, especially from our partners and the stakeholders at the city, about the data sharing project. The new MOU is a little bit different than what we presented in the amended version. So I want to make sure that we align with the specific data sharing that we need for this project.
And the amended MOU was in line with what the city is requiring, and agreeable to, based on my discussion I had with them last week. In fact, with myself, Joel, Irene was on the call with the city, and this is what they're asking for and agreeable to.
Nancy, you want to add something just so we could move forward on
Hi,
this?
Nancy Casas with the County Attorney's Office. I just wanted to say that they did propose the new MOU on Thursday afternoon. We are still looking through some of the issues, some of the legal issues that we have. I have not had an opportunity to go through all of them. And so that is, and the MOU, the proposed MOU also came after the posting date. So that is also why you don't have it in front of you. But these are issues that me, Irene, and Joel have are discussing, and it should be something that, and I didn't realize that they were having a meeting tomorrow, but once I believe we have the meeting, we can then go through it all. But you do have the amended MOU that is before you. That's the one that you all, we had submitted, we had directed. That one is approved by the County Attorney's Office. And the proposed one is one that we are looking at and discussing, and I'm still reviewing some of the legal issues that we have to pay attention to.
Thank you, Nancy. Joel, you want to sort of wrap this up and give us a a sense of what you'd like to see here?
Sure. Judge Joel Bishop with County Administration. The court could approve the amended MOU. It doesn't mean that the COC will want to sign it, but they could approve. You could approve it, and we could go either way. We're going to negotiate with them on whether, if they don't want to sign that, we'll be negotiating with them one way or the other. It sounds like we all have the same goals. I really want to thank Melissa for jumping in and giving us this kind of refreshing update. Appreciate that. So yeah, I mean, I think we would recommend that you approve the amended MOU, and then we can discuss with the whether or not they want to go that way. If they don't, then we could bring something else back that we negotiate. One way or the other, it sounds like we're moving forward, though. The advantage of the amended MOU is it does tie funding to it. I mean, if we don't do that, the funding is not tied to a non-amended MOU, and ultimately a long-term agreement with the county. Although that's fine, we're interested in a long-term agreement with them sharing their data with FIX. And that's the main thing. So that, which is more important than a long-term agreement with the county. Our coordinated entry grant is going to be over next year. So our concern is that there is a long-term data sharing agreement with the Paso Del Norte Health Information Exchange, and it sounds like the COC board wants to do that, which is good, and I think amending this MOU makes sense. It may not make sense to them, I don't know yet, but I think it does make sense to approve that and the letter of commitment. So, Irene, did I miss anything?
Commissioner Holguin, did you have any?
Well, so I think Melissa, has the COC board already reviewed the proposed amended MOU, but then decided on the new MOU course instead?
Yes, because we felt, again, going back to our commitment to data sharing and this renewed relationship, and the collaboration piece we can certainly add that back in. Frankly, I'm not a contracts attorney. Nancy and I spoke last week, but I'm not a contracts attorney. And so we did our best to take the language from the amended MOU and put it into the new one. But we do feel like data sharing and collaboration should go beyond the end of the coordinated entry contract, which ends in August of 2022. And so that was the main motivation, because one of the things that our current MOU expires in 2024. The amendment proposes ending the current MOU, revising the end date of the current MOU to August of 2022. So we would essentially be agreeing to a 10-month MOU, which to us doesn't make sense when data sharing, whether it be with FIX, and then in turn collaboration with the county, feels like a longer term commitment that we should be making. And so it was more in the sense of wanting to make this a longer term agreement and not shorten it to end in 10 months from now.
And I guess that's my concern. I don't know why the court would approve the amended MOU, knowing that the COC board has already seen it and is not inclined to agree with it, but rather wants to negotiate with the new MOU. I mean, it sounds like the two documents are still the best of both, or trying to be to create one document. So I guess that's why I don't understand why we would approve the amendment when the COC, we already know the COC board doesn't agree with it, and that's why they submitted their own. So to me, it seems a little bit premature. I feel like these discussions have been very productive for the past few days, but there's still a little bit more to go with them before we actually have a final document. That's why I feel it's a little bit premature for us to approve the amended MOU.
Well, Commissioner,
Joel, what was the idea to establish where we're at? I think this morning in my orientation was more to present it to see where they're at. And this is what we want, and we want to really officially find out where you're at, kind of.
Yeah, because, and thank you, Commissioner Holguin. Judge, I don't think we had heard back, at least I hadn't heard an official word back on what they the COC board's response to
Would
our
accept, yeah.
to the amendment. But yeah, what you say makes sense, Commissioner. It does. I just think that a commitment to the match, I think, is appropriate with the data sharing instead of doing something that doesn't that doesn't tie those two together. I think if we do an amended MOU, I think that's fine and it makes sense for the reasons that Melissa and has articulated. And but I also think we should tie it together. And I also I strongly suggested wording the collaboration expectations and writing in there so we don't run into some of the issues we have in the past. And it sounds like there's a willingness to do that as well. So I think that'd be fine. If we want to move forward with a separate MOU because they're clearly not going to sign this, that makes sense to sign the amendment. But we do have to make sure that it's, it meets those requirements and to move forward in a good direction. But I'm really encouraged by what I hear here today. So,
Judge,
Go ahead, Commissioner Robinson.
I still say that we should stick with the course that we had charted out from 2 weeks ago, that we do an amendment to the MOU and work towards a long-term MOU at a later date. Prior to today, there was no cooperation. There was no willingness to cooperate at all. We're talking about a number of years that we've been talking about this, not just in the last 2 weeks. So, and once again, in the frustration that the city had in the same regard, that we can't even talk to them. They won't even talk to us. We were trying to get cooperation. So I feel that in order to hold their feet to the fire, if you will use that term, and the new leadership is great, but we still should hold their feet to the fire as far as the amendment to the MOU and work down after we get this resolved. Well, in other words, let me put it this way. What have we received? Prior to today, what have we received in this regard? Commissioner Stout has been here longer than I have. I recall during my time with the city on the same subject, there was no cooperation at all, none, from the Homeless Coalition and continuing care. There was, I'm not saying there's any, with the new leadership, as far as any buddy, you scratch my back, I scratch your back. But some things I won't discuss here, but I can discuss with you individually or separately, that there was, you scratch my back, and I'll scratch your back. And that there were organizations who were left out as far as the funding that we are providing to go to the coalition and to the continuing care. So if you are not on the right buddy list, you got left out. And it goes against what we are here for as far as what the funding is. It's not for me. It's for the people that we represent who are out there, who are homeless, who need assistance one way or the other. And we should be working towards, are we serving the community? Are we serving the community best? So I still stand on the fact that we should go with the amended MOU and work towards a long-term MOU at a later date.
Commissioner Leon, please.
Joel, just a quick question. So what you're recommending is that this amended MOU is a negotiation tool that will lead us to the ultimate MOU?
Well, the court could approve that the MOU and see as it's written, which I think is reasonable, but I think it's clear that they don't want to sign that, which means we'll negotiate with them with a separate MOU. and a potential longer term. I do think it should be tied to the match. I do want to see that. I think one way or the other, as long as it's tied to the match, I think the main thing, we do have Nicole Farini on the line from the city, and she might clarify from their perspective what they need. I think the main thing they need is just, from us, is just that letter of commitment to share the data. So that's the main thing. I don't think the MOU is, especially hearing Melissa and the way they want to move forward, I don't think the MOU is as important as that letter of commitment, so the city city and county are aligned as far as how the city moves forward. So
I just want to make sure that it's clear, though, if we, so we've heard that the MOU, the amended MOU that's on the agenda today is probably not something that's going to be signed. But we're also the next item is to actually approve providing the cash match, right? And so if we're doing that based upon the goodwill of the new leadership, and I want to make sure that that's very explicit and that we all understand that. I understand and I completely agree with Commissioner Robinson and his sentiment when it comes to how we've been treated by prior leadership on this board, and I don't think that the new leadership is going to treat us the same way. But you get burned once, it's hard to, it's hard to want to have that trust, right? Because again, we don't have, other than the goodwill, we don't have anything to negotiate with if we sign the letter before we have an MOU. So just want to put that on the table.
Nicole, just wanted to.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Stout if I can. This is actually not a cash match. This is an in-kind match of $40,000. And so it's an in-kind match in the sense that Irene's time, some of her time is devoted to the work, but it's not a cash match. It's an in-kind match. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Sure. Yeah, it's worded like that on our agenda item. It says cash match, so that's why I was referring to that. But I understood. Thank you very much for the clarification.
Can we hear from Nicole?
Yeah, Nicole, just, we've been discussing, but one of the basic items is our partnership and stakeholders and your expectation of us so that we align accordingly. So maybe you could help us with that, Nicole.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge. And Commissioners, for the record, Nicole Farini, Chief Resilience Officer, City of El Paso. Pleased to be in front of the court. For clarification, what the city needs at this point in time is a confirmation that the Coalition for the Homeless is in good standing regarding the MOU that you have with them to provide the match in whatever form that match is provided. And so we cannot execute our agreement with the coalition until we have that confirmation of good standing, which is the letter that we were requesting. I would say, without moving into sharing my own opinion, what I would say is that we have been absolutely in lockstep with the county staff for several years now in our efforts to not only enhance collaboration, but also to encourage the sharing of data. And I think what you're seeing now as a function of the language that's in the amended MOU, as well as exactly what is in the legal contract obligation for federal funds on the part of the city, is the details of how that occurs. And so that's really the goal we're looking for. And I would say that we've also been encouraged. I've had a number of conversations now. We were part of the COC board meeting the other day. We had a conversation with the COC leadership last week. I'm very, very encouraged by the path moving forward. But I do think that in the world that we work in terms specifically of federal funding, we need documented confirmation that action will be taken. And so that would be my recommendation to the court, is simply to assure that that will happen so that you can sign the letter so that we can then execute our contract. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you all have any for me.
Thank you, Nicole.
Judge, may I read in item number 17 since the conversation is...
Sure, please.
Okay. Item number 17, postponed September 20th, 2021. Discuss and take appropriate action to authorize the county judge to provide a letter to the El Paso Coalition for the Homeless, committing cash match funds for their homeless management information system grant with the city of El Paso.
Thank you, Cesar.
Just a question. Judge.
Yes, Commissioner Robinson?
Legal, help me out here. If we don't go, or if the coalition or the continuing care choose not to sign the MOU, but we sign the letter, the judge signs a letter which gives them the funding, what course do we have, or what am I questioning? What course do we have in that regard? In other words, the judge signs a letter, they get the money, but they choose not to sign the MOU. We're right back where we were. Has anything changed?
Sure, and if I could just clarify, this is Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney, and I think just to kind of keep things straight, because we keep referring to amended MOU, but we're hearing two versions of it. So I will say amended MOU is the MOU that has been drafted, has been presented, I believe, to the coalition, but has not yet been discussed with their board to make a determination whether or not they would accept those terms. What I'm hearing is that they still may need a few tweaks, but the amended MOU is what has been posted in your backup and has been reviewed by our department. And of course, the content was reviewed also with the Community Services Department and what we would be proposing, or what the county would be proposing. So that's your amended MOU. The proposed MOU is the one that the coalition had just provided Thursday afternoon. It's my understanding from Ms. Casas that they're still reviewing it, still trying to make a determination as to whether or not, can we work with this, can we not? Now, if the county today were to approve item number 16, which is the amended MOU, which has been provided as in the backup, that means, of course, the Commissioners Court has approved that. However, it still needs to go and have final approval by the coalition. If the coalition chooses not to accept it or to approve it from their own board, we do not have an agreement. You need two parties to an agreement in order to have a contract. So in that case, the current arrangement that you have, it continues. The current contract that you have with the coalition continues. There's no amended MOU, even though this Commissioners Court has voted to approve the contract as you want it to be today. Now, the second question to that is, okay, for item number 17, we have here a letter that is being requested that the county sign off on. If the county were to sign off on that or approve that today, does that somehow remove any recourse or any action that we could take should the coalition not decide to approve the amended MOU as proposed? No, the court would have already taken action, in other words, to move forward and sign that letter that is being proposed as item 17. Now, from the discussion 2 weeks ago, from what I understood and from what I was hearing from the court, is you wanted this item postponed for 2 weeks to kind of determine or make a determination whether or not some sort of agreement, understanding could come between both the coalition and the county. Again, it still seems as if there's points that still need to be discussed. The coalition is meeting tomorrow to iron that out. So, that was going to be your leverage, if you will, in order to say, okay, agree to these terms, and then we will sign this letter. However, again, if the court approves this MOU today, which you certainly can, it doesn't mean that the other party will necessarily do so, because we haven't reached that point yet. But the current MOU stays in place. So that's where we are on the contracts.
Well, how about if, staying with the way the agenda is posted, but add to that that the letter that the judge will be signing is contingent upon the coalition agreeing to and signing off on the amended MOU that we talked about 2 weeks ago.
You certainly can add that as part of your motion, in other words, making it contingent on a final agreement that both parties agree to. However, I think the issue, what the issue was 2 weeks ago is that the city needed this letter right away. I believe they extended that deadline to today, and so it's really contingent upon whatever deadline the city would probably need. Of course, that could be your consideration. It's always up to you whether or not to authorize that particular item, but I wanted to make this court aware that there's probably some deadlines. I can't speak to those deadlines, but perhaps our subject matter experts who have been working on this item can speak to that.
Nicole, you want to address that time frame?
Absolutely, sir. So I want to be careful with my words this morning, or excuse me, this afternoon. The city is going to be flexible and work with the county and the coalition to make this work, because ultimately all of our goals are to bring this data together. So we're going to be flexible. That being said, every day that we delay is a day that funding goes unused and sits in our coffers and does not go out into the community for the purpose for which it's intended. So while I will say it's well within my authority to allow a further extension, and I'm willing to do that, I do want to caution the court and the group as a whole that every day we waste is a day that that funding is not out on the ground.
Well, Judge, I will go to amend my motion to add that contingent upon them, the coalition accepting the amended MOU. It is in the best interest of all concerned, as Nicole indicated. But I feel that if they need our assistance and they want to accept the funding, that they will agree to the amended MOU as we discussed 2 weeks ago.
So you have 2 items, just to kind of keep things clear and
Yeah.
at least some procedural direction to the court. Item 16 is to approve and authorize the judge to sign the MOU with the Coalition for the Homeless, and that amended MOU is what has been posted and reflected at the backup. Again, if that is your motion to approve, just want to make sure that this is on the record and clear that the coalition has not reviewed it or has approved that as of yet, but you certainly can make that motion if you want to. If so, and then if you move on to item number 17, that is when, Commissioner Robinson, if you want to make that motion, you could make the county judge, the authorization for the county to sign that letter contingent upon the coalition accepting the MOU, the amended MOU as was approved by the court for item number 16.
Yes.
So that's how it would work out procedurally.
Yes.
Commissioner Holguin, you're not comfortable?
Well, I still don't understand. We already heard from the coalition chair that the coalition board did already review the amended MOU and was not 100% happy with that, and that's when the new MOU, proposed MOU, came by. So to me, it doesn't make any sense for us, to me, again, to approve, for the court to approve the amended MOU, knowing full well that the coalition board isn't going to sign off on it. To me, it seems like we're still in the midst of negotiations that I think have gone a lot further than they've gone in these past 2 years. So I feel like both parties are showing a good faith effort to get to the point where we all want to get, which is the data sharing. I don't think that there's any question about the importance of data sharing anymore, whereas just as recently as a few years ago or months ago, whenever that really was a question, I don't think that that's a question anymore. So I feel like there's negotiating in good faith that's still going on. So it just doesn't make sense to me to approve an amended MOU that we know the coalition board is not going to sign off on. I feel like the better route, the more efficient and effective route, would be to continue the negotiations till we reach a document that we all can agree to.
Well, Commissioner, we've had 2 weeks, they've had 2 weeks to make a decision. And so, see, and if you listen to what Nicole just said, each day that they're delayed, there's less days they have the funding available to do the things they need to do. But so the new leadership is great, but the thing is that nothing's been signed. No decisions have been made. So you say, we'll keep negotiating. What is it what point in time do you stop negotiating? Or what are we going to gain by continuing to negotiate? Other than what we've put on the table, what we need from them, the city is saying the same thing that we're saying, basically. So this matter said, well, COC, you need to make a decision. Either you're going to sign the documents, agree to the terms that's indicated in the MOU, or we're at a standstill. Because I don't feel that we should, and this is when I say that the letter the judge will sign will be contingent upon them accepting the amended MOU that we proposed, that we discussed 2 weeks ago. So I don't see anything changing, that has not changed in 2 weeks, other than we have new leadership, and they say, yes, we're willing, but they have not signed anything yet. So if there's a willingness, sign it, and we move on.
Right, they've sent us the new MOU, we just haven't had a chance to review it, and it hasn't been put on the agenda for us to vote on it, right? That's the problem. And so the point is, we need time to be able to review that new MOU, unless we are willing to approve the in-kind match without that, and base this vote on trust and goodwill, right? That's what it comes down to.
I'm not willing to go that route. Till they sign on the dotted line, that's when I said the letter the judge signed will be contingent upon them signing the MOU, the amended MOU that we proposed 2 weeks ago.
Melissa, you're at the other end of this. What are your thoughts?
So I can tell you that whether we get the letter of intent or not, we are moving forward with negotiating with the county for a new MOU on data sharing and collaboration. That was what we voted for on Thursday. We do not, again, because of the limitations, the time limitations of the current, the proposed MOU, which again, and I understand, you know, we live and die by grants in my organization, so I understand that, you know, your leverage is with the in-kind match. But I think what's important to understand is that should the county decide not to provide that in-kind match, that those affected will be the programs that serve the homeless. Because currently, what that match pays for is for the licenses for the use of HMIS. And so should the county not provide the in-kind match, then the agencies that use HMIS will now have to absorb the cost of paying for those licenses. And that's a cost of about $63,000 per year. So we take the $40,000 from the city and then subsidize it through other funding that the COC board has available to it, and that the coalition has available to it. And so we, at this point, are committed to data sharing. We are committed to collaboration. And that is what we voted in favor of on Thursday. We decided that we would be moving forward regardless of what the county chooses to do in terms of the letter of intent. Do we believe that the letter of intent is the best thing to do because then we can get our match? Yes, because it saves the providers the cost of having to pay for their own licenses for HMIS. And it's a big cost. But ultimately, you know, we are moving forward in good faith. 2 weeks, I know feels like a lot of time. Unfortunately, part of that was limited by my schedule. In my day job, you know, we are working with the Afghan evacuees at Fort Bliss. And so I have been spending a lot of time with that. And so my limitations with being able to be available for a meeting, that was part of the reason. And so it's not, you know, because there wasn't a will, it was simply a matter of timing. And we did our best to get, we had 2 meetings to discuss this, like I said, over the course of 4 hours, because we felt it was so important. And we had those scheduled as quickly as we could, because we wanted to make sure that we could have as many people involved in those meetings as possible. So that's what I would say.
So bottom line, the signing of the amendment, this is, that would be to your favor, right? I mean, that's what would sort of allow you to continue what you're trying to accomplish at this time.
I think Irene wants to say something, Judge.
Oh, Irene, go ahead.
Yes, if I may, real quick. And I think that there's a bit of, I think, confusion with some of the wording. The match that we're providing is through paid salaries. So if we're using the correct term for federal grants, it's cash match because it's salaries paid. So that's why we wrote it that way in the grant, I beg your pardon, in the agenda item. But that's just semantics at this point. It's match. And I think what we are, where our stance is, as far as from the department recommendation, is we do want to tie the match to the data sharing. And I know that we've made a lot of strides. Melissa's correct. We have been in really good discussions, and I am very, very encouraged by the path that we're moving forward. We can achieve that with the amendment, and then with the new MOU could be that long-term agreement that we're talking about of further data sharing beyond that. And I think that if we can get to that point right now, and I think that would be, that's what our recommendation is. From the very beginning, we do want to tie the match to the data sharing consideration. We've been providing this match for 3 years now. This is the third year that we would be providing it. Before that, the county through coordinated entry has done the operation of coordinated entry without support and assistance from that COC project. And so we've been doing coordinated entry since 2013. We're committed. We've been committed for several years to this effort, to this project. It's been, and Melissa's correct, that previous administrations perhaps were not as in tune or as collaborative in wanting to share. And I am encouraged that now Melissa and the new vice chair and the rest of the COC board is on the same page with us about achieving that. But I think that if we don't tie this match to the amended terms, I'm not sure, and this is what the court talked about on September 20th, was getting to the amended terms for the match and the data sharing in order for you to sign that letter. And so that's why we put kind of these items back to back next to each other. And so that's the recommendation from our department, is if we can include the data sharing as part of the consideration for the match, that's what I would recommend that the court would do. Now, the expiration date is in play. That's absolutely correct. I do want to clarify that. However, we can always work separately with this MOU to do a longer term beyond August 30th, 2022. We're tied to that because that's when our project ends for coordinated entry. But I'm hearing that obviously the COC board is on board to data share long-term. And so we can always work in tandem with these two things to get to a longer-term data sharing agreement, because that's what the COC board wants. And that's what we want too.
Judge, we have, as Irene indicated, we have the county and the city, from Nicole's standpoint, has been cooperative with the COC and the Homeless Coalition, have provided the resources, but they have not provided the information as far as that they've been reluctant to provide us, cooperative with us, the city and the county, as for providing the data that we need to do our job. So if there's a willingness on their part to share data, I use the behavior modification model. Something for something. You give me something and I give you something. So you give me the data. Well, first of all, you sign the agreement as we indicated, we modified. You sign the documents. We provide the document that you will sign that they need to get the money, the resource. So it's a give and take. It's not cooperation if you got to provide the letter to them, but they don't have to sign the amendment agreement. So sign the amendment agreement. The coalition is concerned about the agencies that receive the resources as far as the impact it will have if they don't get the money or the delay in them getting the money. So it's not on us. I don't feel it'll be on us. It's on the coalition because they are not actually doing what we asked them to do. They're not sharing the data, but by signing the amended MOU, providing data, we give you the letter, we're all happy.
And I wanted to add one last thing, and then I see that Nicole Farini from the city has her hand up, if I may, Judge Commissioners. We provided the amended MOU in August. We did re-forward that amended MOU to the new COC leadership, Ms. Melissa Lopez, and the new vice chair as well. And so, but the original amended MOU was provided to the coalition and the previous board back in August. And so I did want to clarify that they haven't had it just for 2 weeks. It has been a little bit longer than that. And so they've had it to be reviewed. And so anyway, I wanted to clarify that. And then I see that Nicole Farini has her hand up. I don't know if she wanted to still say something.
Go ahead, Nicole.
2 months.
My apologies, I was on mute. I was switching over to my computer. So a couple of things that I just wanted to clarify. Number one, I want the court to feel completely free to make, the best decision that you can without being under threat of affecting agencies on the ground. So what I will tell you is, in terms of the cost of the licensing of HMIS, the city is absolutely committed to make sure that does not, regardless of the outcome of this conversation, the city is committed to making sure that does not impact those agencies that are on the ground and that are required, frankly, by our contracts to deploy that program. So I want to make sure that that's clear. We're not going to let that happen, regardless of the outcome today. The second thing that I wanted to mention and just remind you all is that the terms of the
I lost you, Nicole.
I'm sorry, can you last me? My
Nicole,
earbud.
we lost you there for about 30 seconds.
Okay, hopefully y'all can still hear me. My earbuds are not
Yeah,
cooperating.
now we can. Go ahead. We lost you again, Nicole.
Nicole, we lost you again. You're muted, Nicole.
How's that? Can y'all hear me now?
There you are.
All right. See, they don't call me the Chief Resilience Officer for nothing, y'all. I can just make it work. So what I was saying is that the terms of the agreement that we have in terms of the funding that requires this match in the first place are exactly the same as the terms that you all are asking for in your amended MOU. And so I feel like that is something that we're absolutely going to hold the subrecipient, which in this case is the coalition, to for the duration of the agreement. That's something that I think is important. I think if you all need time to work out the new MOU, I'm trying to get my language correct, the new MOU, I would say, though, there's sense to having a deadline. I think that it's very, very important that we get this done quickly and that we not let this drag out. And I think that's the fear that I'm hearing amongst the court and frankly amongst staff. And so I just wanted to point out those two things. And again, let you all know that we're willing to work with you all no matter what it takes to hold this organization accountable for delivering the data regardless.
Thank you, Nicole.
If I may, Patsy Lopez, Assistant County Attorney. I just for clarification, I think for what I'm hearing the department state, and I can tell you from a legal perspective, whether it's amending the existing MOU or whether it is executing a new MOU. What's important for us to know, I think, for the department, for the Homeless Coalition as another party, and certainly for us as legal counsel, to ensure that the court's will is included in the MOU, in the terms of the MOU. One of the things that I think would be helpful to get more clarification on is that the court does want to, in fact, make the commitment and I shouldn't say the commitment, but the funding, which is in fact a cash match funding, contingent on the data sharing. I think that's one of the key terms that we need to know how to proceed, whether it's within, again, with the MOU or the amendment. We will certainly continue to work with the department to review whatever they feel is appropriate when they work with the Homeless Coalition, whatever route we take. But that term would be of intrinsic importance for us to use.
Thank you, Patricia.
Well, Judge, I want to reiterate my motion in regards to the amended MOU is what we had on the agenda. We discussed 2 weeks ago, and then we delayed it until today. That we go with the staff recommendations for the amended MOU, and that the letter that you will be signing be contingent upon them approving the board, the coalition, that they're contingent upon them approving the amended MOU that we're going to approve today. It's very frustrating from my standpoint that I've been around longer than, as far as city government and county government, longer than anyone here. And that's not a put down, I'm just saying from my time that I've dealt with this issue with the Homeless Coalition in that regard, and that they have been not very cooperative over the period of years, not just 2 weeks ago. So I'm looking from a standpoint that you need to have something to hold their feet to the fire. And the leverage that we have is the letters you're going to sign, which gives them the funds. So I reiterate my motion, and my motion stands as amended.
Just
Commissioner Leon, please.
Irene, does this go with this motion? Is this something that I just want to make sure that you and Joel, our boots on the ground, agree with what Commissioner Robinson just said, that we continue, I would say, negotiating until we get what we initially asked them for?
Judge, if I may, Joel
Yeah,
Bishop,
please.
maybe a balance between what Commissioner Holguin, Commissioner Robinson are asking for is that the letter would be contingent on a subsequent agreement. So I guess we're asking to postpone it again, now that we're entering into more talks with the coalition, or with the COC board, that we come to an agreement that is consistent with what we've discussed today, an MOU that I think should hinge on the match, but that has the terms that we'll see if we can come to an agreement this week, finish that up. But Commissioner Robinson, to your point, it would balance those concerns that you have, that we have as well, that to sign that letter of commitment is contingent on an MOU that we agree on that hinges on our funding. And so that would mean only approving it if we can come to an agreement. We'll meet with, as Melissa mentioned, we have a meeting tomorrow. We'll continue to meet with them and then bring an MOU back to the court if we can come to an agreement with them on that. And then after that point, the letter could be signed.
Well, again, if there's a willingness on their part to take action and move forward, they would agree and sign the letter, agree to the amended MOU that we proposed already, that go back to not 2 weeks ago, 2 months ago. So they've had it 2 months, not 2 weeks. So how long does it take to make a decision? For me, it's not that very difficult. So if you want, let me put it in this manner. If you go to a car dealer to buy a new car, and you lay out the cash for the new car, they've got your money, but you walk off the car lot and you don't have the car. Would anyone in their right mind do that? Lay cash on the counter and say, I'm paying for this new car. Well, when do I get my car? Well, we'll negotiate that. But wait a minute, you got my money. What does it negotiate? Where are the keys to my car if I pay for it? So again, I reiterate my motion.
Joel, you're proposing maybe that we wait to sort of figure out what we're willing to.
Yeah, you could postpone that one. I know Commissioner Robinson made the motion as well, but if you chose to postpone that, we could try to come to an agreement which is consistent with what his concerns are and ours as well, and then if you approve the next item based on the outcome of that.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
reasonable.
that we do come to an agreement that hinges the sharing.
And it addresses Commissioner Holguin
Right.
on, let's give them this agreement that I know they're not going to accept. So
Right.
we're back on square one. So I would agree on that. So postpone item 16, and then we can vote on item 17, but contingent on the result of 16.
Commissioner Robinson did have a motion for item number 16. Is there a second to his motion?
Let me ask him this, Commissioner Robinson, with this new development, are you comfortable with this, the way we're, yeah. I think it meets your needs.
What are we going to accomplish by delaying it?
Just,
I mean, they've had it for 2 months. What the staff is proposing, what we discussed 2 weeks ago, they've had for 2 months. If there was a willingness, and the new leadership is great, and I appreciate that, a breath of fresh air. But by the same token, nothing has been signed. Verbally saying we agree is great, but actions speak louder than words, and the action is that you sign the agreement. You accept the proposed agreement, and you sign it, your board approves it. So you give me something, and I give you something. You accept the amended motion, the MOU, and the judge signs a letter, and you receive the funding. Simple. Why we need to delay it again? Something that they've had for 2 months, that we discussed 2 weeks ago. As far as you come back 2 weeks later from the last meeting we had, as far as the action, this is what we're asking you to provide to us in order for us to move forward. If we're going to move forward, and you're concerned about the agencies that receive the funding, then the board should have no problem with accepting the amended motion, MOU that we provided, and in turn, the judge signs a letter, provide the funding.
Could we ask maybe Melissa and Irene, do you all think that it is possible that in 1 week's time we could come to a final resolution with these last few items that have to be ironed out? Does that seem like something that would be possible?
So I will tell you that I first found out about this 2 weeks ago, about the amendment. I did not know about the amendment until the Commissioners Court meeting 2 weeks ago, and we immediately put it on the agenda. I didn't control the agenda prior to that, so I don't know at what point the coalition was notified, but I believe that it was received at the end of August. So it hasn't been a full 2 months, just for clarity's sake. But I don't know if a week's time is enough, only because we have to, we have an agreement in concept, right? But whatever terms are in the MOU, we then have to go back to, so it's going to take, I think, a few days to come to an agreement on the terms, and then we have to go back to the COC board and have another meeting to agree to the terms of the new amendment. I can try and get that done. I don't know that I can promise that in a week's time.
So just for clarification, we don't have a Commissioners Court meeting next Monday. The court next meets on Monday, October the 18th.
That's right.
If it's 2 weeks, we do have a regular meeting scheduled. Actually, I think we have a regular meeting scheduled this week. We are in the middle of we do have the COC competition to consider, but if we have to commit to a longer meeting, I don't think that anybody's going to say that they won't do that. So certainly we can put it, work on language, but that only gives us, a few days, really 2 days, because to work on language, because we also have posting requirements for the COC board. But I will do my best and take it back to them. I can tell you that as it stands now, the language in the amendment was not considered, because again, for the reasons I've mentioned a couple of times, we just felt a separate agreement for data sharing and collaboration was most useful to all the parties. But I can take the issue back to the COC board and see where we stand.
And Christina,
and do my best to get you a response before the next meeting.
And Christina, do you think the county attorney's office would be able to review the proposed new MOU within the next
So
couple
just
of
to be
days?
clear, we provide legal review. It's the content that we needed the feedback on. And so from the department's end, we just still need a review to make sure that everything was okay, if they were good with it, if this is something that we'd recommend with the court. But whatever was passed along was a one-pager. And so from legal standpoint, it's fine. It's just depending on whether or not that's a recommendation the department wants to provide. So it can also be ready for that time. 2 weeks is more than enough time.
Boards have the latitude to have emergency meetings. You have your regular scheduled meetings, but you also have emergency meetings. So if it's something that is critical to the organization, I would advocate that you have an emergency meeting. I mean, I can't tell them what to do, but I think if it was important to me, I would insist that my board, request my board have an emergency meeting to discuss it and take action on something of critical importance to the issue. But once again, this is something that not happened 2 months ago, 2 years ago. These are things that prevail over a period of years. So I still stand on my position on the issue that we go with the amended MOU and the letter be continued upon them, the board approving the amended MOU that we provided, that we discussed 2 weeks ago. So I think that 2 weeks should have been enough time to make a determination by the board. They know what we were asking for, so it's not like something that's new. We're not asking for anything today that we didn't ask for 2 weeks ago, that we didn't ask for 2 months ago, 2 years ago. We asked for corporation, how many years ago, Commissioner Sal? How many years ago?
At least a year and a half ago.
Year and a half ago was the last time.
So, sorry, I just want to, I need clarification for my own purposes. So we're asking for our staff to go back with the same amendment, the same agreement with the MOU with an amendment that we have on the agenda today, and asking them to go back to the COC board to see if they will accept it when I think we've already been told that they wouldn't. So that's a exercise in futility, in my opinion, right? I think the best thing would be to give our staff the opportunity to look over and vet what was sent, I guess, yesterday or today by the COC board, which is not an amendment, which is the new MOU, and then we wait to vote on the whether or not we provide the cash or the match once we have that MOU, and if we agree upon that MOU, then we can approve the match. I think, I think that would allay your concerns, Commissioner Robinson, because we wouldn't be giving them the match without an MOU, and we would have an MOU that everybody would be agreeable to, because right now we don't have one that everybody's agreeable to.
So in other words, we allow an agency who receive funding from us to dictate their terms, as opposed to collaboration.
I think the cooperation and the collaboration is going to be there. It's just in a different form. I mean, from what Melissa said earlier, it's not that I don't think that we're not going to get what we want. It's just going to be in a different, I guess, in a different form. I mean, can you explain, Melissa, again what it is that the difference is that you're asking for, I guess? So that we're very clear before we move forward.
Sure. So the current MOU as it stands does provide the match from the county and expires in August of 2024, if I'm not mistaken. The request for the amendment, one of the big concerns that we had was that it expires it changes the date of expiration. So a contract, a 5-year contract that we have in place currently is going to get cut short by 2.5 years. So that's one concern that we had with the amendment, was the change in the date, the end date of the amendment. And then the other concern, separate and apart from that, is that we see the data sharing as a long-term effort that we need to make as the COC board, with, providing that direction to the coalition and saying data sharing is an important thing for us as a community who collectively care about the homeless population and serving the homeless population in the best way possible. So we want to commit to data sharing. We want to commit to collaboration, but we don't think it should be time limited. And so that's why the proposal was made to have an MOU with an unlimited date as far as data sharing and collaboration is concerned.
We're agreeing that we will do with the amended MOU and working towards having a longer-term MOU at a later date.
But they don't agree on the amended MOU. So we're just going to tell our staff to go try to negotiate with them when it's already been made clear that they don't agree with that. And so, to me, it seems that we would be wasting our staff's time by having them do that. And it's just better for us to, I haven't read the MOU yet, but what Melissa is saying to me seems to me like they're getting at what we need. And the changes are in the expiration date.
We haven't gotten anything.
If I may,
When it comes to data sharing, so they're not giving us what we're asking for when it comes to the data sharing with the new MOU? No?
No, sir. It is different. And so yes, the expiration is one. However, the amended MOU has a caveat. If we continue the project beyond 2022, we can continue the match. So that's a clause that's in there. Mm-hmm. The reason we are putting that expiration date is because that's when the project ends for coordinated entry. Mm-hmm. That's as far ahead that we have this grant fund to pay for it. And that's why we put that. It was important for us. The reason there was a previous date of 2024 is because we thought we were going to be receiving funding through HUD up to that date. We don't know that for certain. What we do know for certain is we have money to pay for coordinated entry through August 31st, 2022. That's why we put that date in there, but it isn't a definitive date. There is a caveat that we can continue to pursue this should we receive or should we be part of this coordinated entry project beyond that date. So that's in there in the amended MOU, but that's not the only difference. There are differences in the kind of data that we want and need. And of course, I mentioned early on in the discussion that the collaboration piece that we included in the amendment is not in the new MOU. And so those are things we can get to. I hope, and I'm hearing from Melissa and the COC board. I heard from them on Thursday. And I think, like I said, I think it's encouraging that we're moving forward, but there are differences. There are differences. And our MOU, like Nicole said, aligns with what the city is requiring them to do. And that's why we wrote it in that sense and in that fashion, because that's what the city will require for their funding agreement. The new proposed MOU is not written in that same way. It doesn't align with what the city is requiring. And so we're supportive of the city's effort to pursue this. And so we want to make sure that our MOU aligns with that. And that's why we wrote those terms. But if we can get, whether it's in the amended or a new MOU, if we can get to those terms and we can tie the match to it, we can move forward. I know that we've taken a long time on this item. I don't want to continue to belabor that, but I think, I wanted to clarify that date again. That's not the only difference from the amended to the new one. So I wanted to make that distinction.
Again, Judge, I reiterate my motion as stated previously.
Just to be clear, it would actually be two motions. So the first motion would be to approve the MOU. Can we take them up separately, Commissioner? See if you get a second on that.
To approve the amended
Yes,
MOU
Yes, so your motion for item 16 would be to approve and authorize the county judge to sign amendment number 1, which is as posted in the backup to the memorandum of understanding between the county and the El Paso Coalition for the Homeless, outlining terms and conditions related to HMIS data sharing and collaborative efforts. And so that would be Commissioner Robinson's motion.
Right. And my second motion was, the next item was to tie the funding, the judge signed the letter contingent upon them approving the amended MOU that we put on the agenda today.
And Judge Irene, I just want to be absolutely sure that you're my eyes and my ears over there. I just want to make sure that you're in agreement with the motion that's on the floor.
Yeah, that's really important, Irene, because, we could sort of theoretically begin to see the impact, but if we went with this motion, how would that be in alignment with what you're looking for, what you and Nicole are looking for?
I heard two motions. Can you clarify what the?
Yeah, Christina,
there
if you
was
could
one
read
and
the first motion.
Sure, the way that this would work out, and the court would take the roll call vote after 2, but the first motion is to approve item 16, which is the MOU, and it's the amended MOU that was agreed to and provided to the Commissioners Court and to the public in the backup. And then the second motion from Commissioner Robinson would be to approve and authorize the county judge to provide a letter to the El Paso Coalition from the Homeless, committing cash match funds for their homeless management information system grant with the city of El Paso, contingent on the El Paso Coalition for the Homeless approving and signing the amended contract as presented to the coalition, which would be contract number 2021-0640, and that was approved by the Commissioners Court. Those were the two separate motions.
And again, I
And
reiterate.
Judge, I apologize, Judge, if I may speak.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay, Nancy Casas for the County Attorney's Office. I just wanted to clarify that the amended MOU does not replace the original MOU. We've made it in a way that all the terms from the original MOU stay except for the termination date. That does change. But as far as the duties and responsibilities of the county, it still continues. So the amended MOU didn't actually, from scratch, do the first MOU. We still have the first MOU in place. You'll be doing the amended MOU with the termination. That is the one thing that does change between one MOU and the other. But I just kind of want to make it clear. So even if the coalition, so there's still an MOU in place right now that is in place until 2024. Okay, so the amended one just is like in addition to, we added some terms and conditions. The one thing that it does replace is the termination date. That's the one thing. I just wanted to clarify that just so you know.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
We want to make sure it's clear from every.
Okay, seeing the reaction from Irene and a little bit from my right seat there, I'll second that motion.
Sorry. Yes, sorry, okay. We need to take them up in two separate motions, so I'm hearing a motion from Commissioner Robinson, a second from Commissioner Leon to approve and authorize the county judge, this is item 16, to sign Amendment 1 to the MOU between the county and El Paso Coalition from the Homeless, outlining terms and conditions related to HMIS data sharing and collaborative efforts, contract number 2021-0640, and it would be the amended contract that it's provided for as in the backup. Thank you. We have a first and a second, a motion and a second.
Motion and a second from Commissioner Leon.
Commissioner Holguin?
Again, it doesn't make any sense to me that we would approve an amendment that we know is not, as written, acceptable to the COC board. I feel that our staff's time is better spent continuing the negotiations, so I'm going to vote no.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
I agree with Commissioner Holguin, no.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
No.
Motion fails.
So we could do another motion to approve staff to bring this item back in 2 weeks after negotiating further with the coalition on these terms, making the letter contingent on the cash match from the county.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
We're wasting time, no.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
So just to clarify, but we're making the letter and the match contingent upon the signing of that MOU. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because I think I heard you say they're making the letter contingent on the cash match, which that didn't make sense to me. So, okay, just wanted to clarify.
We didn't accomplish anything 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks from now, we're not going to get any further down the road. We have spent a lot of staff time with our staff and the city. City's in agreement with what we're proposing, what the staff proposing here, but then so we're right back where we started from.
And I understand your frustration, and I'm there with you, Commissioner Robinson, but I'm willing to give an opportunity to the new leadership at the COC and to come up with something that's amenable to both parties, and I think they're committed to doing that, and so are we. So it's been a short span of time since they've been in the leadership role, and so we want to make sure that that we have this opportunity.
Well, can I ask a question? Who's on the board now that was not on the board 2 weeks ago?
The new
Today,
chair.
that wasn't on the board 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, are there
Nobody.
anyone on the board now that was not on the board previously?
Yes, we have a number of new members. Hope Jackson joined the board within the last 6 months or so. Deb Zualaga joined the board, I believe, within the last year. We had Enrique Davila join the board recently. Enrique Davila is with El Paso Center for Children. He's either there or the El Paso Child Guidance Center. I always get the two confused for some reason, but and then we have our vice chair is relatively new to the board. Ben Miranda with Endeavors is new to the board. I'm trying to think of who else off the top of my head. Lorena Cartagena, she's with Socorro ISD. She is new to the board. There are a few others, and they're escaping me. Bobby Bowling with Chappaqua Homes. I believe he's been on the board maybe a year and a half or so. I'm trying to go through my list of board members. I know I'm skipping a few, but those are the new board members, relatively new board members that have joined within the last year or so.
Well, thank you. This session has been very enlightening, but we have not accomplished anything. We wasted 2 hours of time, and we spent a lot of time with staff and the city to come up with a reasonable understanding and collaboration, cooperation, and we're right back where we started from.
And Commissioner Robinson, I certainly understand your concerns, and I know that you've been dealing with these issues for so many years. But I agree with Commissioner Stout that I feel that we have to, in good faith, as a community partner to the coalition, give new leadership that opportunity to try to get to the point where we all want to get. I've known Melissa through also my work at the diocese, and I know that when she commits to something, she'll get it done. So I feel confident that when we come back to this item 2 weeks from now, that we will have the resolution that we've all been working towards.
But my position is not based on personal relationship. My position is based on business, as far as accomplishing the goals and objectives. And you say cooperation, collaboration, all those good things. If there was and is willingness to cooperate, we would have had cooperation a long time ago.
Well, and I think we have that now, is the big difference.
They say, show me the money.
Yes.
And I don't see it today.
In 2 weeks, right?
Well, yeah. Well, but I think lesson learned, I think it was a contract that was like hoping that it would work out versus that we had something on the table that we knew was going to work out. And that's what a contract is. You get to a point where, okay, where I think but this one was more like, bring it here, and then we'll take it back and see if it works. And I think it was a reverse, and that's what I think lesson learned is that we really get closer to that, where we know that we're voting on something that is pretty much, it's going to be agreed on because you've done all the legwork. It's called ZOPA, Zone of Possible Agreement, and that ZOPA right now is too far for us to say, okay, we'll take it down there and see what happens, you know? So I agree. I think we're in a much better place. Melissa, I really, appreciate what you're doing and then take it to the board. But I think when it comes back, we have to sort of feel that there's some sense of that we're closer than we were today. Today, I think we were just speculating, so.
Well, Judge, we thought 2 weeks ago that we would be closer than we are today. We thought a year ago that we'd be closer than we are today. But we're not.
Okay.
2 weeks from now, I don't see it would be any closer. I mean, no disrespect to the new president of the board, but the thing is, the board president is one person. The board as a whole makes the decision, just like here. It's not you, it's us. So the majority rules. So if the board don't cooperate with the board president, don't agree with the position that the city's saying the same thing as our staff been saying, we need this information. We need your cooperation. And they have not provided. So what's going to change in 2 weeks? 2 weeks, we're going to have the city's going to have all the information that they need. We're going to have our staff going to have all the information they need. I don't think so.
See, but I think we're sending a strong message that, had we agreed on it, we're still hoping that when it gets there, they would have agreed on it. And we were told that they weren't going to agree on it.
We sent a strong message 2 weeks ago.
Pardon me?
We sent a strong message, at least I like to think we sent a strong message 2 weeks ago. And did anything change? We're right back where we were 2 weeks ago. We're right back where we were a year ago. Nothing changed. So two more weeks going to change, and we thought that 2 weeks ago that things would change? Okay.
Well, I think it's now a do or die in 2 weeks, because if they don't agree, then we're not matching. So finally, but the message has been sent to the entire board.
We sent a message 2 weeks ago, Judge. We said the same thing today that we said 2 weeks ago.
Well, then it's on them. The delay is not on us. The delay is on them not wanting to share data or that they're not willing to sign if we want the data shared.
Strong message is that we approved the amended MOU, and we said contingent upon you agreeing to accept the amended MOU. That's our message. That's a strong message we send that we're not sending.
Okay, so there we have it. We voted, and
Sorry, my thing's not on. You still have item number 17, Judge. You took action on 16, and you gave Mr. Bishop and staff good direction there. For item 17, the item is discuss and take appropriate action to authorize the county judge to provide a letter to the El Paso Coalition for the Homeless, committing cash match funds for their homeless management information system grant with the city of El Paso. So that is an action item.
And did we say that we could make that contingent on the data sharing agreement?
Yes, that, we definitely want to make that contingent on
absolutely. Yeah, that
coming
was
to an agreement with the MOU, so we could postpone it and do it again, put it again in 2 weeks, or approve it today contingent on that we come to an agreement in 2 weeks.
Well, I think if we approve it today and they, you know, they're showing something that we've done, you know, we like what they have, it's already been completed. So
Okay.
I think we don't lose anything by voting on it today contingent on.
Okay.
So I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
And just to be clear, it's contingent upon a final MOU that's been agreed upon by both El Paso County and the El Paso Coalition for the Homeless. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and a final contract will be brought to the court in 2 weeks.
Nicole, from our partnership with the city on this, are you okay?
Yes, sir, Judge. We will work with you. Absolutely, sir.
Okay, thank you, Nicole. Go ahead, Cesar.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
No, we are weakening position that the city and the county has in regards to this issue. No.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, County Judge, Commissioners. I also want to thank Melissa, the COC Board, the new leadership, of course, our partners at the City of El Paso for being on. We will work on this the next 2 weeks, Commissioners.
Thank you, Melissa. And you've got a great, with Ben Miranda there, he's been a great advocate for homeless and has a lot of knowledge, so great new member.
And I just want to say I really hope that the COC takes into account the good faith movement that we're making today, because Commissioner Robinson makes some really dang good points. And I hope he's eating crow, not me, in 2 weeks, but one of us is going to.
I'll bring the salt. Okay.
Thank you all. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
Nancy, everyone, Nicole, Irene, thank you.
It's going to be me, but.
Cesar.
This brings us to item number 21 from Public Works. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the proposed El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization's Regional Mobility Strategy 2050 planning documents. Further, approve and authorize the county judge to submit the letter of intent ratifying the county's commitment for the proposed sponsored projects. Contract number 2021-0766.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Jose Ronderos, your Planning and Development Department. Joined this afternoon by Mr. Eduardo Calvo, who is in the courtroom, who won't be necessarily presenting anything, but is just available for any questions that the court may have in terms of the MPO's procedure. This item is intended to bring back the projects that have been identified as county-sponsored projects. And in our effort to be good stewards of the working relationship with the MPO, we always bring back the final project list that is going to be developed into the new planning document that the MPO is developing to ensure that the court ratifies that list, is in agreement with that list, is committed to funding those projects at the time that those projects become necessary for development and construction. And so this is, we're asking you to ratify the project listing that was included on the backup as an attachment to the letter of intent. Many of these projects are existing projects that are currently in the planning document that the MPO has. It's projects that the county's already committed to previously, but they may have adjusted in terms of when they're getting ready to go to construction And that's just an exercise that the MPO has to do to ensure that projects fit in within two various planning categories. And one of them, and the most important one, the most challenging one, I should say, is funding. Make sure that there's enough money in any given fiscal year for all the projects that are submitted, because the MPO is not only managing our projects at the county, but those that are submitted by the various municipalities and other agencies in the region. And then two, make sure that the projects that are adding new capacity to the county's road system, and the county is a geography, not necessarily the agency, to the road system, are developed into the travel demand model, which is a model that looks at traffic patterns and helps guide decisions about what investments need to be made in the future. So that project those project listing, again, was included in your backup for your review. We are asking the court to authorize the judge to send a letter committing to those projects. However, we did have three items that we wanted to discuss with the court in detail and bring to the court's attention. The first of those is FM 1110, which is a project that the county identified in its 2013 Comprehensive Mobility Plan. It was a partnership to be constructed with TxDOT. TxDOT handled the design and all the environmental work necessary for that project. It was ultimately split up into two phases. The first phase was an expansion of the existing 2-lane road to 4 lanes from I-10 to North Loop. The second phase, and that totaled approximately $8 million. The second phase is a construction of a brand new road that would require the acquisition of right-of-way from North Loop south toward Alameda. There was a lot of questions brought up during the design phase of that project regarding whether or not owners in the area were in support of that project. It is a critical connection that needs to be made sometime in the future if development does occur and does catch up to that area. There are some subdivisions that have come in off the county that would benefit from either of those connections and project phases. But at the time that the MPO was developing the documents that are in place today, the county recognized that we did not have the financial capacity to fund that $30+ million construction project that is phase 2. And as such, we did not sponsor the projects. The El Paso District of TxDOT actually agreed to sponsor the projects for the time being, but now they've requested that the county consider sponsoring both phases of the project yet again. And so our recommendation is to leave the first phase of the project as was presented by the MPO, which is in 2033, so not anywhere in the near future, but in the medium future. And then request that second phase of that project be kicked out to the very farthest portion of the planning documents in the 2040 range, because it's just a little bit difficult to determine when that second phase would be necessary, if at all. And so we feel that the first phase could be left as originally presented by the MPO 2033, but we're asking the court to take action on whether you'd like to sponsor the project at all. Our recommendation is to remain as a sponsor, but to split it up as I mentioned there. And so I'll stop there to see if the court has any specific questions on anything thus far or regarding FM 1110, and then we can mention the other two items we'd like some direction from the court on as well.
I'm sorry, Jose, can I just ask you to clarify? Did you say that for phase 2 of the project, TxDOT had committed to the funding portion of it if the county continues to sponsor it? Or I'm sorry, I don't know if I heard that right.
No, ma'am. So that initially the county had committed to fund the entire project as part of our mobility plan in 2013, but then we don't have the funding for it. So yeah, well, yes, actually, Commissioner, you're right. So then TxDOT agreed to sponsor the project in the existing planning documents, but now TxDOT is making the request of the county that we consider sponsoring the projects again and be the primary sponsor for those projects for both phases 1 and 2. They don't have an interest in sponsoring them any further.
But the funding, so would the county be responsible for finding that funding?
It would be identified at the MPO.
Oh, at the MPO.
then
Mr.
the project
Calvo,
is-
you want to step up? Just, it's always good to hear from you and sort of put things in perspective. You've got the
And I
bigger
had a
picture.
question as well, Judge.
Go
You want me to go ahead?
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to ask you, Jose, are any of these county-sponsored projects, are any of them in precinct 2? Or are they all in 4 and I guess every other precinct except for 2?
No, Commissioner, the projects are all primarily located within our traditional service area, of areas located outside any level of municipality.
Okay. And then, are any of these projects in the future, will any of them be delayed or not get done because of the Downtown 10 project?
I think that's probably a question that Mr. Calvo might be able to answer a little bit better.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Mr. Calvo, to address that.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. I'm Eduardo Calvo, Executive Director of the Metropolitan Planning Organization. First of all, let me say something about the project list that you have in front of you. As the MPO, as we were developing the new plan, working together with the county, with the other sponsoring agencies and municipalities, TxDOT and all that, I really want to commend and thank the county staff for working with us very well. It's a complicated process. It's a messy process because, we have so many projects out there that are fighting for funding and all that. And it's always, the part of the process is matching the priorities, the regional priorities, but also for us, it was very important this time to identify the priorities of each individual entity, like the county and all that, and make sure that the stated priorities, we're taking or placing them in the earlier years to get them done, obviously, sooner. So with that, really want to thank Jose and Sal and the staff for working very well, and for that matter, with the city and the other municipalities as well. The second question, Commissioner Stout, Downtown 10 right now is not funded, right? So there's really no funding for it except for the $4 million that appeared in the UTP. So really, that project is not taking away any existing funds, from any other project, whether it's county-sponsored or TxDOT-sponsored or the city. As you've heard, through the MPO process, there are many funding buckets. So, we're trying to identify the best bucket for each individual project. But the projects here or the funding categories that the MPO controls really are the ones that we're using mostly to fund the local projects, right? Category 7 and Category 5 and so on. So in putting together this list, it's a little bit of an art. We have to go through a lot of iterations, again, respecting the priorities that we got from everybody, and also trying to match with the available funding. The earlier years are obviously more sensitive in the sense that the projects that we put there, yes, we have to match them with the funding that we have more certainty that will be available, but at the same time, we also have to make sure that those projects are going to be done in time. So in the case, for example, of Phase 2 of FM 1110 that Mr. Landeros was referring to, by putting it in the outer years, really there's still a lot of time to determine if that project is one that really, the county or the region wants to move forward with. In the meantime, it's pretty much a placeholder. But the funding out there in between 2041 and 2050 is, at this point, is almost a guess. We still have to constrain it. It's not a wish list, but so that's also one of the criteria that we use in selecting projects, right? The ones that are either a lower priority or we have the least certainty, but may still be good projects, well, we put them out there in the outer years.
Okay, go ahead, Jose.
Thank you, Judge. So that's one item that we'd like some direction on, and we can come back and take them all. at once. The second item is at the very, very bottom of the list, Tom Mays and Northwest Extension. If the court recalls, we initially had some funding identified in the 2021 fiscal year budget to actually begin the design work on this project. It was identified that there are a number of private sector developments that are currently in the works within the city of El Paso, some land studies that are actually going to build out that alignment without the need for any public sector investment. So we currently have this project identified in the planning documents, but we're actually requesting the court to delete this item from our sponsored project list, given the fact that we are not pursuing a design at this time because we feel that the private sector will ultimately develop this in the future. So that's the second item that we'd like some direction on. And this is located in the area of Precinct 4 connecting Westway down to the city of El Paso. And then the last item of discussion that we'd like some direction from the court on is regarding the grant application that we actually have placed on later in the agenda, that economic development has placed on the agenda. We're working jointly with the Isleta del Sur Pueblo and our partners at the city of El Paso to submit a grant to the Economic Development Administration for the design phase of a 6-mile stretch of a shared use path that follows the Mission Trail, the National Historic Trail, and connects, two former county seats to each other, those county seats being the site in San Elizario to the site in Isleta, in present-day El Paso. With that said, we are pursuing the design funding, and we would like to add that project into the listing and request that the MPO work with the county and the region to identify funding for that. We have our project estimates ranging anywhere from 15 to 20 million. Some of that may go down because of in-kind contributions that might be made possible by the El Paso County Irrigation District, but we won't know what that dollar amount. We have some planning estimates, but we won't have a specific estimate until we actually have design done. And if we can successfully secure the funding through the EDA grant for the design, we'll have a shovel-ready project that we can then take to the MPO for funding consideration. So that's the last change that we are requesting. So our recommended action to the court is to authorize the county judge to submit the draft letter of intent, and then to make the following revisions to the project listing that's attached to that letter. And it is to, one, move out FM 1110 phase 2, to agree to sponsor FM 1110, both phases 1 and 2, but to move out the second phase to any year beyond 2041 and leave the first phase where it is in the plan at this point. 2, to completely delete the Tom Mays / Northwestern Extension construction phase project from the county's listing. And then 3, to add the county National Historic Trail shared use path project into the planning documents, as it will serve to connect various municipalities and the region to each other in a multimodal fashion. I'm available to take any questions that you may have. I recognize that the planning process at the MPO is thorough, and I want to just add that this project listing is the working list that the MPO staff, that Mr. Godwin and his staff will now take and actually work and develop a travel demand model. They'll work with the consultative partners, and then they'll actually develop the final plan, which will come back before the policy board for consideration in February of 2021. And then this project, once it's in draft form, the plan will go out for public comment, and individuals, members of the public, can offer insight for the board's consideration on what some of the priority projects included in the plan are, what they should be. And so that public comment phase is coming up in the next few months. But we felt it was imperative that we bring this back to the court after the board took action on this in September, to confirm that we are, as an agency, committed to these projects, to ensure that, so we can provide that letter to the MPO so that they in turn are aware that we are fully committed to developing these projects, from now until 2041. I know I definitely don't plan on being at the county anymore at 2041. So best of luck to the staff that's working on those decisions that we're making today. But those are our recommendations. And again, I'm available to take any questions that the court may have.
I'm sorry, Jose, could you just explain one more time why phase 2, why you're recommending that it be pushed back beyond 2041?
Yes, ma'am. So at this point, the development pattern in that area is in flux. And there have been some new subdivisions that we've seen in the Socorro ETJ that are within the unincorporated area that might benefit from that. You've seen new development with the new Socorro High School, with the new Clint High School and the new Border Patrol facility there along Alameda. But we are recommending that it be placed in the outer years. So it is a placeholder in the plan so that we know that it's necessary, but it's not necessary anytime soon. But in the event that something did happen, we saw some large development come in, it would be available for the county and the MPO region to bring that project into a more recent timeline and to, develop that project and construct it if necessary at this point in time.
Okay.
At that point in time, excuse me.
So then we don't think the need is there right now because of the development or in the near future, but maybe in the more outer future. So this is a placeholder that will allow us to look at that issue again as we see how development is growing in that area?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, because the region will go through this exercise once more in about 4 years. So the decisions that we made today aren't necessarily locked in place for a long period of time. They're locked in place for 4 years, and then we redo this exercise again. And so a lot can change in that time, and we might be deleting the project entirely, or we might be looking to bring it in much sooner because we'll have a better idea of where development is at that point in time.
And I know you said your motion was beyond 2041. Could we not make it to be actually 2041? I'm just to have a little bit more of a fixed placeholder as opposed to, just kind of beyond.
Yes,
Since
ma'am.
we're going to be
Definitely.
looking at it.
And that's just
anyway.
because the farther out we get from today in the plan, as Mr. Calvo mentioned, we do have to still ensure the plan is constrained, but there's more flexibility in fitting it in. So in the event there's no funding identified in 2041, we might place it in 2042 because there might be some availability in that year. So that's the only reason why we would recommend it be beyond 2041 so that we have some flexibility to work with the MPO staff to make it fit into the plan.
But even if we put it for 2041, if the funding's not there, we'd still have to push it back a little bit further anyway, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes,
I guess I prefer the 2041 just to have a little bit more of a fixed date.
Okay,
Otherwise,
yes, ma'am.
I'm in agreement with all of the recommendations of staff.
Judge, I was just going to ask, is there any time sensitivity on this item, Jose? Does it need to be approved today, or is there a way that we may be able to look at it for for a couple more weeks? It's pretty complex, and I don't feel like I've had ample opportunity to look at it all.
I get, Commissioner. I mean, we the only thing that I think is, and Mr. Calvo can speak a little bit more to this, is the fact that the MPO is developing that travel demand model right now. So I think he'd be better positioned to say what the timeline might be, how much flexibility we might have, but definitely open to from our side, on staff side, to allow this to marinate for a little bit longer with the court to see if there's any other feedback about the county-sponsored projects.
Mr. Calvo, go ahead.
Judge, again, Eduardo Calvo with the MPO. There is some time sensitivity on this because, like Mr. Landero said, we have to do a lot of work with modeling all of these projects, complete our travel demand model through the year 2050, and then prepare the air quality documentation, the infamous conformity documents. Those, it's not so much the time it takes for us to prepare them, but those have to be submitted for approval to the consultation partners, which are made up of federal agencies and state agencies. We have to complete all that process no later than November of 2022. That's when the 4-year conformity clock expires. So we have to have a new plan no later than November of 2022. So, it sounds like a lot of time, but believe me, it's not a lot. So, And that's why we took this project list to the policy board on last month, to make sure that at some point, you know, we have to fix the list, right? So that we can do the modeling. We can't, you know, do all of the modeling because it's very time consuming and then come back and make changes. I think the changes that Mr. Landeros is recommending right now, you know, we can definitely do it now. But I mean, waiting another 2 weeks, I think, would be a little bit detrimental to the process.
I mean, if that's the case, but, you know, a few weeks in a process that's taken years, I mean, maybe y'all should have brought it to us a little sooner so we could, you know, look at this, if you had it at the TPB a month ago. But, you know, I'm not gonna get into a huge fight over it, but I mean, I feel like I could use a couple more weeks to be able to look at this. It's pretty complex, and I don't understand the changes quite yet, even though we've had a little bit of discussion about some of them. But you know, having 3 days to look at something like this is not enough time. I'm sorry.
Well, I'll make a move.
For me, at least. For me. You know.
Yeah, I'll move to, with the changes proposed by Jose, because being in the MPO 2 weeks will not, it's going to be difficult trying to understand the whole complexity of it, and, but I'll make the motion to accept with the changes proposed by Jose.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
No.
Commissioner Robinson.
Abstain.
Said abstain.
Go ahead, Cesar.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners, and Commissioner Stout. If I may, I want to just make sure that that it's clear that the board voted on this on the 17th, and we brought it back on the first meeting that we had available thereafter, which would be today. But also, there's a public involvement and comment period that's required to develop this plan, and that will stretch over from November to December. So similar to what the court has done with other transportation initiatives in the region, the court could always work on authorizing comment on the plan as a whole, and individual members of the court may also add comments on their individual capacity. So definitely make ourselves available to work with you and your office to answer any questions that we may be able to, that you may have, so that you feel that the county can provide meaningful input that maybe goes beyond the action today in the future as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jose. Cesar?
Item number 22, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the second amendment to the interlocal agreement project development agreement for the Fabens Airport Improvements Project with the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority for the design and construction of facility improvements at the Fabens Airport, including hangars and other enhancements, in an amount not to exceed $349,580.90. Funding is available in CP Fabens Airport cap-out renovations. Contract number 2021-0737.
Go ahead, Sal.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Sal Alonso with the Planning and Development Department. The item before you is a second amendment to the interlocal with the CRRMA. If you recall, the Planning and Development and the Economic Department received a little over $5 million of the EDA grant last year. This amendment will allow us to go into design for additional hangars at the airport. And we're just, again, following the airport business development plan as we move forward. We are asking for the court's favorable consideration, and I'm available to answer any questions the court may have.
Thank you, Sal. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon has stepped out of the meeting. He's absent. Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 23, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Border Environment Infrastructure Fund Construction Assistance Grant Agreement with the North American Development Bank for the construction of the first-time water system in the Hillcrest Center area in the amount of $1,600,000 upon review and approval from the county attorney's office. No county funds are required, and a grant account will be set up upon receipt of funds. Contract number 2021-0732.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Monzar Siraj with the Planning and Development Department. Excuse me. The item before you is asking to consider approval of the $1.6 million from the Net Bank to construct first-time water system in the Hillcrest Center area that will benefit 105 homes or 330 people. These funds will go toward the construction, as mentioned, and toward the construction of the project. We are asking for the court's approval, and I'm available to answer any question you might have.
I just had a question, Munzer. Can we see the map again, please? What happens with the lots that don't have any homes on those? Those are still connected as well, or how does that work?
Very good question, Commissioner. With these grants from USDA and the Net Bank, we were fortunate enough to provide a step out for future hookup at the property owner's expense later on.
Okay, but the infrastructure will be there going into all of the lots.
Correct. They'll have access in front of their lot. You're absolutely correct.
Great, thank you.
My pleasure.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioner. Have a good day.
Thank you, Munzer. And so, thanks.
Item number 24, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the second amendment to the interlocal agreement, project development agreement for the John Hayes Street Extension Project for right-of-way acquisition services with the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority. Funding in the amount of $2 million is available in General Fund El Paso County Mobility Projects Capital Project Land. Contract number 2021-0742.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioner Sal Alonso with the Planning Development Department again. The item before you is an amendment number 2 for the John Hayes Roadway project. As we are nearing the completion of the environmental process, our next big milestone in that project is to start acquiring the right-of-way needed for the roadway improvements. We are asking for the court's favorable decision consideration, and I'm available to answer any questions the court may have.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sal. Thank you, Jose.
Item number 25, grant applications. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioners Court for final acceptance and approval. Item number 25, with the correction from the Planning and Development Department. Item 25 should read, approve and authorize the ratification of the grant application submission by the Economic Development Department in collaboration with the Public Works Department for the Economic Development Administration's fiscal year 2021 American Rescue Plan Act Travel, Tourism, and Outdoor Recreation Program to develop planning, design, and engineering for El Camino Real de Tierra Adentro National Historic Trail Shared Use Path, Phase 1 project, in the amount of $2,500,000. County match in the amount of $500,000 is required and available through vehicle registration fee bond proceeds as managed by the CRRMA, subject to legal review and approval by the County Attorney's Office. Contract number 2021-0793.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Michael Hernandez, Director of Economic Development. This item before you is to ratify a grant proposal submitted by the Economic Development and Public Works Departments that seeks to win a grant from the U.S. Economic Development Administration that would provide a boost to our efforts for tourism, travel, and outdoor recreation. This is a competitive grant from the American Rescue Plan Act, and we're applying for $2.5 million in funding to help us plan, design, and engineer the National Historic Trail Shared Use Path. With these funds, we can make ready infrastructure projects that would help our communities recover from the pandemic's impact on tourism. The grant would help us deliver shovel-ready projects for an historic corridor, which follows as much as possible the Camino Real, the oldest roadway in North America. This stretch would run in the Mission Valley from the city of El Paso and Isleta, connecting to the Isleta del Sur Pueblo's cultural center and their facilities, then flowing east to the county's many assets in San Elizario, the Los Portales Museum, the Old County Jail, and Casa Ronquillo. If we win this grant, we can achieve the plan, design, and engineering work that can then be activated by other funding, including projects greenlit by the Metropolitan Planning Organization for construction of infrastructure improvements, amenities for hiking and biking. We are aware that asking the courts to ratify a proposal that was already submitted is not our preferred process. We've been watching this grant opportunity very carefully, and we've been meeting frequently with EDA officials to understand the best strategy to win this competitive grant. Staff also included this opportunity in a highlight that was shared with the court this summer. EDA officials recently shared with us that we could greatly increase our chance of winning this grant if we submitted it on the very first day applications were being accepted, which was this past Friday. And so Public Works, namely our planning and development team and our economic development team, swung into action and sped up our timetable to submit this to receive a first review by the EDA pending approval from the court. We've also been working with Commissioner Holguin and her office on this effort, as well as the grants department. We met with several agencies to explore the best path forward for a comprehensive project that would leverage this grant for long-term improvements. We worked to receive letters of support from Congresswoman Escobar, the MPO, the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority, the El Paso Chamber, as well as the Isleta del Sur Pueblo. The Pueblo is notable in that we are exploring with them a collaboration for this design work. Separately, the Pueblo is able to seek a grant for indigenous communities that can complement the county's work. And so we ask for your favorable consideration to approve and authorize the ratification of this grant application that could bring us up to $2.5 million. A county match of up to $500,000 is required and would be available through the vehicle registration fee bond proceeds. I'm happy to take your questions.
Commissioner Holguin, you want to add to that?
Yes, thank you, Judge. I just really wanted to thank our staff for all of the tremendous work that they did. This is a wonderful opportunity that if we get awarded these funds, we can make a huge impact there in the Mission Valley along the Mission Trail, which will, of course, certainly impact all of those businesses, be a really great economic development tool for that area. And the partnership with the city, with the Isleta del Sur Pueblo, it really does. It's an incredible project. And our staff, when we realized that our chances of having this grant approved or granted would be exponentially better if we submitted on the first day, they all literally just got to work and make sure that it got done. Honestly, I don't know how they did it. They probably didn't sleep at all last week, but I wanted to just personally thank them. Michael, Valerie, Jose, Sal, Norma, and of course Erica in our grants department, all of them just did a phenomenal job in getting this grant submitted. And so now all we have left to do is keep our fingers crossed and hope that we get it. So I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you for your support.
No, thank you. And
Judge Commissioners.
I'm never surprised when something needs to happen and how they come together. I shouldn't, take it for granted, but when we need something, you make it happen, so thank you for that. It's always such a pleasure to work with your team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 26 from Budget and Finance. Approve and authorize the reallocation of capital funds in the amount of $277,700 to allow for the paving of the parking lots for the Sheriff's Department. Further approve the reallocation of funding from CP Capital 12 miscellaneous to CP Jail Annex 12 improvements.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. This is Jessica Garza again from Budget and Fiscal Policy. We are requesting your favorable consideration to approve and reallocate $277,700 of capital funds to pave 4 unimproved parking areas at the jail annex. This cost includes materials, a topographic survey, and drainage improvements along with the paving, which will be done by our crew. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Jessica. Move to approve.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Commander Chaitis,
Thank you.
any?
Now, in behalf of the sheriff, we want to thank you. This is a project that's been way overdue, almost 20 years. I think in 2012, there was supposed to have been some funding made available. But no matter what, at this point, we are very grateful that you have approved the funding. We definitely need to pave those slots. We've had numerous problems in those slots, so on behalf of the sheriff and the Sheriff's Department, we want to thank the entire Commissioners Court for approval. Thank you.
No, thank you, Commander Chaitis. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a great afternoon, both of you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Cesar.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners.
Thank you, Jessica.
Judge, before we take up executive session, can we go to the addendum item number 30?
Sure.
Item number 30, addendum to the agenda. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing Joe Rosales Jr. for his accomplishments and contributions to the community of El Paso County, Texas. Judge, could we have a motion to delete this and we'll repost that for next week?
Yeah, so moved.
Second.
Actually, for 2 weeks, right?
Thank you, 2 weeks. Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Commissioners, Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 27A through 27E pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Commissioners, Court will reconvene to take official action.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spayed and neutered services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spayed and neutered services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Está big, tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Go ahead. Commissioners' Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 28, discuss and take appropriate action to grant a court clerk intermediate of the Justice of the Peace Precinct 5 Department up to 20 additional days of ADC. County Attorney's Opinion Number OP211098.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Michelle Cochran with the Human Resources Department. This is in reference to an anti-harassment policy violation investigation that is being conducted at JP5. Under the administrative leave policy, it authorizes up to 15 days of administrative leave without Commissioners Court authorization. Today, we are seeking authorization for the court to approve 20 additional days beyond those 15, which will end this Friday, October 8th. Any questions?
Nope. None. Thank you. Thank you.
So we would need a motion here, Judge, to approve and grant the court clerk intermediate of the JP5 department up to 20 additional days of ADC.
So moved.
Second?
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout is absent. Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 29, discuss and take appropriate action regarding litigation styled Magda Erica Graham versus El Paso County. Cause number 321CB00066FM. County Attorney case number 002821LD.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. Jed Unterrecker, Assistant County Attorney. I am asking the court for a motion to approve and authorize the County Attorney's Office to withdraw from representation of the county in the case styled Magda Erica Graham versus El Paso County 3:21-CV-00066-FM and find outside counsel to represent the county in this matter per the guidance given in executive session.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Stout is absent. Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
And that was our last item, Judge. That completes all the items on our agenda.
Well, thank you. And we just want to thank everyone that makes this happen, especially our legal team and everyone here, and wish everyone a great afternoon and a great week. And our translators back there, we thank you for being with us all day. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
This concludes today's meeting at 5:20 p.m.